My wife and I decided to start our life together in a house that seemed perfect. It was one of those old houses, with a modest garden and a porch that we had already envisioned decorating for Christmas. It was our first home as a couple, newlyweds, ready to start this new phase of life. The house had a rustic charm, a wooden structure that creaked with every breeze, but it was exactly what we were looking for, a quiet place, with distant neighbors, where we could build a home. There was nothing suspicious about the property. Even the real estate agency gave us a trustworthy impression. Deep down, we just wanted a place of our own. On the first night, as we tried to settle in, something strange began to happen. It was late, and I was practically falling asleep when I heard a noise coming from the walls of the bedroom. At first I thought it was just the old wood creaking, but the sound had a strange pattern, like something was scraping rhythmically, a sound that echoed from side to side. I tried to ignore it, assuming it was normal for old houses, but my wife noticed it too and became uneasy. She asked me if I was hearing it too, and that only made the atmosphere feel even heavier. We tried to convince ourselves it was just our imagination. The next day, while unpacking boxes, my wife found something odd near the kitchen door frame. There were writing marks on the wall, somewhat scribbled but still visible. When we looked closer, we could read them. They were short phrases like, "Don't trust the silence," and "Leave before he wakes up." They seemed like things left by someone who had lived there before, maybe a prank by teenagers, but at the same time, I felt a chill down my spine. It was a strange way to welcome us. My wife let out a nervous laugh and suggested it might be some local superstition, but I admit it lingered in my mind. As the week went by, things started getting worse. One night I woke up suddenly and noticed a chilling air in the bedroom. When I looked at the clock, it was 3:03 a.m. I got up to see what was going on and saw that the back door was wide open, swinging with the wind. I had locked the door before going to bed, I was sure of it, but there it was, open wide. My heart was racing and I felt a tension in the air that was impossible to ignore. I tried not to wake my wife and checked the whole house, but found nothing out of place. I went back to bed, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. But after that night, sleep became a battle. After that night, we stayed more alert, but tried not to give it too much importance. I thought maybe it was the wind that had opened the door, some draft we hadn't noticed. But 2 days later, something even stranger happened. We were having dinner in the living room when the television, which was off, turned on by itself. The screen was black for a few seconds, as if warming up, and then started to show a disturbing static. The entire room was filled with that high-pitched static noise, making us jump in fright. I went to the TV and turned it off, but as I turned away, it switched on again by itself. I turned it off once more and this time unplugged it. That's when I noticed my wife was pale, holding her fork, unable to eat. That night we slept with the lights on. The house no longer felt as cozy as before. It was as if the atmosphere was loaded with something dark. In the middle of the night, once again, the sound of footsteps woke us up. They were slow steps coming from the hallway, as if someone was walking toward our bedroom. I held my breath, trying to listen more closely, and my wife squeezed my hand, trembling with fear. The footsteps stopped right in front of our door, and then silence took over the house. We lay still, waiting for any sound, any sign, but there was nothing. Gradually, I began to feel that the house didn't want us there, as if something was trying to push us out. The next morning, we decided to check every corner of the house, looking for any signs of who might be coming in, or what could be causing all this. We found more messages hidden around the house, as if concealed under layers of old paint. Messages like, "He watches," and "Don't provoke what lies dormant." It was as if someone had tried to leave us warnings about something they couldn't fully explain. My wife suggested calling someone to bless the house, but I was skeptical. Deep down, I wanted to believe that all of this was just some bizarre coincidence. But that night, something happened that made me reconsider everything. It was almost 3 in the morning, and we were awake, too afraid to sleep. Everything was quiet, but suddenly the back door opened once again, slowly, as if someone was pushing it from outside. The cold wind entered the house, and I felt a chill that paralyzed me for a moment. This time I was determined to find out what it was, so I grabbed a flashlight and headed toward the door. My wife begged me not to go, but I felt I had to do something. When I got to the door, I looked outside and nothing. Just the empty garden and the cutting wind of the early morning. After that night, the atmosphere in the house only worsened. It was as if each room carried an invisible weight, something that stifled and made the air heavy and cold. I started noticing that my wife was becoming increasingly restless, as if the house was draining our energy. Even the days seemed dark inside. The sun entered through the windows in a strange, dull way, and the silence was always broken by faint but constant noises. One day, while my wife was taking a shower, she screamed my name. I ran to the bathroom and found her trembling, pointing to the fogged-up mirror. There was a phrase written as if someone had run their finger over the moist surface. "You don't belong here." Panic began to set in. We talked about the possibility of leaving, of giving up on the dream that was slowly turning into a nightmare. But the reality was that our budget was tight, and leaving would mean practically losing everything we had saved for our start together. So, we decided to try to face the situation, as if the house was testing us, waiting to see how long we would last. Deep down, I still thought maybe everything had a rational explanation, even if my wife had already given up on believing that. I started investigating the house's history, but I found nothing that would explain what we were going through. One night, as I tried to sleep, I heard a whisper. It was a low sound, almost imperceptible, but it woke me instantly. I lay still, trying to figure out if it was my imagination, but then I heard it again, clearer. "Leave." I felt my whole body freeze. The voice seemed to echo throughout the room, as if it came from all directions at once. My wife heard it too, and at that moment we knew it wasn't just paranoia. Every moment we spent in the house, it was as if an invisible presence surrounded us, watching us, testing our limits. The fear we felt that night was unlike anything I had ever experienced. That's when we made a decision. This would be our last night. We started packing in silence, ready to leave at dawn. But just before dawn, the scariest thing of all happened. Our bedroom door locked by itself, and we heard heavy footsteps approaching. The sound seemed to come from all sides surrounding the room. We tried to open the door, but it was as if it was being held shut from outside. Panic set in, and while I struggled with the handle, my wife began praying, crying in fear. Only after a few minutes, and which felt like hours, did the door finally open, and the house returned to silence. When we finally left that room, we didn't exchange a word. We grabbed our things in a rush and left the house early in the morning, our hearts racing. With every step to the car, we looked back, as if expecting something to follow us. The feeling of being watched only faded as we moved further from the house. It was like we could finally breathe again. During the drive, we stayed silent, both trying to make sense of what we had just experienced. The house became a blur on the landscape, and I felt I'd only be at peace once we were far away from it. After we left, we tried to forget what happened. We found a small apartment, lacking the charm we wanted, but it was safe, and most importantly, didn't carry that oppressive feeling. However, some things we couldn't ignore. Some nights I still wake up at 3 in the morning, with the impression that the back door is opening on its own. My wife also has recurring nightmares, feeling the same chill that filled the bedroom. And every now and then, as she walks past the bathroom mirror, she swears she sees those words again, like an echo from the past. I decided to look into the house more after we left. I spoke to a neighbor in the area, and he told me that previous residents always left before completing a year. No one mentioned why, but he knew that some of them had also reported strange events. One of them, he said, left a message inside a closet, a phrase written in shaky letters. "You won't understand. Just leave." That stuck in my mind for a long time. It was as if everyone who passed through there was left with the same dark warning, a final alert for those brave enough to venture into that house. Today, when people ask me about our first house, I just say it was a tough phase, without going into much detail. But honestly, I'll never forget what we went through there. To this day, I wonder if whatever presence was there wanted to scare us or was simply warning us. Maybe we'll never know what really happened in that house, but whatever it was, I learned not to ignore the signs. Sometimes, leaving the right place at the right time is the only choice, even if the reason remains a mystery. I used to work in a big city but lived far away in one of those countryside regions where all you find are fields, silence, and some sparse streetlights. It was a somewhat solitary life, but I had gotten used to the routine. I left work late, almost always the last one out of the building, and took the deserted road back home. That night didn't seem any different, at least until I came across an accident in the middle of the road, on one of the sharpest curves of the main road. It was a truck overturned, completely blocking the way. I knew it would take hours to clear the road, so I sat there in the car trying to think of an alternative. Then I remembered a route I'd heard about once, a shortcut that went down a dirt road and cut off a good few miles. It wasn't exactly well known. Locals avoided it, especially at night. But since I was tired and didn't want to wait, I decided to take a chance. It couldn't get any worse, right? After all, it was just a stretch of dirt road that would soon reconnect to the main road. Little did I know that this decision would turn my life upside down. The beginning of the shortcut was actually fine, except for a few potholes here and there. But as I drove deeper, the trees grew taller, almost forming a tunnel, and the sense of isolation increased. The sound of gravel and stones crunching under the tires was practically the only thing I could hear, aside from the engine and the occasional song of a night bird. It was an eerie calm, the kind you feel when something is off, but I tried to ignore it. With every turn, the road seemed to narrow more, and the sparse streetlights began to disappear completely. Deep down, I think I already knew I shouldn't have entered there, but who hasn't had those gut feelings they ignore? That's when I saw by the roadside something that looked like a piece of red fabric caught on a branch. It was a scrap of cloth, like a torn band, with dirt marks and something dark I didn't want to think about. I slowed down to look closer, but as I glanced at the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a shadow moving quickly along the roadside. It was so fast it seemed like my imagination, but it gave me a chill. I gripped the steering wheel and tried not to look at the mirror again. As I drove on, I began to feel a strange pressure in my chest, as if the air was heavier there. The vegetation around me seemed to grow denser with every meter I advanced, and my car was starting to scrape along the edges of the road, brushing against branches and leaves that practically invaded the path. The darkness was almost absolute, even with the high beams on, and I could only see what was directly ahead. That made me even more nervous, as it felt like anything could jump out of the dark at any moment. A little farther ahead, I saw what looked like an abandoned building, maybe an old hunting post. The thought of stopping crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I was already uneasy and, to be honest, had a feeling of being watched. You know that unsettling feeling of being observed, even when you can't see anyone? I looked around inside the car, trying to find some calm, but it was hard. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. It sounded like scratching, a dry noise, as if something was scraping against the side of the car. My heart raced, and I froze for a few seconds, listening as that strange noise intensified. I took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel, and accelerated a bit, hoping it was just a branch scraping against the body of the car. But the sound didn't go away. On the contrary, it seemed to get closer, as if it was following me. The strangest part was that even with the car moving, that noise remained right by my side, at a steady pace that didn't make sense. Suddenly, something inside me snapped into survival mode, that fear that makes you want to run without looking back. But I was inside the car alone, with no way to escape. I thought about speeding up as fast as I could, but feared the car might get stuck in the mud or lose control and crash into a tree. If that happened, I'd be trapped there. In a desperate act, I turned off the radio and sat in complete silence, trying to understand what was happening. The scratching stopped for a moment, and I felt a brief but intense wave of relief. That relief didn't last long. A shadow crossed the road right in front of the car, too fast for me to identify. It was tall with an almost human stance, but distorted, Reflexively, I hit the brakes hard and the car skidded a bit on the dirt road. My heart felt like it was beating in my throat, and I could only stare straight ahead in the direction where that thing had crossed. I sat there frozen, hands sweating on the steering wheel, trying to process what I had just seen. My legs trembled, and I felt like any movement could attract that thing back. I looked around, hoping to see some sign that it was just my imagination, but the road was empty, covered by darkness and an oppressive silence. Even so, I had to get out of there. I took a deep breath, swallowed my fear, and started the car again. I accelerated slowly, avoiding looking to the sides and focused only on getting out of that infernal road as quickly as possible. A few meters later, the sound of something hitting the rear window made me almost lose control of the car. It was as if someone or something was pounding on the glass with incredible force. I didn't dare look back. With each blow, the sound grew louder and more aggressive, as if it were getting impatient. I was already panicking, and all I could do was press the pedal as hard as I could, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Every second I felt the car nearly going out of control, but the fear of stopping was stronger than anything. Finally, I spotted what looked like the end of the dirt road. The lights of the main road appeared in the distance, and I felt such a huge relief that it nearly brought me to tears. The pounding on the glass stopped as soon as I reached the paved part, and silence returned, but in a different, more comforting way. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw nothing. No shadow, no sign of that terrifying presence. It was as if it had stayed behind, trapped in that dark road. I took a deep breath and my body started to relax a bit, though my heart was still racing. When I got home that night, I went inside, locked the door, and sat in the living room, trying to understand what had happened. To this day, I can't say exactly what I saw or what chased me on that road. I've never told anyone about it, only writing it here because I know you all will understand. And if there's one thing I learned that night, it's that sometimes those shortcuts hide much more than just an alternative route. I never went down that road again, and honestly, I'd rather not know what goes on in that forest at night. My wife and I have always had a pretty ordinary life. We live in a quiet neighborhood, the kind where people still wave at each other from their windows, and the loudest sound you usually hear is the barking of dogs. Our routine was the same as any couple in their early 30s: work, grocery shopping, dinner while watching a series, and then sleep. However, everything changed that week. It was right after an ordinary Friday, one of those days when you just want it to end so you can rest over the weekend. When I got home, I found a simple envelope with no seals or anything indicating where it had come from. At first, I thought it was some local service advertisement, but when I opened it, I realized it was a letter. And that's when things started to get strange. The paper was thick, textured, as if it had been torn from an old notebook. The handwriting was careful, somewhat formal, the kind you almost never see these days. The letter described in disturbing detail how my wife and I had spent the previous day. It mentioned my delayed lunch because the work meeting ran longer than it should have, how my wife tripped on the rug while trying to grab the phone, and even the argument we had about which movie to watch before bed. I swear I felt a cold shiver run up my spine as I read each line. There was no way anyone could know all of that, let alone with so many details. I showed the letter to my wife and she laughed, thinking it was some sick joke from a neighbor. I wanted to believe that too. But deep down, something told me there was something wrong, something more than just a prank. We decided to ignore it and throw the letter away. We tried not to think about it much. After all, who would spend time writing a letter about our day? But the next morning there was another envelope in our mailbox. This time, the handwriting was different, more rounded with scribbles, almost as if it had been written in a hurry, but the content was the same. A precise description of our previous day, including even more intimate details. Like the comment my wife made about me needing a haircut while we were in the kitchen, something no one could have heard. At this point, the discomfort had turned into fear. It was impossible to pretend that this was normal or just a joke. My wife and I started debating what to do. Should we call the police? Install cameras? But how could we justify this? After all, there was no clear threat, just descriptions, as if someone had been there all along watching us. I began to notice every car parked on the street, every person walking by. Who could be watching us? And why? My wife tried to stay calm, but I could see her gaze becoming more distant, as if she was always waiting for yet another letter. And, as expected, it came. In the third letter, the situation became even more disturbing. This time the envelope was on our doorstep, as if someone had just left it there. The handwriting was different again, shaky, full of corrections, as if the person was nervous. The letter mentioned a conversation my wife and I had about the future, a very personal subject we had spoken about quietly late at night when everyone in the neighborhood was already asleep. I could no longer ignore the fact that someone was watching us very closely. It was as if every aspect of our life was exposed to an invisible audience, and it was wearing us down emotionally. We started taking measures. We installed security cameras around the house, changed the locks, and even warned a few trusted neighbors to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. For a few days, it seemed like the situation had improved. There were no more letters, and the tense atmosphere that had been hanging over our house began to dissipate. But on the fifth night after the last letter, while I was reviewing the camera footage, something caught my attention. There he was, a shadow of someone wearing a hood, standing in front of our door around 3 a.m. He didn't do anything but stand there for a few minutes, just staring at the house, and then left without leaving a trace. Seeing that was a punch to the gut. I showed the video to my wife, and her expression shifted from surprise to pure terror. Whoever it was knew exactly where the cameras were, because they never showed their face. The next day, another letter appeared, but this time it wasn't on the door or in the mailbox. We found the envelope in the middle of the living room on the coffee table. The handwriting was new, and the content was worse than before. It described exactly my reaction to seeing the shadow in the video the night before, described the fearful look on my wife's face, and the worst part was, the letter ended with a question. Are you going to keep trying to hide? That letter broke something inside me. I felt a mix of fear, anger, and helplessness. I called the police immediately, and this time they came. The officers examined the house, took notes, and installed a temporary monitoring device. They told us to stay calm and alert, but it was impossible. Whoever was doing this seemed to know every step we took. I spent that night awake, watching the door and the cameras, waiting for any sign of movement. My wife, by my side, couldn't sleep either. It felt like our own house didn't belong to us anymore, as if we were merely visitors in a life someone was manipulating. The next day, we did something we hadn't done before. We decided to leave the house and spend the night in a hotel. We thought it would give us some relief, maybe even distance us from the nightmare that seemed to be closing in on us. We chose a simple hotel, a few miles from home. We stayed in a small room with windows facing the main street. For the first time in weeks, my wife seemed a little more relaxed, as if being away from that environment could finally bring some comfort. But as evening fell, my phone vibrated with a notification that gave me a chill down my spine. It was a message from an unknown number. The message contained a photo. It was of our house, taken from the outside that same night. The image clearly showed that we were absent, almost as if it was a reminder that no matter where we went, someone was watching us. I showed the photo to my wife, and her face went pale. We decided not to respond, just locked the hotel room door and tried to stay calm. I felt a mix of panic and fury, wanting to confront whoever was doing this, but how do you face someone hiding in the shadows? There was no face, no name, no reason we could understand. The next morning we returned home. Everything was just as we had left it, but the silence felt thicker, oppressive. When we walked in, there was another envelope, this time on the kitchen table. The handwriting was familiar, the same as the first letter. The content, however, was different. There was no description of the previous day, just a warning. Last chance. That put me on high alert. I called the police again, and they promised to increase patrols in the area, but it felt like little compared to what we were living. I knew I had to do something different. I talked to my wife and we made a difficult decision. It was time to leave that house. In a few days, we started packing our things. We hired a moving company and found a temporary place to stay on the other side of town. On the day we finally left, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. We didn't know if it would bring us peace, but it seemed like the only way out. And indeed, the letter stopped. It's been a few months since then, and we haven't received anything like that again. I still don't know who was watching us or why, but sometimes at night I still feel like I'm being watched. Maybe that feeling will never go away, but at least now we're trying to move on. I've never really believed in supernatural stories or unexplained phenomena. In fact, I've always been that skeptical guy who laughs when someone starts telling ghost stories. I've worked as a software engineer for over 10 years, so my mind is pretty logical and rational. Or at least it was until that night on July 15th, 2023, when something happened that completely changed my view of the world. I live alone in an apartment on the 10th floor of an old building in downtown Louisiana. It's one of those 70s buildings with long corridors and somewhat gloomy architecture, but I had never felt anything strange living there. At that time, I was going through a really stressful phase at work, coming home late every day and getting little sleep. On that specific night, I had stayed at the office until 11 p.m., finishing an important project that needed to be delivered the next day. I got home exhausted, took a quick shower, and practically collapsed in bed around midnight. My room is quite simple. A double bed against the wall, an old dark wooden wardrobe I inherited from my grandmother, and a desk with my work set up near the window. That night was particularly cold, so I wrapped myself tightly in the comforter and fell asleep almost instantly. A rare thing for me, as I've always had trouble falling asleep. I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing I noticed was the absolute silence. I couldn't even hear the fan that I always leave on. I tried to move to check my phone and see the time, but my body didn't respond. It was like all my muscles were completely paralyzed, heavy as lead. I began to panic when I realized I could barely move my fingers or turn my head. The only thing I could move was my eyes. The room was shrouded in a darkness different from normal, denser, as if the darkness had a texture. The faint light that usually came through the window seemed to have been swallowed by this unnatural darkness. Then I realized the temperature had plummeted impossibly. It felt like I was lying on ice, a cold that penetrated to my bones. My breath formed a thick mist in the air, something that had never happened in my room before, not even on the coldest winter days in southern Brazil. The air was so dense and cold it hurt to breathe. And at that moment, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye that made my heart almost stop. A tall, dark silhouette, standing beside my bed, completely still. It was as if it was watching me, even though I couldn't make out any face or features in that mass of darkness. I tried to scream, to call for help, but no sound came out. It was as if my vocal cords were frozen. The figure remained there, motionless, and the more I tried to focus on it directly with my eyes, the more it seemed to dissolve into the shadows, only becoming clear when I looked at it peripherally. Panic overtook me as I struggled desperately against the paralysis. My rational mind tried to convince me it was just a nightmare, that I needed to wake up, but I knew I was fully conscious. I could feel every detail of the cold sheet against my skin, hear my own accelerated breathing, feel the crushing weight on my chest. The presence started to move, but not like a normal person would. It was a fluid motion, as if gliding over the floor without touching it. I realized it was coming closer to the bed, and the cold intensified to the point I thought my fingers would freeze and shatter. The air grew even heavier, as if I was breathing icy water. I tried to close my eyes, but it was impossible. They seemed forced to stay open, as if that thing wanted me to witness its presence. The wooden wardrobe began to creak, as if the extreme cold was causing the wood to contract. A low, deep humming started to fill the room, gradually increasing in intensity. It wasn't a sound coming from my ears or my head. I could feel the vibration in the walls, the mattress, in every bone in my body. The silhouette was now beside my pillow, and even without being able to see a face, I could feel it was staring at me intently. The smell in the room changed completely. It was a mix of old mold and something metallic like rust, but there was also a sweet, putrid odor that made me nauseous. It was a smell I had never encountered before, something that didn't seem to belong to our world. Then something happened that made my blood freeze even more. The figure leaned over me, and for the first time I could make out something on its face. Two deeply black points where its eyes should have been, darker than the surrounding darkness. It was like looking into two holes that led to absolute nothingness. The hum increased so much that I thought my eardrums would burst, and the temperature dropped even more. Now I could see a thin layer of ice forming on the walls of the room. My extremities were completely numb, and I began to feel I was losing consciousness due to the extreme cold. In a moment of absolute desperation, I managed to muster all my willpower and tried to move my pinky finger. It was the only part of my body I could still feel slightly. It was like trying to lift a ton with a strand of hair, but slowly, painfully, I managed to move it a few millimeters. This tiny movement seemed to break some sort of spell. The hum wavered like a radio out of tune, and the figure recoiled abruptly as if it had been shocked. My breathing was so shallow at that point that I could barely pull in air, and I started to see black spots in my vision as if I was about to faint. The entity, because now I was certain it wasn't something human, began to distort in an impossible way. It was like it was being sucked by something invisible, twisting at angles that defied physics. The putrid smell became unbearable, and I started to taste something metallic in my mouth, like I was chewing on copper coins. The wardrobe kept creaking louder and louder, and I could see cracks forming on the mirror of the door, creating a pattern that looked like a frozen spider web. The hum began to form something that almost sounded like a word, but it was too distorted to understand. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything stopped. The silence returned so abruptly that my ears hurt. The figure simply disappeared, not gradually, not dissolving. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. The cold slowly began to diminish, and I felt the first tingles returning to my limbs. I was still paralyzed, but I could feel the crushing weight starting to lift. The cracks in the wardrobe mirror remained, proving that it hadn't been a hallucination. The smell still lingered in the air but was dissipating along with that abnormal darkness. I stayed in that state for a few more minutes that felt like hours, gradually regaining control of my body. When I finally managed to move, I practically jumped out of bed and ran to turn on all the lights in the apartment. It was 3:33 a.m., a detail I only noticed afterward, which sent even more chills down my spine. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room with all the lights on, shaking not just from the cold but from terror. The next morning I took pictures of the cracks in the mirror and noticed something that made me question my sanity even more. They formed a pattern that looked like a screaming face. After that night I began an obsessive search for answers. I researched sleep paralysis, paranormal phenomena, similar experiences, anything that could explain what had happened. I found several similar accounts on internet forums, but none mentioned the extreme cold or the cracks in the mirror. I consulted 3 different doctors, a neurologist, a psychiatrist, and even a sleep disorder specialist. I had several tests done, but everything came back normal. The neurologist suggested it was a severe episode of sleep paralysis combined with hypnagogic hallucinations, but that didn't explain the cracks in the mirror or the ice that had formed on the walls. I had pictures of everything. In the following weeks, I began to notice small, strange things in the apartment. Objects that would shift slightly during the night, unexplained moisture spots on the walls that would appear and disappear, and most disturbingly, that peculiar smell that would return every now and then, always very faint, like a reminder of what had happened. The most unsettling thing was that every time I woke up in the middle of the night, which started happening frequently, the clock always showed 3:33. It was as if something was toying with me, taunting me. I even installed security cameras in the bedroom, but every time something strange happened, the footage would be distorted or the camera would simply stop working. I ended up making a radical decision. I moved out of the apartment a month later. I couldn't stand living with that constant feeling of being watched, with the fear of sleeping and waking up with that presence by my side again. I moved to a new, well-lit condo on a lower floor with neighbors close by. I only took the essentials. I left the wardrobe and anything else from the old room behind. I didn't want any connection to that night. The first few weeks in the new apartment were peaceful, and I started to think maybe I had left it all behind. But last night, exactly 3 months after the first incident, I woke up with that same intense cold sensation. My muscles started to feel heavy, and for a moment, I thought I saw a familiar shadow out of the corner of my eye. I forced myself to get up before the paralysis completely overtook me and ran out of the bedroom. I spent the night wide awake, with all the lights on, determined to share my story here. I don't know if that thing will come back. I don't know what it wants. And honestly, I don't know what to do if it appears again. All I know is that nothing the doctors say can fully explain what happened that night. And every time I catch that characteristic smell or see 3:33 on the clock, my entire body freezes with fear. I've been working as a nurse for almost 8 years, always taking night shifts. I've never been one to believe in supernatural stories or anything like that. I've always had my feet on the ground and a very skeptical mind. I think the job itself molded me this way, you know. Dealing with life and death daily makes you develop a certain pragmatism. But what happened to me in March this year completely changed how I see things. To this day, I can't rationally explain what I witnessed that night, and I've tried to come up with countless logical explanations. It was a particularly quiet Tuesday night at the hospital. The weather was a bit strange, with a light drizzle and a dense fog that gave the city a somewhat eerie look. I had just finished my first round of the night around 11:30 p.m. Our team was reduced because 2 colleagues were out with COVID, so I was covering the East Wing on the 3rd floor alone, a section normally shared by 2 nurses. The wing was almost empty, with only 3 patients, all in stable condition and asleep when I checked their vitals. I was sitting at the nurses' station, updating the medication logs, when I noticed a strange movement out of the corner of my eye. The station is right in the middle of the main corridor, with a glass window allowing a full view of the wing's activity. It was nearly 1 a.m. when I saw, very briefly, someone in the typical blue hospital gown crossing the hallway. The person seemed disoriented, walking slowly and somewhat unsteadily like they were lost. What caught my attention was the way they moved. Something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint what at that moment. I immediately stood up to check. After all, that wing only had 3 patients, all in the rooms on the right side. The person had come from one of the rooms on the left, which were all empty. I grabbed my flashlight, since some of the hallway lights are turned off at night to avoid disturbing the patients, and went to investigate. I called out loud, "Hello? Do you need help?" My voice echoed down the empty hallway, but I got no response. When I reached the corner where the person had turned, there was absolutely no one. It was a dead-end corridor with only a locked service door at the end leading to the emergency stairs. I checked each of the rooms in that section, one by one. I entered every room, checked the bathrooms, looked under the beds. Nothing. A chill ran down my spine because I was absolutely sure of what I'd seen. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The floor of the hallway was completely dry, with no sign of footprints. This would be impossible considering it was drizzling outside, and anyone who had recently entered would have left some moisture on the floor. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to process that information, when the radio in my pocket crackled. It was Rose, the nursing technician on the 2nd floor. She wanted to know if I could come down to help with a restless patient. I was actually relieved to have an excuse to leave. The empty hallway had taken on a heavy, different atmosphere. Before going down, I quickly stopped by the nurses' station to grab some things, and that's when I noticed something disturbing. The computer where I had been updating the logs was turned off. Not in sleep mode, but completely off. I tried to turn it on again, but it wouldn't respond, as if it were unplugged, which was impossible since the power source was screwed in under the desk. I went down to the 2nd floor, still trying to find rational explanations for what was happening. I helped Rose with the patient, a man with Alzheimer's having an episode of confusion, and ended up staying there for about 40 minutes. When I returned to the third floor, I had that horrible feeling that someone was watching me. You know when you feel a pair of eyes on your back? It was exactly like that. The hallway seemed darker and colder than usual, even though the air conditioning was set to its regular temperature. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, affected by the earlier strange events. I stopped by the nurse's station, and surprisingly, the computer was working normally. All the logs I was updating were still there, saved. That made no sense at all. I decided to do another round in the occupied rooms to distract myself. In the first room, Mrs. Maria was sleeping soundly. In the second, Mr. Jose was also resting without any issues. But when I opened the door to the third room, where Mr. Antonio, a 78-year-old man admitted with pneumonia, was staying, I felt my heart stop for a second. The bed was empty, with the sheets all messed up. I rushed to the bathroom in the room, calling his name, but got no response. Panic started to set in when I realized that the blue gown I had seen earlier was exactly like the one Mr. Antonio was wearing. I stumbled into the hallway, completely disoriented, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. That's when I heard a noise coming from the end of the hallway, the same spot where the figure had disappeared before. It was a metallic sound, like someone trying to open the emergency stairwell door. Even though every fiber of my being was begging me to run in the opposite direction, I knew I had to check it out. Mr. Antonio was my responsibility, and if he was confused and trying to leave that way, he could seriously hurt himself. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight, since I'd left the other one at the station, and walked slowly toward the sound. With each step, the temperature seemed to drop a few more degrees. The metallic noise continued, in a nearly hypnotic rhythm, as if someone were lightly tapping on the door. Tap, tap, tap. When I got close enough to illuminate the area, the noise stopped abruptly. The emergency stairwell door was closed, but something was different about it. I brought the light closer and felt my stomach sink. There were wet fingerprints on the doorknob, as if someone with soaking hands had tried to open it. But the most disturbing part was that the marks looked old, slightly yellowed as if they'd been there for a long time, which was impossible because I was certain they hadn't been there earlier. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. That's when its light flickered 3 times and went out. The battery had died, even though it was at 85% just moments before. I stood paralyzed in the dark, feeling the cold air wrapping around my body. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of my rapid breathing and the beating of my heart. Then I heard something that made every hair on my body stand up. Wet footsteps. They started slowly, coming from behind me. Splash, splash, splash. It wasn't the sound of shoes on the floor, but rather the sound of bare, wet feet dragging across the ground, and they were getting closer. I turned slowly, trembling so much I could barely stand. That's when I saw it. At the end of the hallway, partially illuminated by the faint light coming from the nurse's station window, was a figure in a hospital gown. But there was something profoundly wrong with it. The gown was soaked, clinging to the body, and water was constantly dripping, forming a puddle on the floor. The person, or whatever it was, stood with its back to me, head tilted slightly to the side at an angle that seemed painfully unnatural. Its bare feet were darkened as if in decay. I tried to scream, to call for help, but no sound came out of my mouth. My whole body was shaking, and I felt like I would pass out at any moment. That's when the figure started to turn, very slowly. First, the head, twisting at an even sharper angle, as if there were no bones or muscles to limit the movement. I saw part of the face. The skin had a greenish hue, the lips were purple, and the eyes were completely white, without irises or pupils. A grotesque smile spread across its face, revealing blackened teeth. At that moment, my legs finally responded, and I ran. I ran like I had never run before. I stumbled down the stairs, nearly falling several times. When I reached the second floor, I found Rose in the hallway and practically fell into her arms, sobbing and shaking. She called other staff members, and a security team went up to check the third floor. Guess what? Mr. Antonio was sleeping peacefully in his bed, as if he'd never left. The floor was completely dry, with no trace of water, and the emergency stairwell door had no marks on it. They tried to convince me I had fallen asleep and dreamed, or that I was overly stressed. But I know what I saw. The next day, still deeply shaken, I researched the hospital's history. That's when I discovered something that made me question everything I believed until then. Exactly 27 years ago, a patient had died in the old hydrotherapy wing, which was located right where the dead-end corridor on the third floor is now. According to records, she was wearing a blue gown when she was found. The most disturbing part? She was reportedly seen wandering the hallways hours after she was found, leaving wet footprints wherever she went. The next day I requested a transfer to the day shift and never worked at night again. To this day, when I pass by that hallway during the day, I feel a cold chill down my spine. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I glance quickly, I swear I see a puddle forming on the floor even on the driest days of the year. I've never been one to be impressed by nightmares. Since I was young, I learned to ignore that uneasy feeling that sometimes appears after waking up sweaty in the middle of the night. But that night was different. I'd come back from a friend's place and lay down late, already past 2 in the morning. As usual, I put on a playlist playing softly and fell asleep within minutes, exhausted. I woke up with a jolt, the kind that almost throws you out of bed, and realized I was drenched in cold sweat. It was the kind of nightmare that traps you in a scene so absurd, yet so vivid, it feels like it lasted an eternity. In the nightmare, I was on a street that seemed familiar, but something was off. The houses, the trees, everything looked exaggerated, as if every detail was there to make me feel uncomfortable, something out of place. I walked down this deserted street, and the only thing I could hear was the sound of my footsteps echoing. At some point, I began to feel someone watching me. I looked back, but all I could see were shadows, figures moving too fast to make out. When I finally stopped walking, I felt a presence right behind me, and a low voice whispered my name. That made me wake up instantly, still hearing that whisper in my head. I lay there for a few seconds, trying to understand what I'd just dreamt. The room was dark, and the only sound I could hear was the faint hum of the playlist still playing, slightly distorted, adding to the heavy atmosphere. I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself down, and thought it was just another one of those weird dreams. Nothing more. Until suddenly my phone vibrated. Who the hell would be calling me at this hour? It was almost 3 in the morning. I looked at the screen, still half asleep, and felt a chill run down my spine. The number was unknown. My first thought was that it might be some emergency, a family member, so I answered without hesitation. When I put the phone to my ear, I heard breathing on the other end. "Hello?" I said, trying to hide my apprehension. The breathing continued for a few seconds, heavy and uneven, as if the person was just standing there listening. Then, a voice, and here is where my heart practically stopped, began to speak in a low, dragged tone, exactly like the voice I'd heard in my dream. "You woke up fast," said the person, or the thing, whatever it was. My body froze. It was impossible. I knew I was awake, and I knew this voice, which seemed like an echo straight from the nightmare, was no figment of my imagination. My hand started shaking as I held the phone. I tried to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. I asked who was speaking, trying to sound firm, but the voice on the other end only let out a low, muffled laugh and said, "You know me. I was just with you." Hearing that, a chill went through my entire body. It was as if each word pulled me back into the nightmare, to that dark, empty street. My instinct was to hang up, but it felt like my fingers wouldn't obey. Something about that voice paralyzed me in a way I'd never felt before. The silence in the room became heavy, almost suffocating. The voice continued, whispering nonsensical things, fragmented phrases that only deepened my discomfort. It spoke of things I didn't remember, places I had no idea about, yet they somehow felt strangely familiar. Then, in one of those stray phrases, I heard something that chilled me to the bone. The voice mentioned my childhood, an incident that happened when I was 7, something I'd never told anyone. I nearly dropped the phone. How could someone know that? At that moment, I started doubting if I was really awake. I looked around the room, searching for something that would confirm that this wasn't just a continuation of the nightmare. But everything was there. My lamp, the pile of clothes on the chair, the fan beside the bed. Every detail seemed to confirm that I was indeed awake. And still, that voice, that presence, it felt as though something had crossed from the dream into reality. Overwhelmed, I asked once more who it was and why they were calling me, but the response came as an almost inaudible whisper. "You already know. You just need to remember." That was the last straw. I hung up abruptly and tossed the phone onto the bed, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. I could still feel the presence of that person, or whatever it was, lingering over me, even after I'd hung up. I stayed there, frozen, trying to hear any sound in the absolute silence of the room. Fear took over. I knew that somehow that being, that voice, had a connection to something from my past, but it was a past I'd never touched, something I didn't even want to remember. The room felt increasingly suffocating, as if the air itself was thick with that presence. I picked up the phone again, and without thinking much, went to my call history. The number was still there, but there was no other information. I decided to try calling back, hoping someone would answer and reveal that it was all just a sick joke. But when I dialed, the sound on the other end was only static, a noise that seemed to pulse, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, as if it were trying to recreate something. I listened for a few seconds until I realized that noise was changing. It was as if the voice was returning, trying to form words. I hung up immediately, my heart racing. I sat on the bed for a long time, trying to calm down, but the fear wouldn't go away. I decided to get up and walk around the house, turning on some lights to feel safe. I passed through the living room, the kitchen, and everything seemed in order. Yet there was something strange in the air, a heavy silence. That's when I approached the window and saw something that made me question my sanity. Across the street, under a streetlight, there was someone standing, a figure I could barely see, but it looked like it was staring right at me. It was like being back on that street in the nightmare. My feet stayed rooted to the floor, and fear kept me from closing the curtain. I stood there, staring at that silhouette until it started moving, slowly, as if it were walking towards me. When I finally regained movement, I yanked the curtain shut with all my strength, locked the window, and secured every door in the house. I ran back to the bedroom, feeling like a kid scared of the dark. I threw myself onto the bed, covered my head, and for the first time in years prayed that this was just an illusion brought on by exhaustion, stress, anything. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually, I started calming down, and the silence in the room returned to normal. When I finally looked at my phone again, I noticed that the call history had disappeared, as if that call had never happened. I don't know what that was, who or what I saw or heard, or why it seemed to know so much about me. But since that night, I haven't been able to sleep in peace. From time to time, I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone's watching me, and that at any moment, my phone might ring again. When Louisa and I decided to move, the last thing we expected was to find an old house at such a good price. I still remember the first time we visited the place. It had that worn-out charm with thick walls, creaky wooden floors, and a huge attic. It was the kind of house that seemed to have its own story, you know? We even joked about how an old house like that must have a past, but honestly, we didn't take it seriously. We moved in with the excitement of starting a life together, and I, who was never superstitious, thought the sounds around the place were just the old wooden floor settling. But over time, those sounds began to feel different. The first night we heard something strange was about 2 weeks after moving in. We were in bed, almost asleep, when we heard a noise upstairs, like something heavy had fallen in the attic. I thought it was in our heads after all. It was an old house, but Louisa looked at me startled and said she heard it too. It was late, and I was tired, so I tried to calm her down, saying it was probably just a bird that got in or some small animal. I was starting to convince myself it was a simple explanation, but then the sound came back. This time, it sounded like something was being dragged. The next day, I went up to the attic to check it out. I grabbed a flashlight because the attic light was too dim, and the place had this strange smell, a mix of dust and dampness, kind of sour, you know? I looked around every corner, and there was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Just boxes of old stuff, huge cobwebs, and a dusty mirror at the far end. It looked like any old attic. I thought maybe the noise could be the wood settling with the weight of the boxes. Feeling relieved, I went back downstairs and told Louisa I hadn't seen anything unusual up there. We laughed it off, agreeing it was all in our heads, that we were just paranoid about being in a new house. But the next night, the noise returned. This time, it was more intense, like someone was walking back and forth up there, dragging something across the floor. And it wasn't just once. The sound came and went, almost like it had a pattern, a kind of persistence that made it impossible to relax. This time, I have to admit, I was genuinely bothered. Louisa and I sat on the bed, in silence, staring at the ceiling and listening to those footsteps. It couldn't just be the house creaking on its own. The worst part was the silence that followed each session of noises, like whatever it was knew we were listening. The next morning, with a bit more courage, I decided to install a camera up there. Louisa and I were tired of losing sleep, and we needed some sort of explanation, no matter how absurd it might be. The camera was a simple one, but it had night vision. I positioned it at an angle that covered most of the attic, and as I was setting it up, I found myself looking at the old mirror at the far end. Something about it always unsettled me. Maybe the way it reflected the dimness, giving the impression that someone else was there. But I brushed it off and went back to the bedroom, confident that we'd finally uncover what was causing the noises that night. That night, the sound started earlier than usual. We hadn't even turned off the lights yet when we heard that same constant dragging. I looked at Louisa, and her face was pale. I tried to pretend I was calm, but the truth was I was nervous too. We went straight to the phone screen where the camera was streaming live. At first, everything was still, just that dark, dusty scene with a grainy image. But then, something caught our attention. The mirror. It looked like something moved across it, a quick shadow that was hard to make out. Louisa nearly dropped the phone when we saw it. I thought about going up there again, seeing it with my own eyes, but something told me it was better to stay put, to watch from afar. And then, as if wanting to send us a message, the noise got louder. It was no longer dragging, but something like rhythmic, violent thuds on the floor. I felt a tightness in my chest, my heart racing, and Louisa was gripping my hand so hard it almost hurt. The silence after the thuds was suffocating, as if the whole house was waiting for our reaction. We stayed there, frozen, and just when I thought I could breathe again, the sound stopped out of nowhere. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the house felt heavy. I tried to act like everything was normal, but Louisa could no longer hide her fear. She said she was dreaming about the mirror almost every night, like something inside it was watching us. I even thought about taking it down, throwing it away, or at least covering it with a cloth. But at the same time, something stopped me, like it was better not to mess with what we didn't understand. Every night the sounds grew more intense, and I felt like we were getting closer to something, but without knowing exactly what. After several more sleepless nights, I'd had enough. I decided we needed to call someone who knew more about this stuff than we did. I searched online and found a guy who claimed to be a paranormal expert from the next town over. Louisa, who'd always been more skeptical than I was so terrified that she didn't even question the idea. Deep down, I think she just wanted an explanation that made sense. Anything that could help us understand what was happening in that attic. We scheduled a visit for the next day, and that brought us a little peace, like we were finally in control of the situation. When the so-called expert arrived, he was an older man with a graying beard and deep-set eyes that seemed to see beyond the obvious. He listened to us attentively, without any hint of disbelief or mockery, which made me feel less foolish for calling someone like him. When we mentioned the mirror, he looked visibly interested and asked to go upstairs immediately. We followed him to the attic, and as soon as we crossed the door, he stopped, looked around with a serious expression, and asked us to remain silent. He said there was a strange energy there, something trapped between worlds, as he put it. The man slowly walked up to the mirror and, without touching it, just stared at the reflection in silence. Louisa and I were nervous, but we didn't dare say a word. After what felt like an eternity, he turned to us and said we couldn't keep the mirror any longer. This thing is like a portal. Someone or something got trapped in it and wants to get out. Every time you hear those noises, it's this thing trying to cross over. My knees nearly gave out hearing that. I'd never believed much in these things, but the way he spoke with such conviction made my skin crawl. It felt like he knew exactly what he was talking about. He instructed us to cover the mirror with a thick cloth and take it far away, preferably to a calm place. It sounded crazy, but by that point, we were willing to do anything to get our peace back. That same afternoon, we found an old, thick cloth, covered the mirror, and put it in the car trunk. We drove to a remote area outside town, near a lake where no one ever went. We didn't say a word during the drive. We both knew it was something we could never explain or forget. We left the mirror there without looking back. That night, for the first time in weeks, the house was silent. There were no more dragging sounds, no footsteps, no noises coming from the attic. Louisa and I sat in silence for a while, just absorbing the peace that was slowly filling the rooms. We didn't go to sleep right away. We stayed sitting on the bed, processing everything, as if waiting for the sound to start again at any moment. But nothing happened. It was like the house was finally at rest. The feeling of relief was so immense I could hardly believe it. Louisa held my hand and smiled, bringing me a calm I hadn't felt in a long time. The days that followed were strangely normal, almost unsettling. Every time I went up to the attic to grab something or just to make sure everything was in order, I felt a void, an absence that hadn't been there before. I can't explain it, but it felt like the space had lost that weight, that presence that made the air thick and oppressive. The boxes were all in place. The wooden floor creaked as always, but now the space just felt empty. The strangest part was realizing how the absence of something I barely understood left me uneasy, like something was missing. A few weeks later, Louisa and I decided to visit the lake where we left the mirror, more for symbolic closure than anything else. We wanted to see if it was still there, maybe to convince ourselves that it all really happened and wasn't just some collective paranoia. When we arrived, we couldn't find the mirror. We searched the area, calling each other's names as if one of us had moved it as a joke, but it was simply gone. We tried to convince ourselves that someone else might have taken it, but the uncomfortable feeling returned. It was like the mirror had vanished on purpose. To this day, we're not sure what that mirror was or what really caused the noises in the house. We haven't heard anything since we got rid of it, but every now and then, Louisa wakes up scared, saying she saw a shadow in the reflection of the mirror in our bedroom. I always tell her it's all in her head, but to be honest, when she falls back asleep, I'm afraid to look at the mirror too. Sometimes I feel like this story isn't over, like we left something unfinished in that attic. It's an irrational fear, but a real one. Maybe someday we'll find out what really happened. For now, I'd rather not try to find out. I've always been a skeptical guy, Never believed in the supernatural or things outside of logic. For me, everything has always had a rational explanation, and maybe that's why I didn't give much thought to these strange dreams that started happening last year. At the time, I'd been living alone for about 2 years in a quiet neighborhood. My routine was simple: work, gym, and on Friday nights, dinner with friends. Nothing unusual or scary. But suddenly, nights started to feel dark. Instead of waking up refreshed, I'd get up with this lingering sense of unease. Dreams, which were once rare, became frequent and took on a very specific form. It was always the same theme: someone or something trying to get into my house. The first time I dreamed about it was on an ordinary Tuesday night. I remember being exhausted, falling asleep quickly, and suddenly, there I was, standing in my living room, but with a heavy, almost suffocating atmosphere. I couldn't see who was outside clearly, but I could feel a presence. It was a tall figure, part human, part animal. The silhouette looked like a man, but something was off. The outlines were irregular, like his body was somehow distorted, twisted in an unnatural way. In that first dream, he just stood outside, in front of the living room window, one hand almost touching the glass. When I woke up, the relief of being safe in my bed was quickly replaced by the memory of that bizarre figure. The dreams continued, but things started to change. Suddenly, it wasn't just a presence outside. In each new dream, it seemed bolder, closer. In one of them, I remember seeing it trying to open the front door. The creature held the doorknob and pulled, but never managed to get inside. I saw myself just standing there, hypnotized, unable to move, just watching that silent, desperate attempt of someone, or something, trying to invade my space. I can't explain it, but each time I woke up, I felt a fear that went beyond the dream. It was as if that feeling clung to me, like it was still out there, lurking. As the days went by, I started avoiding sleep. Nights turned into a mixture of anxiety and exhaustion, a type of unease I had never felt before. I knew that if I slept, it would be there, waiting. The worst part is that even when I was awake, I sometimes caught a shadow moving out of the corner of my eye or heard a muffled sound. I tried convincing myself it was all in my head, maybe just sleep deprivation. But deep down, I already sensed it was more than that. Something was happening, and I couldn't ignore it. Over time, the dreams grew more intense. It was like it was getting impatient, more persistent. One night, I remember it started the same way. I was in the living room. The silence was absolute, but the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like the air was poisoned. I smelled something metallic like blood in the air, and the sound of heavy breathing echoed around, even though I was there alone. When I looked at the door, it was closer than ever, pressing its face against the glass of the window. I could make out the shape of its head better, with a kind of short snout and sharp teeth protruding from a twisted mouth. The eyes were two dark patches, lifeless. It was human, but not completely. When I woke up, the terror was so real that I nearly fell out of bed. My heart was pounding and sweat dripped down my face. It took me a few minutes to understand I was in my room, safe, or at least that's what I tried to believe. I got up, went to the kitchen for a glass of water, and as I passed by the living room, I couldn't resist looking at the window. It was irrational, I knew, but I felt the need to make sure everything was normal. When I looked, the glass reflected my pale face, but a shadow seemed to be creeping in the distance, in the yard. I blinked and it was gone, but that feeling of not being alone lingered. I started talking about these dreams with some friends, trying to vent and see if they had any logical explanation. They laughed, saying I was overworking or watching too many horror movies. Deep down, I knew it was more than that. The dream, or whatever it was, seemed to be growing, getting bolder. I started making small changes around the house, like locking the windows and leaving lights on in the living room and hallway at night. But none of it eased the fear. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of that figure returned, and each time it seemed more real. One of those nights, things reached a peak. I dreamed I was in the living room again, but this time something was different. I felt it had gotten past the door, that there was no longer anything between us. I heard slow, dragging footsteps and breathing so heavy it made the walls vibrate. I couldn't move. It was like I was glued to the floor, frozen with terror. It kept getting closer, and I knew that this time it wasn't just trying to scare me. When I finally managed to move, I woke up with a jolt, but something was wrong. The air in the room was cold, and I felt as if someone, or something, had been there with me. After that night, I simply couldn't sleep properly anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, that figure came back, clearer and more threatening each time. The worst part was that, even awake, the feeling of being watched lingered. One night, sitting on the couch, I even heard strange noises outside, like branches breaking or slow footsteps over dry leaves in the yard. My first reaction was to turn on all the lights in the house, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But the silence returned, and with it the unsettling idea that that being was stalking me, like a predator watching its prey. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't prove it. I decided to install security cameras, more to reassure myself than actually expecting to see anything. For the first few days, nothing unusual showed up on the recordings, and I started to think maybe it was all paranoia. But then, one night when I'd finally managed to fall asleep, I was woken up by a sound that chilled me to the bone. It was a slow, constant scratching, like nails scraping on wood. When I got up to check the cameras, the sight was chilling. Outside, by the living room window, a shadow moved, tall and distorted with that familiar human-animal outline. That was the first time I saw the visitor outside of my dreams, and let me tell you, it was much worse in real life. The figure seemed to stretch like it had bones that bent in the wrong directions. Every movement was slow and calculated, and although I couldn't see its face clearly, I felt those empty eyes staring straight at me. I stood paralyzed, my heart racing, as the figure kept moving closer to the window. It was only when it lifted one of its long, deformed hands that I snapped out of it, ran to turn off the lights, and hid in my room. I locked the door and stayed there, breathing deeply, hoping the thing would leave. After that day, the atmosphere in my house changed completely. I couldn't stay alone without feeling it was nearby, lurking. Even friends who came over commented on how the place felt colder, darker. I started seriously considering moving, but at the same time I felt an inexplicable fear that it would follow me. It was as if the creature had latched onto me, and no matter where I went, it would find a way to show up. I knew I had to do something, or I'd end up going crazy. After weeks of living in this constant state of alert, I decided to do something more practical. I talked to a friend who knew a bit about energies and spirituality, and he suggested I try some kind of cleansing for the house. Honestly, I didn't believe in it much, but I was so desperate that anything seemed better than continuing in this nightmare. On the scheduled day, he brought incense, crystals, and performed a kind of ritual, walking through each room, muttering words I barely understood. Even though I was skeptical, I have to admit that for a moment the atmosphere felt lighter, like that thing had finally given up on me. That night I slept deeply for the first time in months. When I woke up, the relief was so overwhelming that I was almost in shock, unable to believe I'd finally spent a whole night without the constant fear of that figure. But just to be safe, I kept the lights on and the security cameras running. The following days were peaceful, and I began to feel that maybe I'd managed to get rid of that presence. It was strange, but somehow the house felt more mine again, like that weight had lifted for good. It was only a week later that I decided to review the security footage from that night, more out of curiosity than anything else. I watched the videos without much expectation, skimming through each minute. But in one of the clips, around 3 a.m, I noticed a shadow. My heart nearly stopped. It was the same figure standing right in front of the window, motionless. But the scariest part was the last moment of the recording. It looked directly at the camera, and for a split second I saw its face clearly. A vacant, almost mocking stare, as if it knew that nothing I did could stop it from finding me. Since then, I haven't seen the creature again, but the image of that look haunts me to this day. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and the silence grows heavy, I still feel a presence, like it's there, quietly waiting. Maybe it's left me alone, or maybe it's just waiting for the right time to return. All I know is that I'll never forget that figure, nor the fear it brought. One day I might have to face it again, but for now all I can do is keep watch and try not to think too much about what was truly lurking that night. I grew up on a small farm that my family and I called home for as long as I can remember. This place, tucked away from town, was surrounded by endless fields, thick trees, and a quiet that at times felt almost unnatural. We didn't have neighbors close by, just the open land stretching for miles in every direction. My dad would always joke about how our closest friends were the crows that hung around our cornfield, but on stormy nights, that joke didn't feel so funny. Something about the isolation made the dark seem darker, the silence heavier, especially when it rained. One night, a storm hit out of nowhere. It was one of those sudden wild storms that seem to come with no warning. No gradual build-up, just rain slamming down and thunder rolling in close. I was with my younger sister in the living room, trying to ignore the wind rattling the windows, when my dad called us over to the back door. He had that tone in his voice that was serious but calm, the kind of tone he'd use if he saw a coyote near the house. My mom joined us, and when we all looked out, there was something, or rather, someone, standing in the middle of the field. At first, I thought it was maybe a tree or a trick of the light. The rain was pouring so hard it was hard to see clearly. But as lightning flashed across the sky, it lit up the figure standing there. It wasn't close, maybe about 50 yards from the house, but it was unmistakable. A tall, dark silhouette, completely still, facing us, just standing there. My sister squeezed my hand, and I could feel her trembling. None of us said anything. We just stared, almost as if we were waiting for it to do something, anything to prove we weren't seeing things. Minutes passed, but it felt like an eternity. The figure never moved. It just stayed there, as if watching us. The rain wasn't letting up, so my dad finally decided to go out and see what it was. He told us to stay inside, but as he stepped out onto the porch, I couldn't help but follow, staying a few steps behind. My mom tried to hold my sister back, but I knew we were all curious, or maybe just too scared to be apart. With the flashlight in one hand and his rifle in the other, my dad walked slowly towards the figure. Every step he took seemed to echo louder than the rain and thunder combined. But as he got closer, something strange happened. The figure didn't react, didn't turn, didn't move. And then, just as my dad was about 20 feet away, he stopped. The figure was gone. Just gone. One moment it was there, and the next it wasn't. My dad swung the flashlight around, but there was nothing, just an empty field and the relentless rain. When he walked back towards us, his face was pale, his jaw clenched tight. I could tell he didn't want to scare us, but the look in his eyes told me he was just as shaken as we were. Back inside, we all tried to act like nothing had happened. My mom made some tea, my sister wrapped herself in a blanket, and we all sat in silence listening to the storm. But then, just when I thought maybe we could brush it off as some kind of optical illusion, or just our minds playing tricks on us, my dad looked out the window again. His face went white, and without a word, he pointed. Right there, in the exact same spot, was the figure again. We all froze, staring out the window, unable to believe what we were seeing. The figure was back, standing in that same eerie stillness, completely unaffected by the rain or the thunder that seemed to shake the ground. It was like it had never left. My sister whispered, asking if it could be some kind of scarecrow, but we didn't own one. And besides, no scarecrow moves like that. Even with the storm raging around us, there was something almost unnatural about how quiet it felt in that moment, like everything was holding its breath, waiting. My dad didn't hesitate this time. He grabbed his flashlight again, along with a heavy coat, and told us he'd be right back. My mom tried to convince him to stay, but he was determined. As he stepped outside, the rain seemed to swallow him up, and all we could do was watch from the window, our eyes glued to that figure. My mom kept the door slightly open, so we could hear him yell if he needed anything. I could feel my heart pounding, every muscle in my body tense as I waited. He got closer and closer, shining his flashlight right where the figure stood, but it didn't budge. He called out, his voice strong but wary, demanding to know who was out there. There was no response, just the relentless downpour and the wind howling through the trees. My dad walked closer, almost within reach of the figure now, and for a split second I thought I saw it shift, just slightly, like it was breathing. But as he swung the light back and forth, we all saw it. There was nothing there, just empty space where the figure had been moments before. When he came back inside, dripping wet and visibly shaken, he didn't say anything at first. He just sat down at the kitchen table, staring at his hands. Finally, he told us he had found something, a set of footprints deep in the mud, leading up to the spot where the figure had stood. But here's the strangest part. The footprints just stopped. No tracks leading away, no sign of anyone or anything. They just ended, like whoever or whatever had been there had simply vanished. We all sat there in silence, trying to process what he was telling us. My mom kept glancing back at the window as if expecting the figure to reappear at any moment. My sister was pale, her hands trembling as she clutched her mug. For the rest of the night, none of us slept. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind had us on edge. The storm eventually passed, but that feeling of being watched lingered, heavy and oppressive, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. In the morning, we went out to the field together to see the footprints for ourselves. Sure enough, they were there, clear as day, leading up to that same spot, and then nothing. My dad tried to brush it off, saying maybe the rain had washed away the rest of the tracks, but we all knew that didn't explain what we'd seen. That day, as the sun rose and the fields glistened with rain, the fear started to fade. But even now, years later, every time a storm rolls in, I can't help but glance out the window, half expecting to see that dark figure standing in the field, watching. I used to visit my friend Matt's house every week, practically since we met in school. This started about 3 years ago when he and his mom moved into that house. It was a large Victorian-style house in a quiet neighborhood in the city. I never thought much about the place until, little by little, I began to notice a strange feeling every time I was there. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. The house was old, with those long hallways and dark wooden doors that made you feel like you were being watched. But over time, it got worse, and I didn't know if it was all in my head or if something was really off. Matt didn't seem to notice anything strange. To him, the house was just old and charming, as he would say. I tried to agree, but every time I reached the front door, I felt a chill go up my spine. You know that feeling when you sense someone staring at you? That was exactly it. The first time I really thought about saying something to him was after a particularly weird episode. We were playing video games in the basement, where he'd set up a sort of game room, and suddenly, we heard a door slam upstairs, like there was a gust of wind, but all the windows were closed. Matt laughed, saying it was probably just the house talking. I laughed along, but that strange feeling only grew stronger. After that, I started paying more attention to the sounds and the overall atmosphere of the house. There was one thing that wouldn't leave me alone: the attic. It was a place Matt said he never went because it had been locked since they moved in. According to him, his mom had stored some old family belongings up there and no one ever touched it. But every now and then, I'd hear noises coming from there. They weren't typical sounds, like creaks from an old house. It was more like light footsteps, as if someone was walking back and forth. I tried to ignore it, but I always found myself looking up at the ceiling, waiting to hear something again. One night, after we'd played late into the evening, I was walking up the stairs to leave, and I thought I saw a shadow at the end of the second-floor hallway. It was quick, but it was there. I stopped halfway up the stairs and just stared at the spot. When I realized it, Matt was calling me from the door, asking what I was waiting for. I just said I was thinking about something and ran down. After that night, things started to get more intense, and it was as if the house somehow knew I'd noticed something different about it. On the next few visits, I already arrived at the house with that weight in my chest. It was like the air there was denser, almost suffocating. One day, while we were watching a movie in the living room, the silence was suddenly broken by a loud sound from upstairs. It sounded like furniture being dragged, but it was just the two of us there, and Matt's mom was away visiting relatives. I looked at him expecting some kind of reaction, but he just shrugged, like it was the most normal noise in the world. I tried to brush it off, but that unease wouldn't go away. A few weeks later, something happened that made me seriously consider stopping my visits. I was alone in the kitchen grabbing a glass of water when I clearly heard someone calling my name. It was a low voice, almost a whisper, coming from the hallway. My first thought was that it was Matt playing a prank on me, but when I went to the living room, he was there, focused on his phone, completely unbothered. I asked if he'd called me, and he just shook his head without even looking up. That really unsettled me. I'd never been one to believe in supernatural stuff, but that experience made me question things a bit. After that, I avoided being alone anywhere in the house. If Matt left the room, I'd go with him, and if I had to go upstairs to use the bathroom, I'd hurry as much as possible. Even he started noticing and asked if something was wrong. I just said his house had a weird vibe, but I tried not to go into details. Matt laughed, a bit confused, but agreed that it was a place full of history. But for me, it was more than that. It was like every corner of the house hid something I didn't want to find out. One night, when it was really late, Matt's mom came into the living room looking a bit confused. She asked if either of us had messed with the attic door. We said no, and she mentioned that she'd heard footsteps upstairs and saw the doorknob moving, like someone was trying to open the door. I looked at Matt, hoping he'd be as freaked out as I was, but he just laughed, saying the house was full of surprises. However, I noticed his mom didn't find it funny. She looked more scared than ever, and that was the first time I thought maybe I wasn't the only one sensing something wrong there. On my next visit, as soon as I stepped in, I felt the air heavier than ever. Matt's mom had gone out, so it was just the two of us. I was trying to hide my discomfort while he made us something to eat, when we heard a loud crash from upstairs. Matt looked at me, genuinely unsettled for the first time. "Should we go check it out?" he asked with a nervous smile. I hesitated, but I felt that if we didn't go up together at that moment, I'd never have the courage to come back there. We slowly climbed the stairs, our hearts racing. When we reached the top, we realized the noise had come from the hallway near the attic. The attic door handle was turning on its own, like someone on the other side was trying to open it. Matt and I froze, unsure of what to do. Before either of us could think of moving, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a pitch-black space inside. I felt a chill cut through me, like I'd been hit by an icy wind, even though the air around us was still. Matt, visibly shaken, took a step back. I could barely breathe, unable to look away from that emptiness that seemed to stare back at us. For a second, I could have sworn I saw a shadow moving inside, but maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. In a burst of instinct, Matt slammed the door shut and turned the key in the lock, securing it firmly. We rushed downstairs and out of the house without saying a word. Only once we were outside did he finally break the silence, admitting he'd also felt something strange there, but never wanted to acknowledge it because he thought it was silly. That confirmed my suspicion that there was something in that house that even he who lived there couldn't ignore. In that moment, I decided I wouldn't go back. There was something in that attic I didn't want to see again. After that night, Matt started coming over to my house instead, and little by little, he began to avoid spending much time alone there too. His mom never brought it up again, but I heard she had a pastor bless the house, which didn't help much. Matt told me the noises in the attic continued, but he'd learned to ignore them. I, however, could never forget that chill or the feeling of being watched. To this day, I wonder what, or who, was in that attic, and why it seemed so desperate to get out. It was a late Thursday night in San Antonio. I had just wrapped up a meeting that ran longer than expected, and the parking garage was almost empty. The echoes of my footsteps bounced off the concrete walls as I made my way back to my car on the third level. I was tired, just wanting to get home and collapse on the couch. The air smelled like stale exhaust, the type of stagnant air you'd expect in an underground garage. As I walked, I had that sudden feeling, the kind that crawls up your neck and raises the hair on your arms. I glanced back, trying not to make it obvious. I saw a figure, a man, maybe about 30 feet behind me. He was walking, looking straight at me. I turned my head forward again, trying to act normal, but the unease sank in. My pace picked up a bit, and my steps got sharper, echoing louder. I listened closely. His footsteps matched mine, step for step. I looked back again, this time more obviously. He was still there, no mistake about it. He was tall, dark hoodie, hands shoved deep in his pockets. His face was partly obscured by a cap, but I could tell his eyes were on me. My heart pounded, each beat echoing louder than my footsteps. I didn't like this one bit. My car wasn't too far, maybe 10 or 12 spaces down. I just needed to get there, get in, and lock the doors. I walked faster, my breath quickening. My keys were in my pocket, but as I reached in, a cold realization hit me. I didn't feel them. I patted my jacket pocket, then my jeans pocket, both empty. Panic started to creep in. I reached my car, a beat-up old sedan with faded blue paint, and turned around again. The guy was closer now, maybe 20 feet away. He had definitely sped up. I felt my stomach twist, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. I kept one hand on the door handle as if that would somehow protect me, while my other hand frantically patted down every pocket. Nothing. My keys weren't there. My mind raced. Did I drop them somewhere? Leave them in the meeting room? No time to think. The guy was closing in. I forced myself to stay calm, at least on the outside. I couldn't let him know I was panicking. I took a deep breath, turned my back to the car, and tried to look casual. The guy was almost right behind me now, and I had to do something. I couldn't get in my car, couldn't drive away. Running crossed my mind, but the stairwell was at least 30 feet back in the opposite direction. My heart hammered in my chest, and I could feel the adrenaline hitting me hard. I knew I had to think fast. He was about 10 feet away when I finally spoke. "Hey man, can I help you with something?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It came out more shaky than I intended. I didn't want to sound scared, but I could hear the tension in my own voice. He didn't answer. He just kept coming, his eyes locked on me. That was when the fear really hit. This guy wasn't just some random person heading to his own car. He was here for me. My muscles tensed, and I could feel my fight or flight kicking in hard. The garage was empty, no one else around. Just me, this guy, and a lot of concrete. I decided to move. I backed away from my car, keeping my eyes on him, trying to keep the distance between us. He was maybe 5 feet away now, and I could see his hands still deep in his hoodie pockets. I didn't like that at all. I didn't know what he might be hiding in there, a knife, a gun, anything. My mouth went dry and I felt my palms sweating. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble," I said, taking another step back. My voice echoed slightly in the empty garage. He still didn't say anything. He just kept coming. His silence was scarier than if he'd said something threatening. At least then I'd know what he wanted. The quiet made my imagination run wild, and none of the scenarios were good. I turned, finally deciding to make a break for it. I bolted towards the stairwell. My feet pounded against the concrete, and I heard his footsteps pick up speed behind me. He was chasing me now. The sound of his shoes hitting the ground seemed to grow louder with every step. My legs burned as I sprinted, the cold air filling my lungs. I reached the door to the stairwell and slammed into it, pushing it open with all my weight. The metal door banged against the wall, and I took the stairs 2 at a time. I could hear him behind me, the heavy thuds of his feet echoing in the stairwell. My breathing was ragged, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't dare look back. I just focused on moving, on getting away from him. I reached the next landing and pushed through another door, back out into the garage on the second level. I paused for a split second, looking around. There had to be someone, anyone. But it was empty, just rows of cars and the dim, flickering lights overhead. I could still hear him coming, the door to the stairwell slamming open behind me. I had to keep moving. My eyes scanned the rows of cars, looking for a place to hide. I spotted an SUV a few rows over, its back hatch slightly open. I didn't think, I just ran for it. I dove behind the SUV, crouching down low, trying to make myself as small as possible. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath, every muscle in my body tense. I listened, straining to hear his footsteps. They were slower now, more deliberate. He was looking for me. I could hear him moving between the cars, his shoes scuffing against the concrete. I held my breath, my body pressed against the cold metal of the SUV. The footsteps got closer and I could see his shadow stretching across the ground. He was just on the other side of the SUV now. My heart pounded so hard I was sure he could hear it. I clenched my teeth, trying to stay completely still. He paused, and I could see his feet through the gap under the car. He was standing there just a few feet away. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying he wouldn't come around the side. After what felt like an eternity, I heard his footsteps move away. I opened my eyes, just a crack, watching as his shadow moved further and further from where I was hiding. I let out a slow, shaky breath, trying to keep quiet. My entire body was trembling, the adrenaline still surging through me. I stayed there, crouched behind the SUV until I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. I didn't know if he had given up or if he was still searching somewhere else in the garage, but I knew I couldn't stay there forever. I needed to get help. My phone. I reached into my pocket, my hands still shaking. I pulled it out, my fingers fumbling as I tried to unlock it. I managed to dial 911, pressing the phone to my ear. It rang, each second feeling like an hour. Finally, a dispatcher answered, her voice calm and professional. 911, what's your emergency? I kept my voice low, barely above a whisper. I'm in the parking garage at Commerce and Navarro. There's a guy. He's following me. I think he's trying to hurt me. The dispatcher started asking questions, her voice steady, trying to keep me calm. I answered as best as I could, giving her my location, describing the guy. She told me to stay on the line, that officers were on their way. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me, my eyes darting around the garage, watching for any sign of movement. I stayed crouched there, every muscle in my body aching from the tension. The dispatcher kept talking to me, telling me to stay calm. That help was coming. I could hear sirens in the distance, faint but getting closer. I clung to that sound, focusing on it, letting it drown out the fear that was still gripping me. It felt like forever, but finally I saw the flashing red and blue lights reflecting off the concrete walls of the garage. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky, and stepped out from behind the SUV. I waved my arm, trying to get their attention. A police car pulled up and 2 officers got out, their flashlights cutting through the dim light of the garage. One of them called out to me, "You okay, sir?" I nodded, my voice cracking as I spoke. Yeah, I think so. He's still in here somewhere." The officers nodded, one of them staying with me while the other moved further into the garage, his flashlight sweeping between the cars. I could hear them calling out, telling the guy to show himself, that they were armed. I just stood there, my body still trembling, watching as they searched. After a few minutes, the officer who had stayed with me spoke into his radio. I could hear more sirens approaching, more officers arriving. They were going to sweep the entire garage, make sure the guy was gone. The officer looked at me, his expression softening a bit. "You're lucky you got away," he said. "These places can be dangerous at night." I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah, I just want to go home." He nodded, motioning towards one of the patrol cars. "Let's get you out of here. We'll take your statement downtown, and then you can head home." I followed him to the car, my legs still feeling weak, my heart still racing. I climbed into the back seat, leaning my head against the cool window. The adrenaline was starting to wear off, leaving me feeling drained, every muscle in my body aching. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to calm myself. The ride to the station was a blur. The officer asked me questions and I answered, my voice sounding distant even to myself. I kept replaying everything in my head. The footsteps, the guy's face, the way he had just kept coming, no matter what I said. The fear was still there, just under the surface, making it hard to think about anything else. At the station, they had me fill out some paperwork, gave me a cup of water that I barely touched. They told me they would keep looking for the guy, that they'd increase patrols around the area. I nodded, not really hearing them. All I wanted was to get out of there, to go home and lock the door behind me. Finally, they let me go. One of the officers offered me a ride and I accepted. My car could wait. I wasn't ready to go back to that garage, not yet. The ride home was silent, the city lights passing by in a blur. When we pulled up in front of my apartment building, I thanked the officer and got out, my legs still feeling unsteady beneath me. I made my way up to my apartment, my hands shaking as I unlocked the door. I stepped inside, closing it behind me, leaning against it for a moment. The silence of the apartment was overwhelming, the fear still clinging to me. I locked the door, sliding the deadbolt into place, then checked it twice just to be sure. I sank down onto the couch, my head in my hands, taking deep, shaky breaths. I was safe. The guy was gone. The police were looking for him. But the fear didn't go away. It stayed there, just under the surface, a reminder of how close it had been. I closed my eyes, trying to push it away, trying to focus on the fact that I was home, that I was okay. But I knew it would be a long time before I felt safe again. It was my second week working night security at the Longview Plaza Mall. I took the job because I needed something steady, and the hours fit my schedule. It wasn't glamorous, mostly walking the empty corridors, making sure no one was breaking in, and dealing with the occasional alarm glitch. It was a paycheck and it kept me moving, which was better than sitting behind a desk all night. The mall at night is a different kind of quiet. It's not peaceful. It's the sort of silence that makes you more aware of everything around you. The soft hum of the air conditioning, the way the lights buzzed above me, even the sound of my own breathing seemed to echo off the polished tile floors. There's no background chatter, no sounds of shoes hitting the floor, no smell of food coming from the food court. Just the empty stores, dark displays, and the muted glow of the emergency lights that stayed on all night. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed it. I was doing my rounds, walking past the clothing stores, glancing into the windows, checking to make sure everything was as it should be. There were mannequins posed behind glass, dressed in clothes that would have looked out of place anywhere but a mall display. And then I saw it. A shadow move. I stopped, squinting into the store, trying to make sense of what I saw. I thought it might have been the reflection of something, maybe one of those ceiling lights flickering. But no, it was behind the mannequins. It was a quick flash, almost like someone ducking down. My heart rate picked up a bit, and I found myself holding my breath. I took a step closer to the glass, leaning in, trying to peer into the darkness. Nothing. I couldn't see anything. No movement, no sound. Just the still, lifeless mannequins staring back at me. I shook my head and let out a breath, telling myself I was just tired. I'd been working late shifts and wasn't used to the hours yet. I moved on, finishing my round and heading back to the security office. The office was a small, cramped room in the back corner of the mall, filled with monitors that showed the various security feeds. I sat down, sipped some cold coffee, and stared at the screens. The feeds were mostly still, showing the empty hallways and storefronts. I kept my eyes on the screen showing the store where I thought I saw the shadow. Nothing moved. The store was completely empty. I shook my head again and looked away, focusing on something else, trying not to think too much about it. Maybe an hour later, I was back out on my rounds. The mall still had that same unnerving quiet. I was walking by the electronics store when I heard it. A whisper. It was soft, almost like a breeze, but I knew there was no breeze inside the mall. I froze, my ears straining, trying to catch it again. Nothing. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the empty corridor. The stores were dark, the displays were still, and there wasn't anyone around. I swallowed hard, feeling my throat go dry. My hand went to the flashlight on my belt, and I flicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed back at me, louder than I expected. I waited, listening. Nothing. I shook my head, feeling a chill run down my back. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the empty mall get to me. But something felt off. I could feel my heart pounding, my palms starting to sweat. I kept moving, shining the flashlight into the dark corners looking for anything out of place. The rest of the round was uneventful, and I eventually made my way back to the office. I sat down and watched the cameras again, my eyes scanning the screens, looking for anything, any sign of movement, any shadows, anything that didn't belong. The hours dragged by, and I found myself jumping at every small noise. A vent rattling, the sound of a light clicking off, the creak of the building settling. I was on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was almost 4 a.m. when I saw it again. This time it was on the camera feed. A shadow moving between the displays in the department store. I leaned in, my eyes narrowing, trying to make sense of it. The shadow moved quickly, darting behind a shelf, disappearing from view. My heart jumped and I grabbed my flashlight, pushing myself up from the chair. I didn't wait. I headed out of the office, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor as I made my way to the store. I stopped outside the entrance, the flashlight beam sweeping across the dark displays. The mannequins stood there frozen, their blank faces turned toward me. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, the sound of my footsteps muffled by the carpeted floor. I moved slowly, the flashlight cutting through the darkness, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, my breathing shallow. "Whoever's in here, you need to come out," I called out, my voice sounding more confident than I felt. There was no response. I kept moving, stepping deeper into the store. The light flickered over shelves of clothes, racks of shoes, displays of handbags. And then I heard it again. The whisper. It was closer this time, like it was right behind me. I spun around, the flashlight beam jerking across the store, but there was nothing there. Just empty space. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I turned back around, continuing through the store, my eyes darting from side to side, my ears straining for any sound. The whisper came again, this time from the far corner of the store. I moved toward it, my steps slow and cautious, my flashlight held out in front of me. The corner was dark, the light barely reaching it. I stepped closer, my heart pounding, my breathing shallow. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, the way my muscles were coiled, ready to react. I reached the corner, the flashlight beam sweeping across the floor. There was nothing there. No one. Just a stack of boxes and a few mannequins, their blank faces turned toward me, their arms posed in unnatural positions. I let out a shaky breath, lowering the flashlight. I was just about to turn around when I saw it. Movement. Not a shadow this time. One of the mannequins. Its arm twitched. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, my eyes locked on the mannequin. For a moment I thought I was seeing things, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But then it moved again. The arm jerked and then the head turned, just slightly, its blank face tilting toward me. I stumbled back, my heart slamming in my chest, the flashlight beam shaking as I tried to keep it steady. The mannequin didn't move again. It just stood there, its face turned toward me, its expressionless features staring. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, the urge to turn and run. I took a step back, then another, my eyes never leaving the mannequin. And then I heard it, the whisper, right in my ear. I spun around, the flashlight swinging wildly, but there was no one there. The store was empty. My breathing was fast and shallow, my hands shaking. I backed out of the store, my eyes darting from side to side, every shadow seeming to move, every display looking like it was hiding something. I didn't stop until I was out in the corridor, the flashlight beam pointed at the entrance, my heart pounding in my ears. I stood there for a long moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The mannequin had moved. I knew it had. I wasn't imagining it, I wasn't losing my mind. But there was no one there. No one could have moved it. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, trying to think. I needed to get back to the office to check the cameras to see if they had caught anything. I turned and started walking, my steps quick, my eyes darting around, every shadow seeming to shift, every sound making me jump. I made it back to the office and slammed the door shut behind me, locking it. I sat down in front of the monitors, my hands still shaking as I switched the camera feed to the department store. The screen flickered and I watched, my eyes scanning the displays, looking for any sign of movement. The store was still. The mannequins were where they had been, their blank faces staring, their arms posed. I leaned in, my eyes narrowing, trying to see if any of them had moved. And then I saw it. One of the mannequins, the one in the corner. It was facing the wrong way. Its head was turned, its arm raised. My stomach dropped, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It had moved. I wasn't imagining it. I watched the feed, my eyes glued to the screen, waiting for something to happen. The mannequin didn't move again. The store was silent, empty. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out what I was dealing with. I didn't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything like that, but there was no other explanation. Something was in that mall, something I couldn't see. The rest of the night was a blur. I stayed in the office, my eyes on the monitors, watching the stores, the corridors, every corner of the mall. I didn't go back out. I couldn't. I was too shaken, too scared of what I might find. The whispers continued, soft, barely audible, like they were just out of reach. I tried to ignore them, tried to focus on the screens, but it was impossible. The whispers were everywhere, echoing through the empty mall, coming from every direction. When the morning finally came and the lights flickered on, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The whispers stopped, the shadows seemed to fade, and the mannequins were just mannequins again. I got up, my body aching from the tension, my head pounding. I grabbed my things and left without looking back, the mall feeling less like a place of work and more like something I needed to escape from. I called in sick the next night, and the night after that. Eventually, I quit. I couldn't go back. I couldn't face whatever was in that mall, whatever was moving those mannequins, whispering in the dark. I still don't know what it was. I don't think I ever will, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and I know I'll never set foot in Longview Plaza Mall again. It was supposed to be a quick job, a simple afternoon unloading some old furniture into a storage unit on the outskirts of Spokane, Washington. The day had started off like any other, with clear skies and a chill in the air that made you wish you'd brought an extra layer. I'd rented the unit because my garage was running out of space. Too many old couches and boxes of who knows what, and my wife Karen had been on my case about decluttering. Fair enough, I thought. I drove up to the storage facility just after lunch. The place was quiet, tucked away behind a few rows of big warehouses. It had a single building that looked like an office, and then rows of storage units that stretched in every direction. Each unit had those steel roll-up doors with a padlock clasp. The whole area was surrounded by a chain-link fence, with a keypad gate that made a rusty noise whenever it moved. Not exactly the Ritz, but it was cheap and it worked. The unit I rented was somewhere in the middle of a long row, number 214. I parked my truck in front, unlocked the roll-up door, and started moving boxes out of the truck bed. The door made a squeal when it opened, the kind of sound that could set your teeth on edge. I took a deep breath and told myself it was just a quick trip. Get in, unload, lock up, leave. Easy. I was about halfway through unloading, stacking some old dining chairs against the wall, when I heard a loud clang. The kind of clang that stops you dead in your tracks. Before I could even react, the door slammed shut behind me. I whipped around and lunged for the handle, but it was too late. The door clicked, locked from the outside. I pressed my palms against the cold steel, pushing, pulling, but it didn't budge. My heart gave a quick jump and I swallowed down a rising panic. I reached into my pocket for my phone, but then I remembered. I'd left it on the seat of the truck, charging. Stupid. Stupid. I cursed under my breath, then banged my fist against the door a few times. Hey, anyone out there? My voice echoed in the small space, and I listened, waiting for a response. Nothing. It was pitch black inside. No lights in here, just total darkness. I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I turned around, trying to orient myself when I heard it. A faint tapping. The sound was coming from somewhere deeper in the storage facility. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't like a random echo or a rat scuttling around. No, it was deliberate, slow, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. I stayed still, ears straining to catch every noise. Maybe it was just someone working in another unit, I thought. But the sound didn't stop. It grew louder, more defined. Tap, tap, tap. Each one echoed against the steel walls, sending a cold shiver down my spine. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside, somewhere in the depths of the storage unit rows. I fumbled around, my hands brushing against boxes and dusty furniture until I found an old flashlight in one of the boxes I was moving. It was a bit banged up, but when I clicked it on, a weak yellow beam flickered to life. The light shook as my hand trembled. I scanned around, the narrow beam catching corners and the dull shine of metal shelves. The unit was mostly empty except for the stuff I'd brought. But that tapping, it was coming from somewhere beyond these walls, beyond the door, but close enough that I could feel it in my chest. I moved closer to the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. My pulse thudded in my ears, almost drowning out the noise, but it was still there. I knocked on the door again, harder this time. Hello? Is someone out there? No answer, just the tapping. It seemed to move, like it was drifting from one side of the facility to the other. Slow and deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped back, trying to think. There had to be a way out. I ran my hands along the inside of the door, feeling for any kind of latch, but there was nothing. The storage unit was a sealed box. The air was getting stuffy, and I felt a bead of sweat run down my back. I needed to stay calm. Think, man. Think, I muttered to myself. Then the tapping stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse. I held my breath, waiting, straining to hear anything. Then from somewhere outside the door I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps. My heart started to race and I banged on the door again, harder this time. Hey, I'm in here, let me out. The footsteps stopped. I waited, my ear pressed against the door, but all I heard was silence. Then, without warning, the tapping started again. Closer this time. It was no longer faint, it was right outside, like someone was tapping on the door of the unit next to mine. Tap, tap, tap. I backed away from the door, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I didn't want to be here anymore. I shone the flashlight around, looking for anything that could help. My eyes landed on a rusted crowbar leaning against the back wall. I rushed over, grabbing it, feeling the rough metal in my hands. It wasn't much, but it was something. I went back to the door and wedged the crowbar under the bottom edge. I pushed down, using all my weight. The metal groaned, but the door didn't budge. I grit my teeth, trying again, but it was no use. The door was locked tight. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me, a scraping sound like metal on concrete. I spun around, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. The beam landed on one of the boxes, and I froze. The box had moved. Just a few inches, but it had definitely moved. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. The only answer was the tapping, now echoing through the walls, surrounding me. I tightened my grip on the crowbar, my knuckles white. My eyes darted around the small space, every shadow seeming to shift and move. The air felt thicker, and each breath was harder to take. Then, from the darkness, I heard something else. A whisper. It was soft, almost too quiet to hear, but it was there. Words I couldn't make out, just a low murmur that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I backed up until I hit the wall, the cold steel pressing against my back. The whispering grew louder, mixing with the tapping, filling the space with an overwhelming noise that made my head pound. "Stop it!" I shouted, slamming the crowbar against the door. The clang echoed through the unit, drowning out the whispers for just a moment. My breathing was ragged, my chest tight. I needed to get out. Now. I turned back to the door, slamming the crowbar against it again and again. The metal rang out, each hit sending vibrations up my arms. The tapping outside grew louder, more insistent, like whoever, or whatever, was out there was getting impatient. Tap, tap, tap. Faster now, more forceful. I kept hitting the door, my arms aching, the flashlight flickering with each swing. Then, suddenly, the tapping stopped. The silence was deafening, pressing in on me from all sides. I lowered the crowbar, my breath coming in gasps. I listened, waiting, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no whispers, just silence. I took a step back, the flashlight beam sweeping across the unit. My eyes landed on the box that had moved earlier. It was open now, the flaps pushed back. I hadn't opened it. I knew I hadn't. I took a step closer, the beam shaking as my hand trembled. Inside the box was a small black recorder, one of those old tape recorders, the kind you'd see in a detective movie. The whispering started again, louder this time, and I realized it was coming from the recorder. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold plastic. The whispering grew louder, more urgent, words I still couldn't understand. I grabbed the recorder and hit the stop button. The whispering cut off, leaving the unit in silence once again. I stared at the recorder, my heart pounding. Who had put it there, and why? I turned it over in my hands, looking for anything that could give me a clue, but it was just a plain, black recorder. No markings, no labels, nothing. Then, from outside the door, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A voice. Low and raspy, barely more than a whisper. "Let me in." I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The voice was right outside the door, so close I could almost feel the breath on my skin. I backed away, the flashlight flickering. The voice came again, louder this time. "Let me in." I turned and ran to the back of the unit, my hands shaking as I tried to think. There had to be a way out, some way to get away from whatever was out there. I scanned the walls, the ceiling, looking for anything. A vent, a crack, anything. But there was nothing. Just 4 solid steel walls and a door that wouldn't open. The voice came again, almost a growl now. "Let me in." I gripped the crowbar, my hands slick with sweat. I didn't know what was out there, but I knew I couldn't let it in. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I had to be smart about this, had to stay calm. Then, without warning, the door rattled, the metal clanging as something slammed against it from the outside. I jumped, the flashlight slipping from my hand and clattering to the floor. The light flickered, then went out, plunging the unit into darkness. I dropped to my knees, my hands scrambling across the concrete floor until I found the flashlight. I clicked it back on, the weak beam barely cutting through the darkness. The door rattled again, harder this time, the metal groaning under the force. Whatever was out there, it was trying to get in, and it was getting closer. I backed up, my eyes darting around the unit. My foot hit something and I turned, the flashlight beam landing on an old wooden wardrobe I'd moved in earlier. It was tall, the kind of thing you'd find in a grandparent's attic with heavy doors that creaked when they opened. I grabbed the handle, pulling the door open and climbing inside. It was cramped, the air thick with the smell of old wood and dust. I pulled the door closed, leaving just a crack to see through. The door to the unit rattled again, then stopped. Silence. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the crack in the wardrobe door, watching the steel door of the unit. Then, slowly, the handle turned. My heart skipped a beat. The door creaked open, just an inch, then another. My hands tightened around the crowbar, my knuckles white. A figure stepped into the unit. Tall, hunched, its face hidden in shadow. It moved slowly, each step deliberate, the floor creaking under its weight. I watched, barely daring to breathe, as it moved closer, its head turning from side to side as if searching for something. The flashlight, still on the ground, cast long shadows across the walls, making the figure seem even taller, more twisted. It stopped, its head tilting to the side, listening. The silence was thick, pressing in on me, every creak of the wardrobe sounding like a thunderclap in the stillness. The figure took another step, then another, moving closer to the wardrobe. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears, each beat echoing through my skull. It reached out, its hand brushing against the side of the wardrobe, fingers trailing across the wood. I closed my eyes, praying it wouldn't open the door, wouldn't find me. The fingers stopped, resting against the handle. My breath caught in my throat. Then slowly the hand moved away, the figure turning and walking back toward the door. I opened my eyes, watching as it stepped out of the unit, the door closing behind it with a soft click. I stayed where I was, my body trembling, every muscle tense. I didn't move, didn't breathe, until I was sure it was gone. Then, slowly, I pushed the wardrobe door open, peering out into the dim light of the flashlight. The unit was empty. The door was closed, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I stepped out of the wardrobe, my legs shaky, my hands still gripping the crowbar. I moved to the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no tapping, just silence. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I had to get out of here, had to find a way to open the door. I went back to the flashlight, picking it up and shining it around the unit. My eyes landed on the recorder still sitting in the box. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. Whatever was happening here, it had something to do with this. I hit the play button, the whispering starting up again, louder this time. I held the recorder up to my ear, trying to make out the words. They were still faint, still just out of reach. But there was something else. A noise in the background, almost like a voice. I turned the volume up, straining to hear. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and then I heard it. A voice, low and raspy, repeating the same words over and over. "Let me in." I dropped the recorder, the plastic clattering against the concrete floor. The whispering cut off, leaving the unit in silence once again. I backed away, my heart pounding, my eyes fixed on the recorder. I didn't know what was happening, didn't know who or what was out there, but I knew I had to get out. Now. I turned back to the door, the crowbar in my hands. I wedged it under the bottom edge again, pushing down with all my weight. The metal groaned, the door creaking, but it didn't open. I grit my teeth, pushing harder, my muscles straining. The door shifted just an inch, then another. I pushed again, the door finally giving way, the lock snapping with a loud clang. I stumbled out into the open air, the cold breeze hitting me like a shock. I took a deep breath, the fresh air filling my lungs, and turned back to the unit. The door hung open, the darkness inside seeming to watch me, waiting. I didn't wait to see if anything else would happen. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the concrete as I made my way back to the truck. I jumped in, slamming the door shut and locking it. I took a deep breath, my hands shaking as I started the engine. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the storage facility, the tires squealing against the pavement. I just kept driving, putting as much distance between me and that place as I could. I don't know what I saw in that unit, don't know who or what was out there. But I do know one thing, I'm never going back. It was late. The kind of late where the highway gets empty and it feels like you're the only person left on Earth. Rain pounded the windshield, my wipers barely keeping up, scraping back and forth at full speed. I was heading back from a long day in Carsonville, just wanting to get home, get dry and crash. No music, just the steady thump of rain and the hum of my old Ford's engine. Then I saw him. A guy was standing by the side of the road next to a beat-up sedan, hazard lights flashing. He had one arm up, waving at me, the other gripping his jacket tight against the rain. Something about him caught my attention. Maybe it was the way he was drenched, or maybe it was the fact that I hadn't seen a single soul for the last 30 miles. I knew I shouldn't. Picking up strangers at night? Bad idea. I mean, it's the kind of story you hear about in the news and think, who in their right mind would do that? But then, the guy looked desperate, and I guess a part of me thought, if I was stuck in the middle of nowhere, I'd want someone to help too. Against all better judgment, I slowed down and pulled over, the tires crunching on the wet gravel shoulder. I rolled down the window just enough to talk. You need a ride? He bent down, water dripping off the brim of his cap. He looked rough. Not dangerous rough, just tired rough. Yeah, car broke down. Won't start. I'd really appreciate it, man. He had this voice that seemed strained, like he'd been shouting, or maybe just exhausted. I hesitated, looking him over again, but before I could overthink it, I unlocked the door. Get in. He opened the door, and a blast of cold air and rain entered the truck as he climbed in, bringing that wet dog smell with him. He slammed the door, shivering, and looked over at me with a nod. Thanks, really, I owe you one. I shrugged. No problem. I got the truck moving again, the headlights cutting through the darkness and rain. We drove in silence for a while. He was rubbing his hands together, trying to get warm. I could see he was soaked to the bone, his jeans dark with water, his sneakers squishing a little when he moved his feet. I was just about to ask him where he was headed when he spoke first. Where are you going? He asked, his voice a bit scratchy. Back home, Brighton, about 50 miles down this road, I said, glancing over at him. He nodded, staring straight ahead. That works. Just drop me anywhere close. He paused, then added, not a lot of folks would stop for a guy like me. I forced a small laugh. Yeah, well, guess I'm just that kind of guy. He turned his head to look at me. I could feel his eyes on me, and it made my skin crawl just a little. That kind of guy, huh? You do this a lot, pick up strangers? I shook my head. Nah, not really. Just didn't want to leave anyone out here in the rain. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly kind of smile. More like he knew something I didn't. Yeah, a lot of crazy people out there, he said, his voice low. You never know who you might pick up. I swallowed, my hands tightening a bit on the steering wheel. Something about the way he said it, the way his eyes stayed on me for just a beat too long, made my gut twist. I forced myself to focus on the road, ignoring the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. So, where were you headed before your car broke down? I asked, trying to change the subject. Nowhere special, he said. Just driving. I frowned. Driving? In the middle of nowhere? He shrugged, his wet jacket making a soft rustling noise. Sometimes you just gotta drive, you know? Get away from things. I nodded slowly, even though I didn't really understand. His answers were vague, and it put me on edge. I tried to focus on the road, but it was hard with him sitting there, his eyes darting around, taking in everything inside the truck. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke again. You ever hear about the disappearances around here? I felt my stomach drop a little. Disappearances? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He nodded. Yeah, people go missing sometimes, especially at night. Drivers mostly. They find their cars abandoned, but the people, gone. He said it like it was just another fact, like talking about the weather. I forced a chuckle, though it came out weak. Sounds like an urban legend. He didn't laugh. Instead, he turned to me, his eyes catching the faint glow from the dashboard. Maybe. But legends start somewhere, right? Maybe someone picked up the wrong person. A chill ran down my spine. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The rain kept pounding, and the windshield wipers seemed too slow, almost like they were struggling to keep up. I didn't say anything, just kept my eyes on the road, hoping he'd drop it. What would you do? He said, his voice cutting through the silence again. If you picked up someone dangerous? I felt my heart rate spike. I kept my eyes ahead, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I don't know, probably kick them out of the truck. He laughed, and it wasn't a friendly sound. It was sharp, almost mocking. Yeah? Just like that, huh? What if they didn't want to leave? I didn't answer. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if this guy was messing with me or if there was something else going on here. Every instinct I had was telling me I should have kept driving when I saw him standing there, but it was too late for that now. He shifted in his seat, and I could hear the wet squish of his clothes. You got any family? He asked suddenly. The question caught me off guard. What? Family? You got anyone waiting for you back home? My mouth felt dry. Yeah. Why? He shrugged, his eyes still on me. Just wondering. Must be nice having someone waiting for you. I didn't like where this was going. Look, man, I'm just giving you a ride. No need to make it weird. He smiled again, that same strange smile, and turned to look out the window. Yeah, you're right. No need to make it weird. The rest of the drive was quiet, but not in a good way. It was the kind of silence that made my skin crawl, made every little sound feel too loud. The rain, the wipers, his breathing. I kept glancing at the clock, counting the miles left until I could drop this guy off and be done with it. Finally, I saw the lights of a small gas station up ahead. Relief washed over me. I'll drop you here, I said, my voice tight. He looked over at the gas station, then back at me. For a moment, I thought he was going to argue, but then he nodded slowly. Yeah, that works. I pulled into the lot, the tires crunching on the wet gravel. I put the truck in park and looked over at him, waiting for him to get out. He didn't move right away. Instead, he looked at me, his eyes dark, unreadable. Thanks for the ride, he said, his voice low. You're a good guy. Not many like you left. I forced a smile. Yeah, sure. Take care. He opened the door, the rain immediately soaking him again as he stepped out. He leaned back in for a moment, his eyes locking onto mine. Watch yourself out here, he said. You never know who you might run into. And then he shut the door, disappearing into the rain without another word. I watched him walk towards the gas station, my heart pounding, my hands still gripping the wheel tight. Something about the way he moved, the way he looked back at me just before going inside, made my stomach twist. I didn't waste any time. As soon as he was out, I shifted into drive and pulled back onto the road, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. He was gone, swallowed up by the rain and darkness. I drove faster than I should have, my mind racing. The guy hadn't done anything, not really, but something about him had gotten under my skin, made me feel like I'd just dodged a bullet. The rain started to let up after a while, and the road seemed less endless. The lights of Brighton came into view, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I was almost home, almost safe. I pulled into my driveway, the familiar sight of my small house finally making my shoulders relax. I killed the engine, sitting there for a moment, letting the silence wash over me. The rain had stopped completely, and everything felt still, almost peaceful. But then I noticed something. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, that uneasy feeling creeping back in. There, on the passenger seat, was a wet spot. It wasn't just damp from the guy's clothes, it was a puddle, like he'd been leaking water the entire time. And next to it, barely visible in the dim light from the street lamp, was a small, dark object. I reached over, my hand trembling, and picked it up. It was a key. Not a car key or a house key. It was old, rusted, with strange markings carved into the metal. I turned it over in my hand, my heart pounding again. Suddenly, the quiet of the night didn't feel so peaceful anymore. I got out of the truck, locking it behind me, my eyes scanning the shadows around my yard. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I hurried inside, locking the door, double-checking it before I finally let myself relax. I tossed the key onto the kitchen counter, staring at it for a moment before turning away. I just needed sleep. Everything would make more sense in the morning. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, that strange smile, the way he'd asked about my family. I kept thinking about the key, the puddle, the way he'd looked back at me just before disappearing into the gas station. It felt like there was something I was missing, some piece of the puzzle that didn't fit. Around 3 a.m., I gave up on sleep. I got out of bed, heading to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The house was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside, casting long shadows across the walls. I stopped when I saw the counter. The key was gone. I stared at the spot where I'd left it, my heart pounding in my ears. I turned on the lights, my eyes scanning the counter, the floor, everywhere. It was just gone. My hands started to shake, that feeling of unease growing stronger, turning into full-blown fear. I checked the doors, the windows, every lock in the house. Everything was secure, but it didn't make me feel any better. I could feel it, that sense that I wasn't alone, that someone or something was watching me. I grabbed my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed the number for the local police. I didn't even know what I was going to say, that I picked up a weird guy and now I was spooked. But before it could connect, I heard something. A creak from the living room. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was quiet, just the sound of the house settling, I tried to tell myself. But then it came again, louder this time. Slow, deliberate, like someone was trying not to be heard. My heart was pounding, my mouth dry. I took a step back, my eyes locked on the dark hallway that led to the living room. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Someone was there. Suddenly the lights flickered, then went out, plunging the house into darkness. I let out a shaky breath, my hands fumbling for the flashlight app on my phone. I turned it on, the beam cutting through the darkness, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. I stepped forward, each creak of the floorboards echoing in the silence. The living room was empty, but the front door was open, just a crack. My heart dropped. I knew I'd locked it. I was sure of it. I took a step closer, my hand reaching out to push it closed when I heard it. A whisper. Low, barely audible, coming from just outside the door. I couldn't make out the words, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I stepped back, my hands shaking as I grabbed the door and slammed it shut, locking it again, double-checking it. The whisper stopped, and for a moment everything was silent. Then from behind me I heard it, a soft, raspy voice. You never know who you might run into. I spun around, the flashlight beam darting across the room, but there was no one there. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, my heart hammering in my chest. I backed away, my eyes darting around, trying to find the source of the voice, but there was nothing. Just shadows, just silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the kitchen, every light in the house on, my eyes fixed on the front door, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing did. The night passed slowly, each minute feeling like an hour, until finally the first light of dawn started to creep through the windows. I never saw the guy again. Never heard about any abandoned car or any strange figures on the side of the road. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the world outside is dark, I swear I can still hear it, that soft whisper coming from the shadows, reminding me of that night. You never know who you might run into. It was a late Tuesday night in Vancouver. I had just wrapped up a double shift, my eyes dry, muscles aching, and my brain operating on fumes. I trudged into the building, barely noticing the broken light flickering above the entrance. All I could think of was my bed, warm, soft, and waiting. The lobby was empty. The hum of the fluorescent lights echoed faintly, mixed with the distant sound of traffic outside. I pressed the button for the elevator, rubbed my temples, and leaned against the wall as I waited. The elevator arrived with a dull chime. I stepped inside, tapping the button for the 5th floor. My eyes were nearly shut when the doors began to close. Just as they met, the power flickered. The lights above dimmed, blinked, and then came back on, but not as bright as before. I sighed, leaning my head back against the cold metal wall. A tired breath escaped me. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. There was someone else in the elevator in the corner where the light barely reached. I hadn't noticed them when I got in, which made my stomach tighten. I could hear them breathing, slow and steady, almost as if they were trying to blend into the shadows. I shifted my weight, trying not to let my nerves show, my eyes squinting to make out the figure. A tall shape, standing perfectly still, maybe facing me. It was hard to tell. I cleared my throat, a reflex more than anything else. Hey, I muttered, trying to sound casual, though my voice cracked a bit. No response. The elevator started moving, the slight jolt making my stomach drop, but not as much as the silence from the stranger. I glanced at the control panel, hoping for something to distract me, the numbers lighting up one by one, but my eyes kept flicking back to the figure in the corner. Who gets in an elevator and stands in the corner without saying anything? My fingers tapped against my thigh. I looked again, trying to see more. They were wearing something dark, maybe a hoodie. Their face was hidden, either looking down or covered by the shadow. I swallowed, feeling my pulse quicken. The breathing was too controlled, too deliberate, almost as if they were trying to be unnoticed. The elevator shuddered as it passed the third floor, and suddenly the lights flickered again. This time they didn't come back fully. They dimmed to a weak yellow, casting long shadows along the walls. My heart started pounding in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. I could feel the sweat on my palms as I clenched my hands into fists, trying to keep calm. I wasn't about to let paranoia get the better of me. Maybe it was just some neighbor. A weird one, sure, but just a neighbor. The elevator slowed, approaching the fourth floor. I kept my eyes on the door, willing it to open. There was something wrong about the whole thing. The way the person stood there, their silence, the heavy air in the small space. I could feel my throat tightening, my breaths getting shorter. When the door finally opened on the fourth floor, I almost stepped out just to get away. But it was dark, and I had no business on that floor. I stayed put, watching as the doors slowly closed again, the soft hum of the motor filling the silence. The moment the doors shut, I felt it. Movement. Not mine, theirs. A shuffle, the sound of fabric brushing against metal. My eyes darted to the corner, and I swear they had moved an inch closer. My mouth went dry. I tried to speak again, but my voice caught in my throat. I forced a cough, the sound too loud, bouncing off the metal walls. "You all right, man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Nothing. Just the breathing, still slow, still deliberate. Fifth floor. The light above the door lit up, and I almost collapsed with relief. The doors creaked open, but before I could step out, the power flickered once more and the elevator jerked to a stop. The lights went out completely, plunging us into darkness. My heart skipped a beat, then started hammering faster. I couldn't see anything, not even my own hands in front of my face. But I could hear it, that breathing. Closer now. Too close. I took a step back, pressing myself against the wall, my mind racing. I reached out, my hands fumbling for the control panel. I found the door open button and pressed it, but nothing happened. I jabbed it again, harder this time. Still nothing. The breathing was right in front of me now, almost in my ear. I could feel the warmth of it, steady, unhurried, as if whoever it was had all the time in the world. My chest tightened and I could barely get enough air. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Who the hell are you?" My hands moved frantically over the buttons, pressing them all, anything to make the elevator move, to get the lights back on. The elevator didn't budge. The breathing stopped. The silence was worse. So much worse. My ears strained, trying to pick up any sound, anything at all. I couldn't hear them anymore. Were they still there? Had they moved? My mind was screaming at me to do something, but I didn't know what. Suddenly I heard it. A whisper, so soft I almost missed it. "Don't move." The voice was low, almost a growl, coming from right in front of me. My body froze, every muscle locking in place. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, just stand there, my back against the wall, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I wanted to run, to push past them and get out, but I couldn't see. I didn't know where they were, didn't know if they had a weapon. The seconds dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, my fingers trembling as they rested against the cold metal of the wall. The whisper came again, closer this time. "Don't move." My knees felt weak, my legs ready to give out. I swallowed, my throat dry, trying to keep it together. I needed a plan, anything. My phone. I had my phone in my pocket. Slowly, trying not to make a sound, I moved my hand, inching it towards my pocket. The moment I shifted, there was movement in front of me. Fast, sudden. A hand grabbed my wrist, squeezing it hard. I gasped, the pain shooting up my arm. I said, "Don't move," the voice hissed, the breath hot against my face. I could smell them now, a mix of sweat and something else, something metallic. My mind went blank with fear. I was trapped, stuck in the dark with this person, and I had no idea what they wanted. I stopped moving, my hand freezing just inches from my pocket. Okay, I muttered, my voice barely a whisper. Just tell me what you want." The grip on my wrist tightened for a moment, then let go. I pulled my hand back, cradling it against my chest, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The breathing started again, still close, but moving away slightly. I could hear them shifting, the sound of their shoes scuffing against the floor. Then a click, a small metallic sound, followed by a dim light, a flashlight. They had a flashlight. The beam was weak, barely enough to see by, but it was something. The light moved, pointing at the control panel. I could see their hand now, long fingers, dirty nails, pressing one of the buttons, the emergency stop button. My eyes widened as I realized what they had done. They had stopped the elevator on purpose. We were stuck because of them. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaking. The light moved, shining directly in my face, blinding me. I squinted, turning my head away. "Shut up," the voice said, calm, almost bored. I could hear them moving again, the light shifting, pointing down at the floor. I blinked, trying to see past the spots in my vision. I needed to see their face, needed to know who I was dealing with. But they kept the light low, only enough to keep me guessing. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. I could try to fight them, but I didn't know if they had a weapon. I could barely see them, and they were too close. The elevator was too small, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. My chest felt tight, my breathing shallow. I needed to stay calm, needed to think. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't have any money, all right? Just let me go and I won't say anything. I swear." The light flickered, and for a brief second I saw their face. Pale, unshaven, eyes wide and bloodshot. They were smiling, but it wasn't friendly. It was the kind of smile that made my skin crawl, made my stomach turn. "Who said I want your money?" they whispered, their voice barely audible over the hum of the elevator. The smile faded, and they leaned closer, the light flickering again before going out completely. "I just need you to listen." I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. "Listen to what?" I asked, my voice cracking. There was a pause, the darkness pressing in on me, the air thick and suffocating. "To me," they said, their voice soft, almost gentle. "No one ever listens." I could feel them moving, could hear the rustle of their clothes, the faint creak of the elevator. They all think they know. They think they understand, but they don't. Not until it's too late. I had no idea what they were talking about, but I nodded anyway, my head bobbing up and down quickly. "Okay," I said, my voice trembling. "I'm listening. Just take it easy, all right?" The silence stretched on, the only sound my own ragged breathing. I could feel my legs shaking, the exhaustion from earlier mixing with the fear, making it hard to stay on my feet. I just wanted this to be over, wanted to be out of there, away from them. Suddenly there was a loud thud, the elevator jerking slightly. My heart skipped a beat, my body tensing. The lights flickered back on, weak but steady. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the sudden brightness. The person was still there, standing just a few feet away, their head tilted to the side, watching me. Their eyes were wide, unblinking, their lips curled into that same unsettling smile. I felt my stomach churn, my hands trembling at my sides. They reached out, pressing the emergency button again, and the elevator shuddered, the doors creaking open. My eyes darted to the opening, my heart leaping into my throat. The hallway. My hallway. I could see the faded wallpaper, the dim light at the end. Freedom. I took a step forward, but they moved, blocking my path. Their smile faded, their eyes narrowing. "Remember," they said, their voice low, a hint of anger in their tone. "You said you'd listen." I swallowed, my throat tight. "I did," I whispered, my voice barely audible. I listened. Their eyes bored into mine, and for a moment, I thought they were going to say something else, thought they were going to stop me. But then they stepped back, their face expressionless. I didn't wait. I moved past them, stepping out of the elevator, my heart pounding in my ears. The doors started to close behind me, and I glanced back just for a second. They were still there, standing in the middle of the elevator, watching me. The smile was gone, replaced by something else, something I couldn't quite place. The doors closed, and I heard the elevator start to move again, the soft hum fading as it ascended. I stood there, staring at the closed doors, my hands trembling, my body shaking from head to toe. I didn't know what had just happened, didn't understand any of it. But I was out. I was safe. I turned, walking down the hallway, my legs feeling like they might give out at any moment. I reached my door, fumbling with the keys, my hand shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to get the key in the lock. I pushed the door open, stepping inside, the familiar smell of my apartment washing over me. I closed the door, locking it, my back pressing against the wood as I slid down to the floor, my body finally giving out. I sat there, my head resting against the door, my eyes closed. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me feeling drained, empty. I could still hear their voice in my head, still see their face, that smile. I didn't know who they were, didn't know what they wanted. But I knew one thing. I wasn't taking that elevator again. Not ever. I've always been drawn to the eerie side of urban exploration. There's something exhilarating about stepping into places frozen in time, where everything's left exactly as it was. I've explored abandoned hospitals, old schools, and once, a mansion rumored to be haunted. But nothing I'd ever experienced compared to the old textile factory I found on the outskirts of town. This was around 5 years ago, back when I was in my early 20s, and had just moved to the city. I'd heard about the factory from a friend who shared my interest in urban exploring. It was supposedly shut down in the 80s, and had been left untouched ever since. I couldn't resist. The day I chose to go was overcast, and it felt like the sky was weighing down on everything. I parked my car a few streets away and approached the factory on foot, a little giddy from the thrill of doing something I probably shouldn't. The factory was a huge, hulking building with broken windows and faded brickwork. I remember thinking that it looked like it was frowning, like the building itself didn't want me there. But I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just the atmosphere getting to me. As soon as I slipped through a broken side entrance, I felt that familiar chill. Inside, the air was stale, filled with a damp, musty smell. There was an unnatural quiet, not the kind of quiet you get in a peaceful place, but the kind that feels aware. I brushed it off, telling myself that I was just excited. The place was perfect for exploration. Dust-covered machines, forgotten tools scattered on workbenches, papers strewn about as if everyone had just walked out one day and never returned. I took my time photographing everything, making sure to capture the abandoned beauty of it all. About 20 minutes in, I found myself in a long hallway lined with old offices. Each door was slightly open, revealing glimpses of overturned desks, file cabinets, and stacks of yellowed papers. As I approached the last room, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. A perfect line of small, dusty handprints on the wall, each one at the exact same height. They looked too fresh, almost as if someone had pressed their hands there recently. My stomach knotted. I told myself they were probably just old marks, but the unease had already set in. The deeper I went into the factory, the stranger things became. I found a break room where a table was covered in small animal bones, maybe from rats or birds, that had been carefully arranged into a spiral pattern. Next to it were cigarette butts and an old, cracked lighter. The cigarettes looked fresh, maybe a day or two old at most. My skin prickled. Someone had been here recently. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was intruding on someone else's space, that I wasn't welcome. After finding those things, I felt the urge to leave, but I was also curious, almost drawn, to see more. I moved further down another darkened hallway, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Then, just ahead of me, I spotted a small pile of toys, a doll, a toy truck, and a little plastic dinosaur, sitting in the center of the hallway. They were arranged in a neat line, almost like a display. Each one was covered in a thin layer of dust, yet it looked so deliberate, like someone had set it up for me to find. I remember my hands shaking as I lifted my flashlight, scanning the area, half expecting to see someone standing there. At this point, my instincts were screaming at me to leave, but something kept pulling me further inside. I found a staircase that led down into what must have been a storage area. The air got colder and I could smell something foul, like rotting wood mixed with something metallic. I took a deep breath and descended, my flashlight barely cutting through the darkness. When I reached the bottom, I found a large, rusted metal door slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I nudged it open. Inside was a small room, empty except for a large mirror propped up against the far wall. The mirror was cracked, with splinters running through the glass like veins. And in the center of the floor was a chair facing the mirror. It looked like someone had been sitting there watching themselves for hours. I don't know what compelled me, but I stepped closer to the mirror. That's when I saw it, a fresh handprint on the glass, small and smudged as if someone had pressed their hand there moments before I entered. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, soft but unmistakable. I whipped around, heart pounding, but there was no one there. My flashlight beam flickered for a second, and in that brief moment, I felt a presence like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. The air felt thick, oppressive, and I knew I wasn't alone. I backed out of the room, my mind racing, every instinct screaming at me to get out of there. As I retraced my steps, I noticed new handprints on the walls, each one leading back toward the entrance. They weren't there before, I was sure of it. It felt like someone was guiding me out, almost like they wanted me to leave. I didn't stop to think. I just kept moving, my footsteps echoing louder and faster, matching the frantic beat of my heart. When I finally burst through the broken door and into the open air, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't look back as I walked to my car, but I could feel eyes on me, watching from the shadows of that factory. I drove home in silence, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks, but I knew what I saw. I hadn't been alone in there, and whoever, or whatever, was inside wanted me gone. To this day, I can still see those handprints in my mind, clear as ever, like an imprint burned into my memory. I haven't been back, and I don't plan on it. Some places are abandoned for a reason, and whatever's in that factory, it's best left alone. I had just finished another brutal late shift at the hospital. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I finally clocked out, body aching, eyes stinging. My brain felt fried, like it was operating on autopilot. All I wanted was to get home, fall into bed, and sleep for what felt like a month. The night shift always took a lot out of me, but tonight, the exhaustion had reached another level. I just needed to make it back to my place in Maplewood, get out of these scrubs, and pass out. The road was empty, as it always was around this time. The highway stretched out, dark and endless, with the occasional streetlight casting a weak glow on the asphalt. Just me, my beat-up old sedan, and the nothingness around. There's something about driving alone at night that usually feels peaceful, but tonight it was just eerie. I could hear my own breathing, steady but tired, as the car hummed along the deserted road. Suddenly, without warning, the engine sputtered. My heart skipped a beat. I tapped the gas pedal, but the car only responded with a choking sound like it was giving up on life. The headlights flickered, and before I could even react, the car coasted to a complete stop, dead in the middle of nowhere. The dashboard lit up with red and orange warnings. I cursed under my breath and tried the ignition again, but it clicked uselessly. Nothing. Great. Just great. I looked around, but there was nothing. No buildings, no gas stations, just a dark stretch of highway and miles of forest on either side. I grabbed my phone from the cup holder. No signal, not a single bar. I could feel a pulse of frustration mixed with an edge of fear settling in my chest. My fingers tapped the screen again and again, hoping something would change, but it was hopeless. My phone might as well have been a paperweight. I sighed, leaning back against the headrest, staring up at the ceiling of my car. It was pitch black out there, and the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional creak of the car cooling down. I couldn't even hear a car in the distance. Nothing. And then, I saw them. Headlights. In the rearview mirror, two bright dots appeared, coming up slowly behind me. My heartbeat quickened, thudding in my ears. I watched as the lights drew closer, then slowed down, until they stopped just behind my car. The headlights were blinding, casting long shadows into the forest around us. I squinted, trying to make out the vehicle behind me. It looked like an old truck, one of those big, boxy ones, the kind you see hauling junk or doing farm work. The truck just sat there idling. The engine made a low, growling noise like it was waiting for something. I stared at it in the mirror, every nerve on edge. My hands were clammy, fingers drumming nervously on the steering wheel. What were they doing? Why had they stopped? 100 scenarios ran through my head, none of them good. Maybe they were just seeing if I needed help, or maybe they weren't. After what felt like forever, the truck door opened. I turned my head, trying to get a look at the driver. A figure stepped out, a man, tall, wearing a hat. He moved slowly, like he had all the time in the world. My stomach tightened. He started walking toward my car, his boots crunching on the gravel shoulder of the road. I locked the doors without thinking, the click echoing in the silence. He stopped by my window, his face obscured by the shadow of his hat. I could barely make out his features, just the outline of a beard and the glint of his eyes in the dark. He knocked on the glass, a dull thud that made me jump. "Hey there," he called out, his voice muffled by the window. "Car trouble?" I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the window controls. My instincts were screaming at me to keep the glass up, to stay locked in. But I needed help. There was no way I was getting this car started on my own. Not out here. I cracked the window, just a couple of inches. "Yeah, it just died on me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Won't start back up." He nodded slowly, like he was thinking it over. "That's no good," he said. "Not a good place to be stranded." No kidding, I thought. "Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a phone with a signal, would you?" I asked, hoping for a miracle. He shook his head. "No signal out here. It's a dead zone. But I can give you a ride if you need one. Closest town's about 15 miles back." Maplewood was closer, about 10 miles ahead, but it was still 10 miles. I eyed the man, trying to gauge if he was trustworthy. Something about him put me on edge. Maybe it was the way he was just standing there, too still, too calm. Or maybe it was just the situation. Middle of nowhere, dead car, no phone. I didn't have a lot of options. I think I'll just wait here," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe someone else will come by." The man didn't move. He just stood there staring at me through the window. The silence stretched, the air thick with tension. My heart was pounding now, hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. "Suit yourself," he said finally, his voice flat. He turned and walked back to his truck, his boots crunching against the gravel. I watched him climb in, shut the door, and then nothing. The truck just sat there, still idling, headlights shining into the night. I waited, breath held, expecting him to drive off. But he didn't. He just stayed there. The seconds ticked by, turning into minutes. I glanced at my phone again. Still no signal. My fingers were trembling now, and I could feel the panic starting to build. What was he doing? Why wasn't he leaving? Suddenly, the truck's engine revved, a loud roar that shattered the silence. The truck lurched forward, and for one terrifying second, I thought he was going to ram my car. I braced myself, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. But the truck swerved at the last moment, pulling up alongside me instead. I turned my head, my eyes wide. The passenger window of the truck was rolled down, and the man was staring at me. He didn't say anything, just looked at me with those dark eyes, his face still hidden in shadow. My stomach twisted, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck. "Last chance," he called out, his voice carrying over the rumble of the engine. "You need a ride or not?" I shook my head, my throat too tight to speak. Something was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. I just needed him to leave. I needed to be alone, to figure out what to do next. He stared at me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right then," he said. He rolled up the window and the truck started moving again, pulling ahead of my car. I watched as the taillights grew smaller until they disappeared around a bend in the road. The silence rushed back in, thick and suffocating. I let out a shaky breath, my hands still trembling. I had to get out of here. I couldn't just sit here waiting for whatever, or whoever, might come next. I opened the door, stepping out into the cold night air. The wind cut through my scrubs and I shivered, rubbing my arms. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. There was nothing but trees and darkness, the highway stretching out in both directions. I popped the hood, hoping maybe, just maybe, I could see something, some obvious problem I could fix. But as I stared at the mess of wires and metal, I knew it was useless. I wasn't a mechanic. I couldn't fix this. I needed to start walking. Maplewood was ahead, and if I stuck to the road, I could make it. It might take hours, but it was better than staying here. I grabbed my phone and a small flashlight from the glove box, then shut the car door, the sound echoing in the stillness. I started walking, my footsteps crunching on the gravel shoulder. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but it felt small, like it could barely hold back the night. The wind rustled the trees, and every so often I'd hear something move in the underbrush. A small animal, probably. But every noise made me jump, my heart pounding in my ears. The minutes dragged on, each step feeling heavier than the last. The road was empty, no sign of headlights in either direction. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the truck again, those blinding headlights coming up behind me. But there was nothing, just the dark, endless highway and the distant sound of the wind. And then, I heard it. An engine, somewhere behind me. Low and distant, but getting closer. My stomach dropped and I turned, the flashlight beam shaking in my hand. Far down the road, I could see them. Headlights, growing brighter, getting closer. It was the truck. It had to be. My pulse quickened, panic surging through me. I needed to hide. I couldn't be out here in the open. I turned and ran, the flashlight bouncing wildly as I sprinted toward the trees. Branches whipped against my face as I pushed through the underbrush, the ground uneven beneath my feet. I didn't stop until I was deep in the woods, far enough that the road was just a faint strip of gray through the trees. I dropped to the ground, panting, my back pressed against the rough bark of a tree. I listened, my ears straining. The engine grew louder until it was right there, just on the other side of the trees. I could see the headlights now, cutting through the darkness, the truck crawling along the road. I held my breath, my body tense. The truck slowed, coming to a stop right where I'd left the road. The engine idled, the headlights casting long shadows through the forest. I could see the man now, leaning out of the driver's side window, his head turning slowly as he scanned the area. He was looking for me. My heart hammered in my chest, my hands slick with sweat. I stayed perfectly still, not daring to move, not even to breathe. The man sat there for what felt like an eternity, just watching, the engine rumbling softly. And then finally he pulled back into the truck and the headlights swung away as he started driving again, slowly disappearing down the road. I stayed where I was, my body trembling, until I couldn't hear the engine anymore. Then I got up, my legs unsteady beneath me. I needed to keep moving, but I couldn't go back to the road, not while he was out there. I turned deeper into the woods, the flashlight barely piercing the darkness ahead. I didn't know where I was going, just away. Away from the truck, away from the road, away from the man with the dark eyes. The forest was thick, the trees pressing in on all sides. Branches snagged at my clothes, leaves rustling as I pushed through. My heart was still racing, every sound making me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint roar of the truck's engine again, far away but still there, still searching. I kept moving, one step at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't know how long I walked, how far I went. Hours, maybe. The night seemed endless, the darkness never lifting. My legs were aching, my body screaming for rest. But I couldn't stop. Not until I was safe. Eventually, the trees began to thin, and I stumbled out into a clearing. Ahead, I could see lights. A house, small and isolated. But there, a sliver of hope. I hurried toward it, my feet barely lifting off the ground, exhaustion pulling at me. I reached the front door and pounded on it, my fists thudding against the wood. "Hello, please, I need help," I called out, my voice hoarse. For a moment, there was nothing, just the wind and the rustling leaves. And then, I heard footsteps inside, the sound of a lock turning. The door creaked open and an older man stood there, his face lined with concern. "What happened to you?" he asked, his eyes widening as he took in my disheveled appearance. "My car broke down," I said, my voice shaking. "There was a man. He was following me. Please, can I use your phone?" The man nodded, stepping aside to let me in. "Of course. Come in. You're safe now." I stepped inside, the warmth of the house washing over me, and for the first time that night I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I was safe. For now. I was dead tired when I pulled into that motel just outside of Winston, North Carolina. It wasn't a place you'd choose unless you had no other options, which I didn't. The neon sign that read Motel Winston Vacancy flickered erratically, and the whole place looked like it hadn't seen an update since the early 80s. It was late, and after driving for nearly 10 hours, my only thought was getting some sleep. I didn't care about the peeling paint or the dull, cracked tiles. I just needed a bed. I checked in, paid cash because their card machine was down for maintenance, and got a key. A real key, not one of those plastic cards. Room 6. It was right by the far end, next to the vending machines, and the fluorescent light above the door buzzed like a swarm of bees. I pushed the door open and it creaked like in some horror movie. The room smelled of stale cigarettes and mildew. The carpet was dingy and the bedspread was an uninviting shade of puke green, but at that moment, it was the best place on earth. I tossed my bag onto the bed, kicked my shoes off, and went to take a quick shower. The water pressure sucked and the temperature was all over the place. Still, I got out feeling a little better, if not fully refreshed. I dried off, pulled on some boxers and lay down, letting the TV's dull chatter become background noise. It was some infomercial about a blender, the kind of stuff you never really watch but let your brain tune out to. Somewhere around midnight, I was half asleep when I heard it. A rattle. Faint, but enough to make me blink my eyes open. I paused, waiting to see if it was just my imagination. But there it was again. Someone trying the door handle. The click of metal shifting against metal, testing. My heart thudded in my chest and I lay there listening, hoping it would just stop. But it didn't. The sound of slow, heavy footsteps moved past my door, and I could feel the tension rising in my shoulders. They were deliberate, not rushed, not hurried, just heavy thuds, each one echoing in the quiet. almost synchronized with my heartbeat. Whoever it was, they walked to the end of the walkway, paused, then started back toward my door. I could hear the steps getting closer, and my mind was racing. I wasn't sure if I should get up, stay quiet, or grab something to defend myself. I forced myself up, moving as silently as I could. The air was cold against my bare skin. I grabbed the chair by the small desk and propped it under the door handle, my pulse thundering in my ears. The footsteps stopped right outside. I held my breath. Whoever was out there stood still. I could hear them breathing, low and heavy. My eyes were locked on the door, watching for any sign of movement. My hand gripped the back of the chair so tightly my knuckles were white. After what felt like forever, the footsteps moved away again, slowly fading down the walkway. I stayed there, frozen, for a while. 5 minutes? 10? I wasn't sure. Finally, I let out the breath I was holding. I moved the chair and peeked out the window. The parking lot was empty except for my car and a beat-up sedan that looked like it had been there a while. I couldn't see anyone. I wasn't about to just ignore this. I threw on some jeans and a t-shirt, grabbed the key, and stepped out. The night air was cool, almost biting, and the walkway was dimly lit. I glanced around, but there was no one in sight. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. I headed for the front office, each step making the old wood creak beneath my feet. The guy at the front desk looked up when I came in. He was older, probably in his late 50s, with graying hair and glasses perched low on his nose. He was reading some dog-eared paperback, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but there. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Did you see anyone walking around just now? Someone was messing with my door." He blinked at me, looking confused. "What room you in?" "Room 6, I said, my patience already wearing thin. He shook his head slowly, putting down his book. "Ain't nobody out there," he said, his voice flat. "Haven't seen a soul all night." I felt a spike of irritation. Well, someone was out there. I heard them. They tried my door. Twice. The guy just stared at me, expressionless. "Look, man, I've been here all night. Nobody's been walking around. It's just you and me here, far as I know." I clenched my jaw, trying not to lose it. "Can you at least check the cameras or something?" He gave a slow shake of his head. "Cameras are busted. Been that way for a while." I took a deep breath, fighting back the urge to yell. It was pointless. This guy either didn't care or didn't want to deal with it. I turned and walked back to my room, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The walkway felt longer on the way back, each step echoing in the empty night. I glanced over my shoulder more than once, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. Back in the room, I locked the door, double-checking it this time. The chair went back under the handle, and I sat on the bed, staring at the door. I tried to convince myself it was just some drunk or maybe even a stray animal, but the footsteps, those were real. And the breathing. I wasn't imagining that. I turned the TV back on, cranking the volume up a bit. The noise helped, even if just a little. I lay back down, but sleep wasn't coming. My eyes kept darting to the door, my ears straining for any sound. Minutes felt like hours, and every creak of the building settling made my heart jump. I was wide awake, every muscle tense, waiting for something to happen. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I heard it again. The faint rattle of the door handle, followed by the slow, heavy footsteps. My mouth went dry and I sat up, my heart pounding. I could feel my chest tightening as I listened. The steps moved past my door, fading into the distance, then coming back again, slow and deliberate. I could barely breathe. It was the same as before. The pause right outside, the heavy breathing, then the steps moving away. I got up, hands shaking, and grabbed my phone. I dialed 911, my voice barely steady as I spoke to the operator. I told them someone was trying to get into my room, that I needed the police. The operator assured me they'd send someone, and I hung up, my eyes glued to the door. The minutes dragged on, and I kept waiting, listening. The footsteps didn't come back, but I knew someone had been there. My stomach was in knots, and I could feel the sweat trickling down my back. It was probably 20 minutes before I saw the red and blue lights flash through the curtains. I moved the chair, unlocked the door, and opened it just enough to see the two officers approaching. I stepped out, waving them over. They asked me what happened, and I told them everything. The door handle, the footsteps, the breathing. They listened, nodding, then split up. One of them walked around the back of the building while the other stayed with me, asking more questions. I could tell he was trying to keep me calm, but I could see it in his eyes. He thought I was just another paranoid guy hearing things in a crappy motel. The other officer came back after a few minutes, shaking his head. "Nothing back there," he said. "No signs of anyone." I felt a mix of frustration and fear. "I'm not making this up," I insisted. "Someone was out here." The officer with me nodded, trying to be reassuring. "We'll do a patrol around the area, see if we spot anyone. But if you hear anything else, just give us a call, all right?" They left, and I watched as their car pulled out of the parking lot, the lights fading into the distance. I stood there for a moment, the night air chilling me to the bone, before I went back inside. I locked the door again, put the chair back, and sat on the bed, my heart still racing. It was quiet again. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of every sound, every creak and groan of the old building. I tried to tell myself it was over, that whoever it was had moved on, but deep down I didn't believe it. I must have dozed off at some point, exhaustion finally winning out. When I opened my eyes, the room was dim, the first hints of dawn filtering through the curtains. For a moment, I felt a sense of relief. Maybe it had just been some weird, isolated thing. Maybe I could just get out of here and never think about this place again. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and froze. The chair I'd wedged under the door handle was moved. Not far, but it was definitely not where I'd put it. My blood ran cold. I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow. Nothing looked out of place, but I could feel it. Something was wrong. I got up slowly, my legs feeling like they might give out. I checked the bathroom, the closet, even under the bed. Nothing, but that chair had moved. I knew it. My hands were trembling as I grabbed my bag, shoving my things inside. I wasn't about to stay another minute in that place. I threw on my shoes, grabbed the key, and yanked the door open. The walkway was empty, the parking lot still and silent. I didn't waste any time. I headed straight for the office, wanting to drop off the key and get the hell out of there. The guy at the front desk looked up as I came in, his expression the same bored indifference as the night before. "Checking out?" he asked, not even bothering to hide his yawn. "Yeah," I said, my voice tight. "Someone was in my room last night." He just stared at me, like he couldn't care less. "Told you, ain't nobody been here." I slammed the key down on the counter, my patience finally snapping. The chair moved. Someone was in there. He shrugged, barely even reacting. "Sorry, man. Ain't much I can do about that." I didn't bother responding. I turned and walked out, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I got in my car, started the engine, and pulled out of the parking lot, not looking back. The whole place felt wrong, like a bad dream I couldn't shake. As I drove away, the sun was just starting to rise, casting long shadows across the empty road. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was nothing. Just the open road and the fading memory of that rundown motel. I don't know who or what was out there that night. Maybe it was just some creep messing around, or maybe it was something worse. All I know is that I'll never set foot in Winston again, and I sure as hell won't be staying in any more motels like that. It was supposed to be a simple night of fun. Sarah and I had set up the tent in the backyard. Nothing fancy, just a small 2-person tent, thick enough to block the wind but light enough that we could still feel the outside air. We live in Bend, Oregon, which isn't exactly the middle of nowhere, but our house backs up to a few empty lots and a line of trees. It's not quite wilderness, but it gets pretty dark at night. It's quiet too, no cars or traffic noises after 10. We figured we'd sleep outside for a change. see the stars, tell a few spooky stories, just get away from our phones and the hum of everyday life. No big expectations. The tent was a bit of a struggle, more complicated than we thought, but we finally got it up just before dusk. I laid out our sleeping bags and Sarah brought out some snacks and we settled in. By the time it was pitch dark, we were both in our sleeping bags, snuggled close. We talked for a while, laughed at each other's terrible ghost stories and listened to the faint sounds of crickets in the night. It was peaceful. I was just starting to doze off when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong. Footsteps. At first I thought maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or a stray cat. But the steps were heavy, deliberate, crunching on the dry grass in a way that didn't match the random scurrying of wildlife. I opened my eyes, staring into the darkness of the tent, holding my breath. My heart picked up a bit, but I kept calm. Maybe one of the neighbors was out. Maybe someone was letting their dog out. I reached over and nudged Sarah, whispering, "Do you hear that?" She went quiet, her head turning towards the thin fabric of the tent wall. We both just lay there, listening. The steps came again, slow, moving in a circle around us. It wasn't just footsteps now. There was something else. Voices, hushed, just above a whisper. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I could tell there were at least two different voices, both low and quiet. My breath caught in my throat. Sarah's hand found mine. She squeezed it, her fingers cold. I turned my head to her and I could just barely make out her eyes wide open. Her face was tense. We didn't say a word. It felt like even the smallest sound would somehow draw their attention, whoever they were. The footsteps moved again, a shuffling sound circling the tent in slow, methodical steps. I could hear the grass rustling, the dirt crunching under their feet. The voices were getting closer, clearer, but still too faint to understand. I could feel my heartbeat now thudding in my ears. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to just open the tent and shout, scare them off. But the other part of me, the more primal part, said to stay put, keep quiet, and wait. One of the voices sounded closer now. I heard it on the side of the tent near my head, just a few feet away, if that. I could hear breathing. It was labored, like the person was whispering and trying to catch their breath at the same time. I tensed up, every muscle in my body locking in place. Sarah was frozen too, her hand gripping mine so hard it hurt. Then, something touched the tent. A light press against the fabric, just above where my head was. It wasn't much, just enough that I felt the material brush against my hair. My whole body went rigid. Sarah let out a tiny gasp, barely audible, but I heard it, and I'm sure whoever was out there heard it too. Everything went still for a moment. No footsteps, no voices, just silence. Then I heard the zipper. It wasn't ours. It was somewhere outside, faint but unmistakable. The sound of a zipper being slowly pulled open. Sarah's eyes widened and I could feel her panic rising, the way her hand trembled in mine. I didn't know if it was a bag, another tent, or something else entirely, but the sound was enough to make every hair on my body stand on end. I reached slowly for my phone, moving as quietly as I could. My fingers fumbled in the darkness, finally finding the cool metal edge of it. I didn't want to turn on the screen, not yet. The light would give us away. I just held it, waiting, my thumb hovering over the side button. The footsteps started again, moving around the tent, faster this time. The voices were still hushed, but they sounded more frantic, less controlled. I heard one of them say something, a word or maybe a name, but it was too quiet to understand. Sarah squeezed my hand again, harder, and I knew we had to do something. We couldn't just lay there and wait. I leaned in close to her ear, barely whispering, "On 3, we run." She nodded, her eyes glistening in the dim light from my phone. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. My heart was racing, my palms sweaty. I counted in my head, 1, 2, 3. I hit the side button on my phone, the screen lighting up bright in the darkness. At the same time, I threw myself towards the tent zipper, yanking it down as fast as I could. The cold night air rushed in, and I heard Sarah scrambling behind me. I pushed out of the tent, stumbling to my feet. The backyard was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the street lamp out front. I turned, grabbing Sarah's hand, and we ran. We bolted across the yard, the grass damp beneath our feet, the cold biting at my skin. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who or what was behind us. I just focused on getting to the back door, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. We hit the door, and I fumbled with the handle, my hands shaking. It felt like it took forever, but finally it opened and we stumbled inside, slamming it shut behind us. We stood there in the dark kitchen, both of us breathing hard, staring at each other. My hand was still on the doorknob, my knuckles white from how hard I was gripping it. Sarah was shaking, her eyes wide, her face pale. I reached out, pulling her close, and she buried her face in my chest. We stayed like that for a long time, neither of us saying anything. Eventually, I let go of the doorknob, turning the lock slowly, trying not to make too much noise. I listened, straining to hear anything from outside. It was quiet. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. I reached for the light switch, hesitating for a moment before flipping it on. The kitchen flooded with light and I squinted, my eyes adjusting. Sarah looked up at me, her eyes red. "What the hell was that?" she whispered. I shook my head. I didn't have an answer. I didn't know who they were or why they were out there. All I knew was that we weren't safe outside. Not anymore. We spent the rest of the night in the living room, every light in the house on. I kept my phone in my hand, ready to call the police if we heard anything else. But the rest of the night was quiet. Eventually, Sarah fell asleep on the couch, her head resting on my shoulder. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I just sat there staring at the back door, listening. When the sun finally came up, I felt a little bit of the tension ease. The light made everything feel a little less real, like maybe it was all just a bad dream. But when I looked out the window, I could still see the tent, standing there in the middle of the yard, the door hanging open, the sleeping bag still inside. And I knew it wasn't a dream. It was real. We didn't go back out there. Not right away. We just sat in the living room, sipping cups of coffee, neither of us saying much. Eventually, I knew I had to go check. I couldn't just leave the tent out there forever. I told Sarah to stay inside, and I grabbed the baseball bat we kept in the closet. I wasn't taking any chances. The yard was quiet as I stepped outside, the morning sun casting long shadows across the grass. I could hear birds chirping, the sound of a car passing by in the distance. Everything seemed normal. But as I got closer to the tent, I felt my stomach tighten. The door was open, just like we had left it, the fabric flapping gently in the breeze. I reached out, pulling the flap back, peering inside. The sleeping bags were there, crumpled and messy. But there was something else, something that hadn't been there before. A small, black bag, sitting in the middle of the tent. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back, my grip tightening on the bat. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't even want to be near it, but I couldn't just leave it there. I took a deep breath, reaching down and grabbing the edge of the bag. It was light, almost empty. I unzipped it slowly, my hands shaking. Inside, there was a single piece of paper, folded in half. I pulled it out, my eyes scanning the words written in messy, jagged handwriting. "We'll be back." I dropped the bag, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around, my eyes scanning the line of trees at the back of the yard. There was nothing there, no sign of anyone. But I knew deep down that whoever had been out there, whoever had circled our tent in the middle of the night, they weren't done with us. And they'd be back. I turned and walked back to the house, my legs feeling like jelly. I locked the door behind me, sliding the deadbolt into place. Sarah looked up at me from the couch, her eyes full of questions. I didn't say anything. I just shook my head, dropping the bag on the floor. She didn't ask. She didn't need to. We packed up the tent that afternoon, shoving it into the garage, out of sight. We didn't talk about it, didn't make any plans to camp out again. Whatever fun we'd been hoping to have, whatever adventure we'd thought we'd find in our own backyard, it wasn't worth it. Not after what happened. The note stayed with me, though. The words burned into my mind. I kept thinking about those voices, the way they'd circled us, the way they'd whispered just outside the tent. I didn't know who they were, or why they'd picked our yard, but I knew one thing for sure. We weren't safe. Not anymore. Something's wrong with the elevator in my building. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago. Small things at first. Movements in the mirror that didn't match up. Shadows that shouldn't be there. Now it's gotten worse. Much worse. I need to write this down while I still can. Before whatever happens next. I work late shifts at the data center downtown. Network security. Boring stuff. Mostly watching logs and making sure nothing breaks. My apartment's on the 11th floor of Highland Towers, this older building on 47th Street. Not fancy, but it works. The elevator's one of those older models with mirrors on 3 sides. I never liked those mirrors much. Now I hate them. It started on a Tuesday. I remember because I'd just finished a double shift covering for Dave, who'd called in sick. The lobby clock showed 3:17 a.m. when I swiped my keycard. My feet hurt. My eyes burned from staring at screens. I just wanted to get upstairs and crash. The elevator doors opened with that familiar ding. Empty, like always at that hour. I hit 11 and leaned against the back wall, closing my eyes for a second. That's when I felt it. A cold spot, like walking through a pocket of winter air in a heated room. I opened my eyes. In the left mirror, I saw something move. Just a flicker, like a bird flying past a window. But we were in a sealed elevator. I turned my head. Nothing there. The right mirror showed only me, tired and confused. The center mirror reflected both side mirrors, creating that endless tunnel effect. Normal. I rubbed my eyes. Fatigue playing tricks. Had to be. The elevator stopped at 11. I got out, went to bed. Forgot about it by morning. But the next night, same time, same cold spot. This time the movement was in the right mirror. Clearer. A darkness that didn't match the reflections, sliding across the glass like oil on water. I watched it in the center mirror, tracking its path. When I turned to look directly at it, gone. For 2 weeks this pattern repeated. Always between 3:15 and 3:30 a.m. Always a shadow moving in one of the mirrors, never in the same place twice. I started mapping their appearances in a notebook. Left mirror, right mirror, center. No pattern I could find. Some nights the shadow was small, like a child's silhouette. Other nights it stretched floor to ceiling. I'm not crazy. I tested things, took videos on my phone. The shadows never showed up in recordings. Changed my schedule, came home at different times. Nothing unusual happened before 3 a.m. or after 4 a.m. Used the stairs a few times, but 11 flights after a 12-hour shift. That got old fast. Last Friday I decided to confront it, whatever it was. Bought a better flashlight, set up my phone to record anyway, even though I knew it wouldn't catch anything. Waited in the lobby until 3:15 a.m. exactly. The elevator opened. Empty. I stepped in, positioned myself in the center, flashlight ready. Hit 11, watched the mirrors. Floor 3, floor 4, nothing unusual. Floor 7, there, left mirror. A shadow, darker than dark, moving like smoke but with purpose. I swung the flashlight toward it. The beam hit the mirror and bounced back, multiplied by the reflections. In that strobing moment, I saw it clearly. A human shape, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, edges too sharp. No features, just absolute darkness in the shape of a person, and it was closer than it had ever been before. Floor 8. The shadow slid across the left mirror into the center. Floor 9. It reached the right mirror, and now I could feel it behind me. Cold radiated from that spot, raising goosebumps on my neck. Floor 10. I didn't turn around. Couldn't. The doors opened at 11 and I bolted. 3 steps into the hallway, I realized my mistake. The cold spot had followed me out. My feet froze to the carpet. The hallway lights flickered. They'd never done that before. Slowly, so slowly, I turned my head to look over my shoulder. It stood there, no longer confined to the mirrors. 7 feet tall at least, a perfect silhouette of darkness that seemed to swallow the fluorescent lighting around it. No face, but I knew it was looking at me. The cold intensified. I ran, fumbled my keys twice before getting my door open, slammed it shut, locked every bolt. Stood there shaking, ears straining for any sound from the hallway. Nothing. After 10 minutes, I got the nerve to look through the peephole. The hallway was empty. Normal lighting, no cold spots, no shadows. I called in sick the next day, spent hours researching the building's history, looking for deaths, accidents, anything involving the elevator. Found nothing unusual. Called the building manager about the elevator mirrors. He said they'd been there since the building opened in 1983. No reports of problems, no complaints from other tenants. Saturday night I stayed at a hotel, Sunday too. Had to come back yesterday, can't afford hotel rooms forever. Took the stairs despite my exhaustion, refused to look at the elevator as I passed the lobby. But now it's 3:14 a.m. I'm sitting in my living room, watching the light under my door. The hallway fluorescents just started flickering. The temperature is dropping. I can see my breath. Something's casting a shadow under the door, something tall and thin that shouldn't be there. The shadow is spreading, seeping into my apartment like black water. The cold is everywhere now. My fingers are stiff as I type this. The shadow is taking shape, rising up the wall, stretching toward the ceiling. It's behind me now. I can feel it. The cold is unbearable. My screen is dimming, or maybe that's the darkness creeping into my vision. I don't want to turn around. I don't want to see what it... This text was found in an open document on a laptop in apartment 11C. The tenant, James Morrison, was reported missing on October 15th after failing to show up at work for 3 days. Security footage shows him entering the building at 3:12 a.m. on October 12th. He has not been seen since. The elevator mirrors were removed during the investigation but revealed no anomalies. Since then, several tenants have reported unusual cold spots and moving shadows in the elevator between 3 and 4 a.m., but no other disappearances have occurred. The case remains open. My hands won't stop shaking as I type this. I need to get it all down while it's fresh, while I can still hear those footsteps circling outside. I'm safe now, I think, but I need to tell someone what happened yesterday in those woods. I'd been hiking the Black Rock Trail since sunrise. It's a remote path in northern Vermont that I'd done maybe a dozen times before. The weather was perfect. Crisp fall air, clear skies. I packed light, just water, trail mix, and my phone. Should have been an easy 6-hour loop. Around 2 p.m. I noticed I'd wandered off the marked trail. No big deal. It happens sometimes when you zone out during a long hike. I checked my phone to pull up the GPS. No signal. Fine. I'd just backtrack until I found the markers again. That's when I saw it through the trees. A wooden cabin maybe 50 yards ahead. Old, weathered boards. Slightly tilted roof. Definitely wasn't marked on any trail maps I'd seen. But it looked solid enough, and I figured I could at least check if anyone was there who could point me back to the trail. The closer I got, the worse it looked. The wood was rotting in places. Dead leaves covered the porch. The windows were grimy, making it impossible to see inside. But something else felt wrong. The cabin looked abandoned, yet there were fresh boot prints in the mud near the steps. Big ones. And the door. It was slightly open, just a couple inches. I stopped at the bottom of the porch steps, called out, "Hello?" No answer, just birds and wind through the trees. I should have turned back right then. But I didn't. The porch boards creaked under my feet. I pushed the door open slowly. It moved easily, no rust on the hinges. The smell hit me first, musty, but with something else. Something chemical, like paint or markers. Anyone home? I called again. Silence. Light filtered through the dirty windows, showing a single room about 20 feet square. An old iron stove sat in one corner. A wooden table and chair in the middle. Some shelves on the walls. But it was the symbols that grabbed my attention. They covered every wall. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, drawn in black paint or marker. Circles inside triangles. Strange angular letters I didn't recognize. Spirals and zigzag patterns. Some looked fresh, the paint still glossy. Others had faded to gray. They formed larger patterns too, like someone had been adding to them over time, building toward something. I stepped further in, drawn to the wall of symbols. Up close I could see small details, dots and lines connecting different shapes. Some had been crossed out violently, black X's drawn over them. Others had what looked like dates written below in tiny numbers. The table held more clues. Recent ones, an empty water bottle, a box of protein bars with 2 left inside, a battery-powered lantern that still worked when I clicked it, and a notebook open to a page filled with more of those symbols, along with scribbled calculations. I picked up the notebook. The last entry was dated yesterday. Configuration complete. New moon tonight. The gate will. That's when I heard it. A footstep on the porch outside. Heavy. Deliberate. I froze. Another step, closer to the door. My heart slammed against my ribs. I clicked off the lantern. The footsteps stopped right outside. A shadow passed over the grimy window. Something large. I pressed myself against the wall beside the door, trying not to breathe. More footsteps, moving around the side of the cabin now. Slow. Regular. Like whatever it was knew exactly where it was going. I glanced at the windows. Too small to climb through, and anyway, I'd be seen. The steps completed a full circle around the cabin, then started again, and again. Always the same pace, always the same path. Circling, waiting. I stayed pressed against that wall for what felt like hours, listening to those endless footsteps. Sometimes they'd stop for a few minutes. Those were the worst moments, straining to hear any sound, wondering if it was about to burst through the door. The light through the windows started to fade. My legs ached from standing still so long. And those symbols on the walls, in the growing darkness, they seemed to shift and move in my peripheral vision. I had to do something. My phone still showed no signal, but the GPS was working. The trail was about a quarter-mile east. If I could make it there, I could follow it back to the parking area. But I'd have to get past whatever was out there first. The footsteps were on the far side of the cabin. I eased the door open just enough to peek out. The porch was empty. The woods beyond were growing dark. I took off my boots to move more quietly, gripped them in my left hand, counted the footsteps as they moved around the cabin. When they reached the far corner, I moved. 3 quick steps across the porch, down to the ground, 20 yards to the nearest thick tree. I made it just as the footsteps reached the front of the cabin again. They stopped. I pressed against the tree trunk, not daring to look back. A sound came from the direction of the cabin, a long, low breath like air being drawn through a deep tunnel. Then the footsteps resumed their circuit. I waited for them to reach the far side again, then ran to the next tree, and the next, zigzagging through the forest using the trees as cover. The footsteps kept circling. If whatever it was knew I was gone, it gave no sign. After about 50 yards, I stopped to put my boots back on, hands shaking as I tied the laces. The cabin was just visible through the trees now, a darker shape in the growing dusk. The footsteps were fainter but still there, still circling. I got my bearings on the GPS and started walking east. After 10 minutes, I hit the trail. After another hour of fast hiking, I reached my car. I drove straight home, checking the rearview mirror the whole way. That was yesterday. I haven't slept. Can't stop thinking about those symbols. About that notebook entry. The gate will what? And the footsteps. Always the same pace. Always circling. But here's the thing that really keeps me awake. I took pictures inside the cabin. Lots of them, trying to document those strange symbols. But when I checked my phone later, every single photo was corrupted. Just black frames with weird pixelated patterns. Except one. The last photo I took, right before I heard those first footsteps. It shows the wall of symbols clearly. And in the bottom corner, there's something I didn't notice at the time. A small mark, different from all the others. It looks like an arrow pointing down. I found the same mark on my hiking boot this morning, drawn in black marker on the inside, where it would touch my ankle. The footsteps outside my apartment started about an hour ago. Same pace, same circuit, always circling, waiting. I've got my car keys in my hand. But I know now, it doesn't matter where I go. Those footsteps will follow. Because whatever was in that cabin, whatever waited for me in those woods, it wasn't trying to keep me from leaving. It was making sure I brought something back with me. The footsteps are getting closer now. The first time I heard her voice through the internal phone system, I dropped my wrench. It clattered on the concrete floor of the empty server room, the sound echoing off the humming server racks. It was 2:47 a.m., and I was alone in the building. Or I was supposed to be. "Jimmy, is that really you?" The voice crackled through my headset. A voice I hadn't heard in 23 years. My hands went cold. Mom had been dead since I was 12. I work nights at Meridian Tech Solutions, doing maintenance and IT support when the regular staff is gone. Tonight was a standard server room check, tightening loose connections, checking temperature controls, basic stuff I'd done 100 times before. The headset is mandatory company policy. We wear them to stay connected to the building's internal communication system in case of emergencies. Usually it's just static and the occasional automated system alert. I grabbed the wrench from the floor. My fingers were shaking. "Hello?" My voice came out hoarse. "Jimmy, honey, you never visit anymore." The sound quality was perfect, better than the usual scratchy system audio. It had Mom's slight Texas drawl, the way she'd draw out certain words. "This isn't funny." I pressed my back against the server rack. The metal felt solid, real. "Who is this? Don't you remember the treehouse, Jimmy? The one your daddy built before he left? You used to sit up there for hours reading those science fiction magazines." My throat went dry. No one knew about that treehouse. I'd never told anyone about those afternoons hiding from Mom's depression, surrounded by worn copies of Asimov and Clark. "Remember how mad I got when you drilled holes in the floor to run that old telephone line up there? But I couldn't stay mad. You were so proud of your little communication system." I yanked the headset off and threw it across the room. It bounced off a rack and dangled by its cord. The voice continued, fainter but still audible. "You always were my clever boy." I ran to the security desk on the first floor. My boots echoed in the empty hallways. The motion sensor lights clicked on as I moved, creating a bubble of fluorescent brightness in the darkness. The security monitors showed what I expected. Empty corridors, locked doors, no movement. I pulled up the building's communication logs. No active calls. No system anomalies. My hands were steadier now. This had to be some kind of prank. Maybe someone hacked the comm system. But those details about the treehouse. The desk phone rang. Not the internal system. The regular landline. I stared at it, watching the red light pulse with each ring. On the fourth ring, I picked up. Security desk. "Jimmy, why did you run away? We were having such a nice talk." Mom's voice. But different now. Harder, with an edge I remembered from her bad days. "What do you want?" I gripped the edge of the desk. "Why did you leave me alone that day, Jimmy? You knew I was having one of my spells. You knew I kept your daddy's old pills in the bathroom cabinet." My chest tightened. I'd never forgiven myself for going to Bobby Chen's house that afternoon, for not checking on her sooner. "Stop it." I slammed the phone down. My hands were shaking again. I pulled up the phone system diagnostic screen. The call hadn't registered. According to the system, that conversation never happened. The overhead speakers crackled. You were always running away, Jimmy. From me, from everyone. Still running, aren't you? 3 ex-wives, 4 different cities. When are you going to stop? I typed commands into the security system, trying to isolate the source of the voice. Nothing showed up on any channel. Remember what you said at my funeral? I should have been there. You were right, Jimmy, you should have been there. The voice was moving between speakers now, following me as I paced the security desk. How many nights did you lie awake wondering if you could have saved me? Wondering if I took those pills because of you? Shut up. I grabbed the system master switch and killed power to the entire communications network. The building went silent except for the hum of the climate control. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text message. Unknown number. You can't shut me out, Jimmy, not anymore. I threw the phone across the room. It hit the wall and shattered. The computer screen at the security desk flickered. Words appeared, letter by letter, like someone typing. Do you remember the last thing I said to you before you left that day? I did remember. The memory hit me like a physical blow. Don't go, Jimmy, please stay. I need you today. The screen went black. Then more words. But you went anyway. I ran. Past the darkened offices, through the lobby, fumbling with my key card at the exit. The night air hit me like a slap. In my car, I jammed the key in the ignition. The radio came on. All stations static except for a voice cutting through the noise. Running away again, Jimmy? I yanked the keys out and got out of the car. My legs were shaking so bad I had to lean against the door. The building loomed behind me, dark except for the security lights. My tool bag was still up in the server room, my broken phone on the security desk. I had 4 hours left on my shift. The night air was cold and damp. October in Seattle, it would probably rain soon. I could call my supervisor, make up some emergency. But I needed this job. 3 months behind on child support, and Sarah's lawyer was getting aggressive about it. My watch showed 3:23 a.m. The voice had first come through at 2:47. 36 minutes of impossible conversations with my dead mother. I walked to the building's side entrance, away from the main doors. My hands were steadier now. Fear was giving way to anger. All right, I said to the empty air. You want to talk about that day? Let's talk. I swiped my key card. The door clicked open. The side hallway was dark until motion sensors picked up my movement. I walked toward the central stairwell, my footsteps loud on the polished floor. I was 12 years old, I said to the empty corridor. 12-year-olds make mistakes. No response from the speakers. I took the stairs 2 at a time up to the 4th floor. The server room door was still open, lights still on. My headset lay where I'd thrown it. You want to blame me? Fine. I blame me too. Have for 23 years. I picked up the headset. It was silent. But here's what you don't talk about. The other days I was there. All those times I stayed home instead of going out with friends. All those times I flushed your pills or called the doctor when you wouldn't. I was 12, and I was doing my best. The overhead speakers hummed to life. Jimmy. Mom's voice was different now. Softer. Sad. No. I cut her off. My turn to talk. You want to dig up the past? Let's dig it all up. Let's talk about Dad leaving. Let's talk about the days you wouldn't get out of bed. Let's talk about me making my own lunches and doing my own laundry at 10 years old. I was sick, Jimmy. I know you were sick. I knew it then, but I was a kid. My voice echoed off the server racks. A kid who still needed his mother. Silence from the speakers. I sat down heavily in the desk chair by the monitoring station. My hands were shaking again, but not from fear this time. I loved you, Mom. I still love you. And I'm sorry about that day. I'm sorry I wasn't there, but I can't carry that guilt anymore. The overhead lights flickered. My clever boy. Mom's voice was fading. Always trying to fix everything. I couldn't fix you, Mom. I had to learn to accept that. I know, honey, I know. The speakers crackled, then went silent. I sat there for a long time, listening to the hum of the servers. At 4:15, the automatic system check ran, sending standard diagnostic tones through the communication network. Normal, ordinary sounds. I finished my maintenance checks, tightened the loose connections I'd been working on when the voice first came through, logged everything in the system. At 6:30, the early shift started arriving. I passed Lisa from accounting in the lobby. She wished me good morning. I nodded, not trusting my voice. In my car, I sat watching the sunrise paint the building's windows orange. My hands weren't shaking anymore. I pulled out my wallet and removed a worn photograph. Mom and me at the beach, summer before everything fell apart. She was smiling, her arm around my shoulders. "Goodbye, Mom," I whispered. I put the photo back in my wallet and started the car. The radio played normal morning shows, traffic reports, commercials. I drove home through the early morning traffic. Tomorrow I'd have to replace my broken phone, file an incident report about the communication system malfunction, figure out some way to explain it all. But for now, I just drove, watching the city wake up around me. The sun was fully up now, burning away the last traces of night. When I got home, I called Sarah about the child support. It was time to stop running away from things. The next night at work, the communication system functioned normally. No voices, no impossible conversations, just the usual static and system alerts. But sometimes, during the quiet hours before dawn, I catch myself touching the headset, wondering if she'll ever call again. There are things I'd like to tell her, about my kids, my life, the man I'm trying to be. But maybe some conversations are better left unfinished. I keep the photograph in my wallet, though, and sometimes on my breaks, I take it out and look at her smile, remember her voice. "My clever boy," she'd called me. Maybe it's time I started living up to that. The first time I heard it was 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. I know the exact time because I checked my phone when the sound woke me up. A piano melody, soft and slow, coming through my bedroom wall. My neighbor must have been having trouble sleeping. I pulled my pillow over my head and tried to go back to sleep. At 4:12 a.m. I was still awake. The music hadn't stopped. The same melody kept repeating, over and over. I got out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold, hardwood floor. Standing next to the wall, I pressed my ear against it. The music was clearer now, a simple pattern of notes that made my stomach twist. I pulled on sweatpants and walked into the hallway. Apartment 4B. That's where the music was coming from. I'd never met the neighbor. 3 months living here, and I'd only caught glimpses of someone going in or out. I knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked harder. The music kept playing. I went back to my apartment and called the building super. 4 rings, then voicemail. I left a message about the noise complaint. Back in bed, I put in earplugs and watched YouTube videos on my phone until sunrise. When my alarm went off at 7 a.m., the music was gone. That day at work, I couldn't focus. The melody kept playing in my head. Simple notes repeating. Down 4 steps, up 3, down 2 more. Over and over. My coworkers asked if I was okay. I looked like shit. I told them about noisy neighbors and bad sleep. That night, nothing. Complete silence. I slept straight through until morning. The music started again the next night. 3:47 a.m. exactly. I checked my phone, and there it was. Same melody, same piano. This time it was louder. I could hear it clearly even with my head under the pillow. I got dressed and went to knock on 4B's door again. Still no answer. I put my ear to the door. The music was definitely coming from inside. I tried the handle. Locked. The super finally called me back that morning. He sounded annoyed. 4B, that apartment's been empty for 2 months. Previous tenant moved out in August. My mouth went dry. But I hear music coming from there. Piano music. At night. No piano in that unit, never was. It's completely empty right now. I asked him to check it out. He agreed to stop by that afternoon. At work, I researched the building's history. Nothing interesting came up. Just a normal apartment complex built in the 1990s. No deaths, no scandals, no ghost stories. The super left me a voicemail. He checked 4B. Empty apartment, no piano, no signs of anyone living there. He suggested I might be hearing music from another unit, or from outside. That night I took sleeping pills. They didn't help. The music started at exactly 3:47 a.m., louder than ever. I could feel the bass notes vibrating through the wall. The melody was faster now, more intense. The same pattern but played with urgency, like someone hammering the keys. I recorded it on my phone. When I played it back in the morning, there was nothing but static. I started sleeping on my couch, as far from that wall as possible. It didn't matter. The music found me there too. Each night at 3:47 a.m., starting soft and growing louder. Each night the tempo increased, the notes more frantic. I asked other neighbors if they heard it. They all said no. The woman in 4C on the other side of the empty apartment looked at me like I was crazy when I mentioned it. After a week of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I hadn't slept properly in days. The melody was stuck in my head constantly, playing on repeat. At work, I caught myself tapping it out with my fingers. Down 4 steps, up 3, down 2 more. Over and over. I called the police. They came out and checked 4B. Empty apartment, no piano, no signs of anything unusual. They suggested I see a doctor, so I did. The doctor found nothing wrong with my ears, no signs of auditory hallucinations. He prescribed sleeping pills, stronger ones this time. They didn't help. The music kept getting louder. Now it wasn't just at night. Sometimes I'd hear faint traces of it during the day. The same melody playing quietly in the background, like it was coming from very far away. I started recording everything. Set up microphones all over my apartment. Hours of audio, and nothing but static when I played it back. But I could hear it. Every night at 3:47 a.m. the piano would start, 2 weeks in, and the music was so loud it rattled my windows. The melody had become violent, discordant, the same pattern of notes but played with such force I could feel each strike of the keys in my bones. I stopped going to work, stopped sleeping entirely, just sat in my apartment waiting for 3:47 a.m. each night. The super threatened to evict me after I tried to break down the door to 4B. Last night something changed. The music started at the usual time, but different. Slower again, like at the beginning, but closer somehow. No longer coming through the wall. It sounded like it was in my apartment. I sat on my couch, completely still, listening. The melody moved through my living room. Down 4 steps, up 3, down 2 more. I could hear the pedals of the piano creaking. The soft thud of fingers hitting keys. Something cold brushed against my shoulder. The melody stopped mid-note. Then it started again, right behind me. Not from a piano anymore, being hummed. A soft, cold whisper of the same notes, right in my ear. I ran, grabbed my keys and phone and ran out of the apartment. Spent the night in my car in a Walmart parking lot. But I can still hear it. Even now, sitting in this coffee shop writing this down, I can hear it faintly. The melody is there, always there. Down 4 steps, up 3, down 2 more. It's 3:42 p.m., 5 minutes until 3:47. The humming is getting louder. I don't think it matters where I go anymore. The music isn't coming from apartment 4B. It never was. It's coming for me. Down 4 steps, up 3, down 2 more. Can you hear it? I can feel cold breath on my neck. The humming is right behind me now. I don't want to turn around. I don't want to see what's been playing that melody. But I can't help it. I'm turning around now. The first thing I noticed when I moved in was the smell. Not musty like most old houses. This was sharper, like copper and earth mixed together. When I asked Jack, the landlord, about it, he just shrugged and said the house was from 1897. That should have been my first warning. I found the place on Craigslist, $800 a month for a furnished room in a Victorian house near downtown Portland. Too good to be true, but I was desperate after my divorce cleaned me out. The room was on the second floor facing east. Hardwood floors, a brass bed frame, and built-in shelves. Simple and clean. Jack lived on the first floor. Mid-60s, thin gray hair, always wearing the same brown cardigan. He showed me around that first day, pointing out the shared bathroom and kitchen. When we reached the basement door, he stopped. "This stays locked," he said, patting the heavy padlock. "Previous tenants stored some stuff down there years ago. Legal issues. Best to leave it alone." I nodded, not really caring. I just needed a place to sleep between my shifts at the warehouse. The first week was quiet. I worked nights, slept days, barely saw Jack. The room felt cold even with the heat on, but I bought an extra blanket. No big deal. Then the footsteps started. I heard them my second Sunday off, around 2 a.m. Clear and steady, moving back and forth across the basement floor. Not the creaking you get in old houses. These were deliberate steps. The sound of someone pacing. I went downstairs to check. The basement door was still locked. The footsteps stopped as soon as I touched the handle. "Pipes," Jack said when I mentioned it the next morning. "Old houses make noise. But pipes don't wear boots, and pipes don't drag heavy objects across the floor at 3 a.m. The noises got worse over the next few weeks. Sometimes it was just the footsteps. Other nights I heard scraping, like furniture being moved. Once, a sound like glass breaking, followed by what might have been laughter. I started losing sleep. The sounds always stopped when I went to investigate, but they'd start up again as soon as I got back to bed. I began keeping a log. October 12th, footsteps from 1:15 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. October 15th, dragging sounds, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. October 18th, breaking glass at midnight. October 20th, what sounded like someone hammering nails. Then things escalated. I woke up one morning to find my watch missing from the nightstand. I always put it there before bed, had done it for years. I tore the room apart looking for it, checked under the bed, in the drawers, even in my shoes. I found it that evening, sitting perfectly centered in front of the basement door. I convinced myself I must have dropped it somewhere and Jack found it. But 2 days later, my wallet disappeared. Then my phone charger. Each time, the missing item would show up in front of the basement door within 24 hours. I started taking photos of where I placed things before bed, setting up my phone to record at night. The recordings caught the footsteps clear as day, but nothing else. And still, things kept moving. The final straw came when I woke up to find my wedding ring gone. I'd kept it in a small box in my dresser drawer since the divorce. The box was still there, but empty. I waited by the basement door all day. No sign of the ring. At sunset, I heard the footsteps start up again, louder than ever. That's when I decided to break in. I waited until Jack left for his weekly grocery run. The padlock was old, but sturdy. I'd bought bolt cutters that morning, telling myself this was probably illegal, but not caring anymore. The lock snapped easily. The basement steps were wooden, worn smooth in the middle. No handrail. The light switch at the top didn't work, so I used my phone's flashlight. The smell hit me first, that same copper earth smell, but stronger, much stronger. The basement was huge, stretching under the entire house. The floor was dirt, packed hard by years of use. Empty except for some old furniture covered in sheets. My light caught something in the far corner. A door, set into the foundation wall. It looked newer than the rest of the basement, maybe added in the last decade. Heavy steel with a modern lock. The footsteps started again, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just darkness beyond my phone's light. Something crashed upstairs. Then another crash closer. Jack was back early. I ran for the stairs but caught my foot on something. A sheet-covered table. I fell hard, dropping my phone. The light spun across the floor, illuminating things under the other sheets. Not furniture, suitcases, dozens of them, and boxes with names written on the sides. All the previous tenants must stored stuff. Footsteps on the stairs now, Jack's voice. Mr. Andrews? Are you down there? My phone light caught the edge of something sticking out from under one of the sheets. A hand. Dried. Mummified. I grabbed my phone and ran. Took the stairs 3 at a time. Jack stood at the top, still in his cardigan, holding something. My wedding ring. You should have left it alone, he said. They get angry when people come down. They like their privacy. He smiled. His teeth looked strange. Too many of them. But don't worry. There's always room for one more, and the rent is very reasonable. I don't remember getting past him. Don't remember running to my car or driving away. I left everything, clothes, furniture, documents, all still sitting in that room upstairs. The police didn't believe me, of course. When they finally got a warrant, the basement was empty. Just an unfinished cellar with a concrete floor. No suitcases, no steel door, no bodies. Jack was gone too. The house sold 2 months later to a developer. They tore it down to build condos. But sometimes I drive past that lot late at night. The construction's been delayed multiple times. Permit issues, they say. Equipment keeps breaking down. Workers quit without notice. And if you stop and listen, really listen, you can still hear them. Footsteps moving back and forth under the dirt. Pacing. Waiting. The new building will have a basement too. And I'm sure the rent will be very reasonable. I've started checking Craigslist every day, watching for familiar addresses, warning people when I can. Most ignore me. Some call me crazy, but the listings keep appearing. Old houses with cheap rooms for rent, always with a basement that stays locked. And somewhere out there, Jack is showing another desperate person around another old house, wearing that same brown cardigan, smiling that same strange smile. The basement? Oh, we keep that locked. Previous tenant stored some stuff down there. Legal issues. Best to leave it alone. I wonder how many basements he has now. How many sets of footsteps echo through the dark. I still have nightmares about what I saw under those sheets, about that steel door and what might have been behind it, about Jack's smile and all those teeth. But mostly I dream about the footsteps, the steady, patient rhythm of them, moving back and forth, getting closer every night. They've found me twice since I ran. Different cities, different apartments. I always know it's starting when something small goes missing. A watch, a wallet, a phone charger. Then I find it in front of the nearest basement door, perfectly centered, like a gift. Or an invitation. I'm in my car now, heading west. No destination in mind. Just driving, trying to stay ahead of the footsteps. But I know they'll catch up eventually. They always do. And somewhere in the dark, a basement door is waiting, with my name on a box, and a space already prepared. The rent is very reasonable after all. Just don't ask about the smell. I wasn't expecting any deliveries that Wednesday afternoon. When the doorbell rang, I almost ignored it. Living alone on the 10th floor of an aging apartment building in downtown Chicago means most unexpected visitors are either mistakes or trouble. But something made me get up from my desk and check the peephole. Nobody was there. Just an ordinary brown cardboard box sitting on my welcome mat. I opened the door and looked down the hallway in both directions. Empty. The elevator at the end of the hall stayed silent. I picked up the package. No shipping label, no return address. Just my name and apartment number written in black marker, the letters precise and angular. The box was light, maybe 2 pounds at most. I brought it inside and set it on my kitchen counter. The tape along the seams was clear packing tape, applied carefully with no loose edges. I grabbed a knife from the drawer and cut it open. Inside was a single item wrapped in bubble wrap. As I peeled away the plastic, my stomach tightened. It was a coffee mug. My coffee mug. The one I'd lost 3 months ago at work. I'd assumed I'd left it in the break room and someone had taken it. But here it was, returned to me. Except something was wrong. The mug was clean, spotless even, but there were scratches on the inside bottom that hadn't been there before. Deep scratches, deliberately carved. They formed a pattern, 3 parallel lines intersected by 2 diagonal ones. I set the mug down and dumped out the bubble wrap, searching for a note or explanation. Nothing. Just the mug and packaging material. That night, I couldn't sleep. The mug sat on my kitchen counter and I kept thinking about those scratches. Someone had taken my mug, kept it for months, carved something into it, and then delivered it back to me. Why? Around 2 a.m. I heard a sound from my living room, like something being dragged across the hardwood floor. I froze in my bed, listening. The sound came again, closer this time. I got up and turned on my bedside lamp. The dragging stopped immediately. My bedroom door was closed, but light from the living room leaked underneath it. I hadn't left any lights on when I went to bed. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. The metal felt ice cold against my palm. I pulled the door open fast, ready to confront whatever was out there. The living room lights were off, but I distinctly remembered seeing light under my door just seconds ago. I flipped the switch by my bedroom door. Everything looked normal. My laptop still sat on the coffee table. The TV remote hadn't moved. The front door was locked with the chain still on. But something felt different. The air felt different, like the space had been disturbed, rearranged slightly. I walked through the apartment, checking every corner, every closet. Nothing was obviously missing or moved, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there, touching my things, studying my space. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in my bed with my back against the headboard, staring at the bedroom door until sunrise. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting to my computer screen's reflection, watching the space behind me. Twice I spun around, certain I'd seen movement in my peripheral vision. Nothing was there. When I got home that evening, I immediately noticed the smell. Something metallic and sharp, like copper pennies. It was strongest near the kitchen. The mug had moved. I'd left it next to the sink that morning, but now it sat in the center of the counter, turned so the scratched pattern faced my living room. I picked it up carefully. The inside was wet. Not with water. The liquid was slightly thick and pink-tinged. I dropped the mug in the sink and backed away. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely unlock my phone to call the police. They arrived 20 minutes later. 2 officers did a thorough search of my apartment while I waited in the hallway. They found no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints on the mug except mine. The liquid inside had dried, leaving only a faint stain. They took my statement and told me to call again if anything else happened. That night the sound started again. Footsteps in my living room. The creak of floorboards. The soft scrape of something being dragged. I lay in bed, my whole body rigid with fear, listening to someone move through my apartment with casual familiarity. The footsteps approached my bedroom door. Stopped. I heard breathing on the other side, slow and deliberate. The doorknob began to turn. I threw myself at the door, slamming it shut and twisting the lock. The presence on the other side didn't react. No startled movement. No attempt to force the door. Just that steady breathing. After what felt like hours, the footsteps moved away. I heard my front door open and close. I didn't leave my room until morning. The next day I called in sick to work. I couldn't face leaving my apartment unattended. I spent the morning installing new locks and a security camera system. The technician gave me odd looks as I insisted on cameras covering every angle, including one pointed directly at my bedroom door. That afternoon, my phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Breathing on the other end. The same slow, measured breaths I'd heard through my bedroom door. Who is this? My voice cracked. A laugh. Soft and familiar. Then they hung up. I started seeing the shadows that evening. Quick movements at the edge of my vision. A dark shape ducking behind furniture. A human silhouette reflected in my TV screen that vanished when I turned around. The security cameras showed nothing. Just empty rooms and still air. But I knew what I was seeing. Someone was in my apartment, moving just outside the camera's view, staying in my blind spots. They knew the layout of my apartment perfectly. They knew which floorboards creaked and which were silent. They knew exactly where to stand, to remain unseen, while watching me. That night I heard typing on my laptop. I'd left it on the coffee table. The sound was clear, someone slowly pecking out keys one at a time. I forced myself to look through my bedroom door. The laptop screen glowed in the darkness. A document was open. As I watched, words appeared one letter at a time. I've been here before, many times, while you sleep. I slammed my bedroom door and shoved my dresser in front of it, called 911, waited in terror as the typing continued. The police arrived in minutes, found nothing. The document on my laptop was gone. No browser history, no recently opened files. They suggested I was working too hard, stressed, imagining things. I knew I wasn't imagining the coffee mug. It had moved again, now sitting on my bedside table, though I'd left it in the kitchen sink. The scratched pattern seemed deeper, more deliberate. I packed a bag and checked into a hotel, called my boss, told him I needed a few days off, tried to think rationally about what was happening. Someone had been watching me, learning my routines, studying my space. They'd taken something personal, my mug, and returned it marked. Now they were toying with me, letting me know they could come and go as they pleased. But why? I ran through my mental list of enemies, ex-girlfriends, fired employees, angry clients. Nobody stood out as capable of this level of psychological torture. After 3 nights in the hotel, I had to go home. I couldn't afford to stay away longer. Walking into my apartment felt like stepping into a trap. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Too exact. Like someone had carefully replaced each item in its precise position. The air felt stale and undisturbed, but I knew better. They'd been here while I was gone. I found their message in the bathroom mirror, written in the condensation from my shower. "Welcome home. I missed watching you sleep." I wiped it away with a shaking hand. Went to the kitchen for a drink. The coffee mug sat waiting on the counter. The scratched pattern had changed. New lines added, forming what looked like a crude calendar. Dates marked off, counting down to something. That's when I noticed the photos spread across my kitchen table. Dozens of them, all of me. Sleeping in my bed, working at my desk, eating dinner, reading on my couch. All taken from inside my apartment over what looked like months. The most recent was from last night. Me in my hotel room, tossing in my sleep. They'd followed me. They were still watching. I heard the front door lock click open, footsteps in the hallway. Familiar ones. The handle of my kitchen knife felt cold in my palm as I turned to face the door. My own key turned in the lock. The door swung open, and I saw who had been watching me all along. It was me. Another version of me stood in the doorway. Same face, same clothes, same everything, but wrong somehow. Like looking in a mirror that showed what you really were instead of what you pretended to be. He smiled. The same smile I practiced in the mirror every morning. "I've been waiting to meet you," he said in my voice. "We have so much to talk about." I backed away as he stepped into the apartment. My apartment, his apartment. The knife clattered to the floor from my numb fingers. He picked up the coffee mug from the counter, ran his finger along the scratched pattern. "Time's almost up," he said. "Soon there will only be one of us here, the real one." I ran, down the fire escape, into the street, into the night. But I could hear him behind me, following, patient, unhurried. He didn't need to chase me. He already knew where I would go. He was me, after all. I'm in another hotel now, writing this down, trying to make sense of it. The coffee mug sits on the desk beside me. I don't remember bringing it. The scratched pattern has changed again. Only one date left unmarked. Tonight. I can hear footsteps in the hallway getting closer. They sound just like mine. The girl on the swing wasn't there, and then she was. That's what keeps coming back to me over and over. 1 second the playground was empty, just metal and shadows. The next second she sat there, swinging back and forth, staring at me. I know how this sounds. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times trying to make sense of it, but there's no sense to be made. I can only tell you what happened. It was 2 a.m. on a Tuesday in October. I remember because I just checked my phone, reading another message from Sarah about the divorce papers. My hands shook as I walked through the empty streets of our suburb. The message said she'd have her lawyer contact me again. 3rd time this week. I couldn't sleep. Hadn't slept properly in days. The walls of my apartment felt like they were closing in, so I went for a walk. No destination in mind. Just moving one foot in front of the other, trying to outrun the thoughts in my head. The streetlights cast orange circles on the sidewalk. Houses sat dark and quiet. A cat darted across the street. My footsteps echoed off the pavement. Left, right, left, right. I walked past the convenience store where Sarah and I used to buy ice cream in the summer. Past the dry cleaners where I'd pick up my suits for work. Past the coffee shop where we had our first date. My feet carried me to Jefferson Park. It sits between 2 streets, tucked away behind a row of maple trees. During the day, kids fill the place with noise and life. At night, it's different. Empty. Still. The chain-link fence surrounds old playground equipment, slides, monkey bars, a rusty merry-go-round, and 2 sets of swings. I pushed through the creaking gate. Gravel crunched under my shoes. The air felt cooler here, heavy with moisture from the nearby creek. My breath came out in small clouds. I headed for the swings, drawn to them without really knowing why. Maybe because Sarah and I used to bring Amy here, before everything fell apart. The swing's rubber seat felt cold through my jeans. I gripped the chains, letting my weight settle. They squeaked softly as I pushed off, just enough to sway back and forth. The familiar motion calmed something in my chest. My breathing slowed. For a moment, the world felt almost normal again. That's when I noticed the sound. Another set of chains squeaking out of sync with mine. I turned my head to look at the swing set next to me. She sat there, this little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old. Pale skin, dark hair in 2 long braids. She wore a white dress that seemed too thin for the cold. Her feet in black patent leather shoes moved back and forth as she swung, keeping perfect rhythm. My heart stopped. I'm not being dramatic. It literally felt like my heart skipped several beats, because I knew with absolute certainty that swing had been empty seconds ago. I hadn't heard anyone approach, hadn't seen any movement in my peripheral vision. She'd simply appeared like someone had dropped her into that exact spot between one blink and the next. The girl turned her head to look at me. Her face showed nothing, no surprise, no fear, no curiosity, just blank, like a doll's face. Her eyes reflected the streetlight, but something seemed wrong about them. Too dark maybe, too still. "Hey," I said. My voice came out rough. Are you okay? Where are your parents?" She didn't answer, didn't blink, just kept swinging, back and forth, staring at me with those wrong eyes. My palms went slick with sweat despite the cold. The chains felt greasy under my fingers. I wanted to look away, but something kept my eyes locked on her face. A car passed on the street beyond the fence, headlights sweeping across the playground. I turned my head instinctively toward the light. When I looked back, the swing beside me was empty. The chain swayed slightly, but there was no girl. No footprints in the gravel where her feet had been dragging. No sound of running feet. Nothing. I jumped up so fast I stumbled, catching myself on the swing's frame. My heart hammered against my ribs. I spun in a circle, scanning the playground. Empty slides, empty monkey bars, empty merry-go-round. The street beyond the fence was deserted. "Hello," I called out. My voice echoed off the metal equipment. "Little girl?" Nothing answered except the wind in the trees. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran all the way home, lungs burning, legs pumping. I didn't stop until I was inside my apartment with the door locked behind me. I stood there in the dark, gasping for breath, listening to the blood rush in my ears. Sleep didn't come that night. I sat on my couch until sunrise, every light in the apartment blazing. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. That empty expression. Those wrong eyes. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My hands shook as I typed emails. Twice, my boss asked if I was feeling okay. I must have looked terrible. I felt terrible, exhausted, jumpy, questioning my own sanity. After work, I drove past Jefferson Park. In daylight, it looked normal. Kids played on the equipment while parents watched from benches. The swing where she'd appeared moved gently in the breeze. I parked my car and walked over to the playground. A mother giving her toddler a push on the swings gave me an odd look. I must have seemed strange. A lone man staring at playground equipment. The gravel looked undisturbed. The swing's chains showed no sign of the previous night's encounter. I touched the rubber seat. Just a normal swing, slightly wet from earlier rain. That night I couldn't stay away. Something pulled me back to the park around midnight. The streets felt different this time. Watchful, waiting. Each shadow might have hidden something. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. The playground sat empty under the streetlights. I approached slowly, gravel crunching under my feet. The swings moved slightly in the wind. I stood there for an hour, watching. Nothing appeared. No little girl in a white dress, just empty swings and cricket sounds. I went back the next night, and the next. Sometimes I'd sit on the swing where I'd first seen her. Sometimes I'd walk circles around the playground. Sometimes I'd just stand by the fence and watch. Nothing ever happened. A week passed. My coworkers started giving me concerned looks. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I couldn't sleep more than an hour or two at a time. When I did sleep, I dreamed of swings moving by themselves and little girls with empty eyes. Sarah's lawyer called twice. I barely registered what he said. The divorce papers sat unsigned on my kitchen counter. None of it seemed important anymore. 10 days after the encounter, I sat in my usual spot on the swing. It was colder than usual, frost forming on the metal equipment. My breath came out in thick clouds. The chains creaked as I swayed back and forth. "I saw you before." The voice came from beside me, high, clear, like bells made of ice. I turned my head slowly, knowing what I'd see. She sat there again, swinging in perfect rhythm. Same white dress, same braids, same empty expression. But this time she'd spoken. My throat closed up. Sweat broke out across my back despite the cold. I forced myself to keep looking at her. "What?" I had to swallow hard before continuing. "What do you mean?" "At Amy's funeral." She kept swinging, eyes fixed on my face. "You couldn't see me then, but I saw you." The world tilted sideways. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. Because she was right. 3 years ago, we'd buried our daughter Amy after the accident. She'd been 7 years old, the same age as... "Who are you?" I whispered. "You know who I am, Daddy." Her face stayed blank, but now I saw what had been wrong about her eyes. They weren't just dark. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. No white, no iris, no reflection. Just darkness. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't work. The chains felt cold enough to burn my hands. "You're not her," I said. My voice shook. "You can't be her. Amy is... dead?" She tilted her head, bird-like. "Yes, I am." The swing's creaking seemed louder now, drowning out everything else. The girl, the thing pretending to be my daughter, kept moving back and forth, back and forth. Her feet never touched the ground. "Why are you here?" I managed to ask. "Because you are." She spoke matter-of-factly, like explaining something simple to a child. "You come here every night. You think about me, about the accident, about how you were looking at your phone instead of the road." Pain shot through my chest. I couldn't breathe. The night Amy died played behind my eyes. The screech of tires, the impact, the silence afterward. The guilt that had destroyed my marriage, driven Sarah away. left me alone with my memories. "I'm sorry," I choked out. "God, Amy, I'm so sorry." "I know, Daddy." For the first time, something like emotion crossed her face. Not quite a smile, but close. "That's why I'm here, to tell you it's okay." I looked down at my hands, vision blurring with tears. When I looked up again, the swing beside me was empty, but this time I felt something different. Not terror, not confusion. Something had lifted from my shoulders, a weight I'd carried for 3 years, so heavy I'd forgotten it was there. I sat there until sunrise, watching the sky turn from black to gray to pink. Then I went home, signed the divorce papers, and slept for 12 hours straight. I didn't dream. I still walk past Jefferson Park sometimes. The swings move in the wind, chains squeaking. Sometimes I think I see a flash of white dress, a glimpse of dark braids. But I don't stop anymore. I don't need to. Whatever visited me that night, whether it was really Amy's ghost, or my guilt taking shape, or something else entirely, it gave me what I needed. Not forgiveness exactly, but permission to forgive myself. The swings keep moving. The world keeps turning. And somewhere, in the space between one moment and the next, a little girl in a white dress swings back and forth, watching over her father as he learns to live again. The first voice came at 2:17 a.m. I know because I checked my watch when I heard it. I wasn't sleeping anyway. Too many weird sounds in these woods. The voice was low, almost a whisper, but clear enough to make out the words. He always drinks his coffee black, 2 cups every morning. My hand froze on the flashlight. That was true. I've had the same morning routine for 15 years. I was 3 days into my solo camping trip in the Cascade Mountains, about 20 miles from the nearest town. The closest marked trail was 5 miles back. I'd picked this spot specifically because it was so isolated. No cell service, no other campers, no rangers, just me, my tent, and the wilderness. At least, that's what I thought until now. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness outside the tent. Nothing moved. The October air was cold enough to see my breath, and my thermal sleeping bag suddenly felt paper thin. Lives alone in that blue house on Maple Street. A different voice this time. Female, younger. Number 247. My throat went dry. That was my address. I sat up slowly, trying not to make any noise. The tent's thin walls suddenly seemed like a joke. I could see shadows moving outside when clouds passed over the moon, but I couldn't tell if any of them were people. Divorced 3 years ago. Sarah left him. A third voice, older, gravelly. She couldn't stand his obsession with work. A bead of sweat rolled down my neck despite the cold. My ex-wife's name was Sarah. We'd split up because I spent too many hours at the accounting firm. These weren't random guesses anymore. I reached for my hunting knife. The handle felt solid, real. I kept it beside my sleeping bag every night, but I'd never seriously thought I'd need it. Lost his mother to cancer last spring. The first voice again. Still hasn't cleaned out her house. The pills are still in her medicine cabinet. My hands started shaking. Mom's house was still exactly as she'd left it. I couldn't bring myself to touch anything, but how could they know that? The voices were getting closer. I could hear footsteps now, leaves crunching, twigs snapping. They were circling the tent. Thinks about jumping off bridges sometimes. The female voice was right outside my tent now. Stands there for hours just looking down at the water. I stopped breathing. I'd never told anyone about those moments on the bridges. Not my therapist, not Sarah, no one. Should we tell him about December? The gravelly voice asked. There was a sound like laughing, but it wasn't quite right. Like someone trying to imitate laughter without knowing how it should sound. My hands moved on their own, unzipping the tent flap. I had to see them, had to know what I was dealing with. The knife felt useless now, but I gripped it anyway. The moonlight showed nothing but trees and shadows. But the footsteps continued, and now I could see the leaves moving as if being stepped on. But there were no feet making the impressions. He's looking now, the first voice said. Should we show him? Not yet, the female voice replied. Tell him about December 1st. I stumbled out of the tent, the knife held out in front of me. The cold bit through my thermal underwear. My boots were still in the tent, but I couldn't feel the cold ground anymore. The adrenaline was taking over. Stay back, I said. My voice sounded weak even to me. I'm armed. More of that wrong laughter. He thinks the knife will help. The gravelly voice was behind me now. Steel can't cut what isn't there. I spun around. Nothing. Just more moving leaves, more snapping twigs. The voices were coming from empty air. December 12th, the female voice said. That's when it happens. On the Morrison Bridge, 7:43 p.m. Ice filled my veins. Morrison Bridge was where I usually stood, where I looked down at the water and thought about things I'd never told anyone. That's when you finally do it, the first voice added. Unless you listen to us now. My legs gave out. I fell to my knees, still clutching the useless knife. What are you? Wrong question. The gravelly voice was directly above me now. Ask why we're here. Why? The word came out as a whisper. To change things. The female voice was gentle now, almost kind. December 12th doesn't have to happen, but you need to come with us. Come where? The leaves began moving in a pattern, forming a trail leading into the darker part of the forest. The moonlight didn't penetrate there at all. To see what's really happening, the first voice said. To understand why you keep standing on that bridge. I got to my feet slowly. The knife dropped from my numb fingers. If I come with you, what happens? December 12th changes, the gravelly voice said. Everything changes. And if I don't? That wrong laughter again. Then we'll see you on the Morrison Bridge at 7:43 p.m. I looked at my tent, at the normal world of camping gear and flashlights and sleeping bags. Then at the dark trail they'd made in the leaves. It led into complete darkness. Time to choose, the female voice said. I took a step toward the darkness, then another. The voices made approving sounds. Good choice, the first voice said. Now you'll see. The darkness swallowed me. I felt cold hands on my shoulders, guiding me forward. They were real enough to touch now, but I still couldn't see them. We walked for what felt like hours. The forest changed around us. The trees grew taller, older. Their branches blocked out even the moonlight. The only illumination came from faint bluish lights that floated beside us as we walked. Almost there, the female voice said. Her hand was ice cold on my right shoulder. The trees opened into a clearing. In the center stood a circle of stones, each one taller than me. They glowed with the same blue light that had guided our way. Look, the gravelly voice commanded. Images appeared between the stones. I saw myself on the Morrison Bridge. Saw what would have happened on December 12th. Saw what came after. Then they showed me other things. Why I stood on bridges. Why Sarah really left. What actually happened to my mother. Truths I'd hidden from myself for years. Understanding is the first step, the first voice said. Change is the second, added the female voice. Choice is the third. The gravelly voice finished. They kept me in that clearing until dawn, showing me things, explaining things, making me understand. When the sun rose, I was back in my tent, as if I'd never left. But the tent was different now. My sleeping bag was covered in dead leaves. My boots were caked with mud from places I couldn't remember walking. And on my phone, which had been dead since day 2 of camping, was a new note. December 12th is gone now, but we'll still be watching. We'll always be watching. I packed up my camp with shaking hands and headed back to civilization. As I walked, I heard the female voice one last time. See you soon. She was right. They've kept their word. December 12th came and went, and I didn't go near the Morrison Bridge. I haven't thought about bridges that way since that night. But sometimes when I'm alone in my house, I hear leaves crunching on my kitchen floor. Or I'll find mud from the clearing on my shoes in the morning, even though I never left the house. And every now and then, I hear them whispering, telling me things about myself that I never knew or never wanted to know. They're still watching, still guiding, still changing things. I'm not sure if they saved me or claimed me that night in the woods. Maybe both. But I know one thing for certain. I'm never really alone anymore, and I never will be again. The worst part? Some nights I'm actually grateful for that. My hands are shaking as I type this. I need to get it all down while it's fresh. While I can still remember every detail of what happened on that road tonight. Maybe someone will make sense of it. Maybe someone can explain why they chose me. It started at 11:47 p.m. I remember checking the time on my car's dashboard, wondering if I'd made a mistake taking the back road shortcut home from the late shift at the warehouse. The main highway would have added 20 minutes, but at least it had streetlights, had other cars. The rural route was just empty fields and patches of woods, lit only by my headlights and a quarter moon. I was about 10 minutes into the drive when I first noticed the lights behind me. Just 2 pinpoints in my rearview mirror, still pretty far back. Nothing unusual about another car on the road, even at this hour. I didn't think much of it. 5 minutes later, those lights were closer. Much closer. Close enough that I could see it was a large vehicle, some kind of SUV or pickup truck. The driver was riding my bumper, headlights flooding my mirrors. I couldn't see anything else about the vehicle in the darkness. My first thought was simple enough. They wanted to pass. Fair enough. The road was straight here, good visibility. I eased over to the right, slowed down a bit, gave them plenty of room. They didn't pass. Instead, the vehicle matched my speed exactly, staying right on my tail. I could barely see anything in my mirrors now. The glare was so bright. My heart rate kicked up a notch. I slowed down more, almost to a crawl. They slowed down too. I sped up. They sped up. The sweat started then. I could feel it on my palms, making the steering wheel slick, in my armpits, on the back of my neck. Something wasn't right here. I pressed the accelerator harder, pushing my old Honda Civic up to 70 mph. The SUV stayed glued to my back bumper. I hit 80. They matched it. The engine whined in protest. A bend in the road appeared ahead. I took it faster than I should have, tires squealing. The SUV swung wide but stayed with me. They were so close now I thought they might ram me. My hands clenched the wheel. My breath came in short bursts. I tried to think clearly. There was a turnoff coming up in about a mile. Old Miller Road. Maybe I could lose them there. I didn't signal. Didn't want to give away my move. At the last second, I yanked the wheel hard right, barely making the turn. The Civic fishtailed, kicking up gravel. The SUV's brakes squealed as they overshot the turn. For a brief, beautiful moment, I thought I'd lost them. Then I heard the roar of their engine as they made a hard reverse and swung onto Miller Road behind me. Miller Road was barely more than a dirt track, rutted and rough. My car bounced and shuddered. The SUV closed the gap again, eating up the quarter mile I'd gained in seconds. I fumbled for my phone with my right hand, keeping my left on the wheel. Tried to dial 911. No signal. Of course there was no signal out here. Up ahead, Miller Road split. Left fork led back to the main road eventually. Right fork went deeper into the back country. I went left. Had to get back to civilization. The SUV swung right as we approached the split. For a second I felt relief. Then I realized they knew these roads better than me. The right fork would intersect with my path again in about half a mile, and they'd be ahead of me. I slammed on my brakes, yanked the wheel right. The Civic spun halfway around before I got control. Accelerator to the floor, I roared back the way I'd come, taking the right fork this time. In my rear view, I saw the SUV appear at the intersection behind me. They'd guessed wrong, thought I'd stick to the left fork. I had maybe 30 seconds lead now. My hands were numb on the wheel. Sweat ran into my eyes. The car rattled and bounced over the rough road. I had no idea where I was going anymore. The road curved through a patch of woods. Tree branches scraped the sides of my car. The headlights caught something ahead, a rusty gate across the road. I didn't slow down. The gate was chained but looked old. I aimed for the middle and braced myself. The impact jarred my teeth. Metal screamed. The gate gave way, pieces of chain and rust flying. Check engine light came on. Something was dragging under the car. Behind me, the SUV smashed through what was left of the gate like it was tissue paper. The road was even worse now, more like a trail. Tree branches whipped my windshield. I couldn't go as fast as I wanted. The SUV was gaining again. Something hard hit my back bumper. They were close enough to tap my car. I felt the impact in my spine. Another hit, harder. The Civic swerved. I fought the wheel. Up ahead, the trees opened up. Some kind of old quarry or gravel pit. A chain-link fence surrounded it. Beyond the fence, a steep drop-off. They hit me again. The Civic's rear end swung out. I was losing control. Fourth impact. My car spun. The world turned into a blur of trees and headlights. The Civic slammed sideways into something solid and probably a tree. The airbag exploded in my face. Pain shot through my chest and arms. I blinked blood out of my eyes. The SUV's headlights illuminated my car from behind. A door slammed. Footsteps crunched on gravel, coming closer. My door was stuck. I crawled across to the passenger side. Everything hurt. The footsteps stopped by my driver's side window. I heard knuckles rap on the glass. I kicked the passenger door open and tumbled out. Landed hard on my hands and knees, got up running. The quarry fence was right there. I hit it at full speed, started climbing. Heard shouting behind me. More footsteps. I reached the top of the fence and threw myself over. Landed wrong. Felt something pop in my ankle. The ground sloped away sharply here. I stumbled, started sliding on loose gravel, tried to stop myself but couldn't get any grip. The edge of the quarry appeared below me, a dark void beyond it. I clawed at the ground, fingers bleeding. Finally caught hold of something, a root or old pipe sticking out of the dirt. Hanging there, I looked back up the slope. A figure stood at the fence, silhouetted by the SUV's headlights. They weren't climbing over, just watching. I hung there for what felt like hours, expecting them to come after me. They didn't move. Finally, I heard the SUV's engine start up. Saw the headlights swing around. The sound faded into the distance. It took me almost 2 hours to work my way along the edge of the quarry until I found a place I could climb up. Another hour, limping back to the road. A trucker picked me up just after sunrise. The police found my car, said it looked like I'd run off the road and hit a tree. No sign of any other vehicle, no tracks except my own. But I know what happened. I've got the bruises from the impacts, the cuts from the fence, the dirt under my broken fingernails, and I know something else. As I was hanging there on the edge of that quarry, I got a good look at the figure by the fence. Just for a second, in the headlights. They were wearing a uniform, some kind of security guard outfit, I think, and they were holding something in their hand, looked like a clipboard or tablet, like they were checking something off a list. I don't take that road anymore. I don't drive at night if I can help it. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I think about that figure with their clipboard, and I wonder whose name they checked off that night, and I wonder if they're still out there, still checking names off their list, still deciding who needs to be tested, still watching. The first photo arrived 3 weeks after Sarah moved out. Just a regular envelope in my mailbox, no return address. Inside was a 4x6 print of me walking to my car on Monday morning, coffee cup in hand, briefcase under my arm. Normal morning routine stuff. I almost threw it away, thinking it was junk mail or some advertising gimmick. 2 days later, another envelope. This time, it was me at the grocery store parking lot. I remembered that day. It was raining and I had forgotten my umbrella. In the photo, my shirt stuck to my back, hair plastered to my forehead. The shot was taken from across the street, behind some parked cars. That's when the unease started. I called Sarah first. "Are you doing this?" I asked without saying hello. Doing what, Jack? Her voice had that familiar edge of annoyance. Sending me photos, pictures of me. Why would I waste my time taking pictures of you? I'm trying to forget you exist. She hung up. Fair enough. We'd managed to stay civil during the divorce, but barely. 12 years of marriage ended with a whimper, not a bang. She caught me sleeping with her yoga instructor. I blamed her constant emotional distance. The truth was somewhere in the middle, buried under years of resentment. The photos kept coming, every 3 or 4 days, like clockwork. Me getting coffee at Starbucks, walking into the office, eating alone at that Chinese place down the street, each one closer than the last. In the beginning, they were taken from across streets or parking lots. By the third week, whoever was taking them had gotten bold enough to shoot from just a few feet away. I started checking over my shoulder constantly. Every stranger with a phone became suspicious. I changed my routine, took different routes to work, varied my lunch spots. Didn't matter. The photos still came. The police were useless. Has there been any threat of violence? The officer asked, flipping through the stack of photos I'd brought in. No, but have you received any threatening messages along with these? No. Then technically no crime has been committed. These were all taken in public places. Nothing illegal about photography in public spaces. I hired a private investigator, Wayne Dexter, ex-cop turned PI. Stocky guy with a permanent 5 o'clock shadow and coffee-stained teeth. Could be a stalker, he said, examining the photos with a magnifying glass. Could be someone with a grudge. Ex-employee, maybe? I shook my head. I manage an accounting firm. Nobody gets fired dramatically. The ex-wife? Not her style. Plus, she's in Maui with her new boyfriend. He took the case anyway, installed security cameras around my house, put a tracker on my car, followed me for a few days. Nothing came of it. The photos kept arriving, and Wayne kept cashing my checks. Then came the indoor shots. The first one hit me like a punch to the gut. Me sitting on my couch watching TV, shot through my living room window. The next one, me cooking dinner in my kitchen. Then, me stepping out of the shower, towel around my waist, all taken through windows I thought were private enough, high enough, safe enough. I stopped sleeping, installed blackout curtains on every window, bought more security cameras, motion sensors, floodlights. My house became a fortress, but it didn't help. Somehow they still got their shots. The photos got more intimate. Me sleeping, face half buried in my pillow. Me crying over old wedding photos after too many drinks. Me masturbating in what I thought was the privacy of my bedroom. Each new envelope felt like a violation, a reminder that my life wasn't my own anymore. My performance at work started slipping. Clients complained about mistakes in their files. My boss called me into his office. "Take some time off, Jack," he said. "You look like hell." I did look like hell. Hadn't shaved in weeks. Dark circles under my eyes. Lost 15 pounds without trying. The man in the mirror was a stranger, jumpy and paranoid. Wayne wasn't helping anymore. "Maybe you should consider moving," he suggested. "Different city, fresh start." But I knew that wouldn't solve anything. Whoever was doing this had resources, patience, determination. They'd follow me anywhere. The breaking point came yesterday. The photo showed me sitting at my kitchen table, holding this very envelope. The timestamp in the corner read 30 seconds ago. I spun around, heart pounding, but all the windows were covered. No way anyone could see in. Yet there I was, proof in my trembling hands that someone was watching, always watching. I'm writing this now because I need a record, need someone to understand what's happening to me. The cameras show nothing. The police won't help. My friends think I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am. There's an envelope sitting in my mailbox right now. I can see it from my window. White, plain, no return address. Like all the others. My hands are shaking as I write this. I've been staring at that mailbox for 3 hours, unable to work up the courage to go get it. The photo will be recent. I know that much. Probably from this morning. or maybe even right now. Another piece of evidence that my life is no longer my own, that privacy is an illusion I can't afford anymore. I check my phone. 12 missed calls from Wayne. 3 voicemails I haven't listened to. What's the point? He can't help. Nobody can help. The sun is setting now. Through gaps in my curtains, I watch the street get darker. Shadows stretch and merge. Anyone could be out there. Everyone could be out there. With their cameras, their eyes, their endless hunger for pieces of my life. My phone buzzes. Text from Wayne. Call me now. Important. I ignore it. Can't deal with his theories and suggestions anymore. Can't deal with anything except the envelope sitting in my mailbox, waiting like a white flag of surrender. Night falls completely. The motion sensors flood my yard with harsh light every few minutes, triggered by cats or wind or maybe something else. I sit in my chair watching the mailbox through a gap in the curtains. A car drives by, headlights sweeping across my house. I duck instinctively, heart racing. When I look again, the envelope is gone. My front door is still locked, all windows secured. But there on my kitchen table is the envelope placed carefully in the center like a gift. With trembling fingers, I tear it open. The photo slides out, glossy and new. It shows me, sitting at this very table, tearing open this very envelope. The timestamp reads, now. I crumple the photo, throw it across the room, run to every window, rip down the curtains. Nothing but darkness outside. Empty street, silent houses, motion lights clicking on and off. Back in the kitchen, the crumpled photo has been smoothed out, placed back on the table. Next to it is a new envelope. I don't want to open it. God help me, I don't want to open it, but I will. Because that's what they want. That's what they've always wanted. To watch me dance on their strings, to see me unravel thread by thread. My hands reach for the envelope. Inside is a photo of my hands reaching for the envelope. I laugh. Can't help it. The sound bounces off my kitchen walls. Too loud, too high-pitched. Outside, a camera clicks. Another envelope appears on the table. I reach for it. Click. Another envelope. Reach. Click. Envelope. Reach. Click. I'm still here, opening envelopes, watching myself open envelopes in an endless loop of surveillance and submission. The pile grows higher, each photo more recent than the last. Each click of the shutter another nail in the coffin of my sanity. My phone keeps buzzing. Wayne's messages stack up, unread. The motion lights keep firing, strobing my kitchen with artificial day. I should run. Should get in my car and drive until I run out of road. But what's the point? They're watching me think about running right now. Probably have a photo of me considering escape, timestamp matching this exact moment. So I sit, and I wait, and I open envelopes. Because that's all I am now. A man in a photo in an envelope on a table in a house with no privacy. A man watching himself be watched, documenting his own dissolution 1 4R6 print at a time. The next envelope is already waiting. Click. My hands reach out. Click. The cycle continues. Click. Until there's nothing left of me except images, moments frozen in time, a life reduced to light and shadow on glossy paper. Click. I open another envelope. Click. And another. Click. And another. The photos will never stop coming. I know that now. They'll keep arriving until there's nothing left of me except what can be captured through a lens. Nothing left except the hollow shell of a man who used to believe in privacy, in safety, in the simple human right to be unobserved. Click. My hands reach for the next envelope. Click. This is my life now. Click. This is all I am. Click, click, click. I wish I hadn't walked into that shop. Even now, my hands shake when I think about it. The things that happened after, they don't make sense. But they happened. I know they did. I still have the proof right here in my house, though I wish I didn't. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. I had 2 hours to kill before a client meeting downtown. The weather was getting cold, and I didn't want to sit in a coffee shop. I walked down Mason Street past the usual stores, the deli, the pharmacy, the newspaper stand. Then I saw it. An antique shop I'd never noticed before, wedged between the dry cleaners and a closed-down bakery. The store window was dusty. Behind it stood old brass lamps, wooden boxes, and what looked like Victorian picture frames. A bell rang when I pushed open the door. The smell hit me first. Old wood, leather, and something else. Something stale. "Welcome." The voice came from behind a tall cabinet. An old man stepped out, tall, thin, with white hair and pale blue eyes. He wore a brown sweater with patches on the elbows. His hands were spotted with age, but steady. "Just looking around," I said. He smiled. Not a friendly smile. "Of course you are, David. That's how it always starts." I stopped. "How do you know my name?" "You told me." He picked up a small brass clock from a nearby shelf. "Just like you told me about the fight with Sarah last week, about the job you hate but won't quit, about the dreams that keep you up at night." My mouth went dry. I'd never seen this man before. "I didn't tell you anything." "No?" He set down the clock. "Then how do I know about the scar on your left knee from when you fell off your bike at age 12? Or about the gold watch your father left you when he died?" I backed toward the door. My heart pounded. The old man just stood there, still smiling. "Who are you?" "A collector of things, of stories." He gestured at the shelves around us. "Everything here has a story, like that camera on the shelf behind you, the one you used to take pictures of Sarah before you met Jessica." I spun around. There it was, my old Nikon, the same scratch on the corner where I'd dropped it. I'd thrown it away years ago after Sarah left. "This isn't possible." I turned back, but the old man was gone. The store seemed darker now, colder. "Time to go, David." His voice came from somewhere in the back. "But don't worry, the stories aren't finished yet." I ran out. The bell rang behind me. On the street, people walked past like nothing had happened. I looked back at the store window. The brass lamps were still there. The frames. The boxes. My watch said 3:45. I was late for my meeting. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the old man. About how he knew those things. I told myself I'd imagined it. The camera couldn't have been mine. It just looked similar. The next morning, I found Sarah's old coffee mug in my kitchen cabinet. The blue one with the chip on the handle. The one she'd taken with her when she moved out 3 years ago. I dropped it. It shattered on the floor. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Over the next few days, more things appeared. The book my father used to read to me. My childhood baseball glove. Sarah's hairbrush. They showed up in drawers on shelves under the bed. Things I'd lost. Things others had taken. Things I'd thrown away. Each object brought back memories. Sharp ones. The smell of my father's cigarettes. The sound of Sarah crying the night she left. The crack of the bat when I hit my only home run in Little League. I went back to Mason Street on Friday. The antique shop wasn't there. Just a blank wall between the dry cleaners and the old bakery. I asked the dry cleaner's owner about it. "Shop? Been closed up for years," he said. "Used to be a bookstore, I think, before my time." I showed him a picture on my phone. I'd taken it that first day of the store window. The screen was blank. That weekend, more objects appeared. My mother's knitting needles. The model car I'd built with my dad. Sarah's engagement ring, the one she'd thrown at me the night she found out about Jessica. I packed everything in boxes, drove to the dump, threw it all away. When I got home, the boxes sat in my living room. Everything inside, exactly as it had been. I tried again, burned the stuff in my backyard, buried it in the woods, dropped it in the river. The objects always came back, clean, untouched, waiting. Last night I found a note on my kitchen table. written in shaky handwriting. Stories need endings, David. Some happy, some not. Which will yours be? Under the note sat a brass clock, the same one the old man had held in the shop. It's ticking now on my desk as I write this. Steady, regular, like a heartbeat. I've started seeing the old man. Not in the shop, it's still not there, but in reflections. Store windows, the rear view mirror of my car, always watching, always smiling. This morning another note appeared. Time to choose, David. Fix the stories or they'll fix themselves. I called Sarah yesterday. We talked for hours about the past, about what went wrong. I apologized for Jessica. She apologized for the things she'd said. We're meeting for coffee next week. The objects are still here, but they're different now. The coffee mug isn't chipped anymore. The engagement ring is shinier. The camera has new film in it. The old man watches, waits. I see him more often now, in crowds across the street, outside my window at night. His smile is different, warmer, like he knows something I don't. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening. The old man was right. Stories need endings, but I don't know if this one will end when I want it to, or how I want it to. The clock is still ticking, regular, steady. I check Mason Street every day. The blank wall stays blank. But sometimes when the light hits it right, I see a faint outline of a door, and through the bricks I hear a bell ring. I dream about the shop now, about shelves full of other people's lost things, their stories, their endings. I wonder if the old man collects those too. If somewhere in some version of that impossible shop there's a shelf with my story on it, already finished, already ended. Sarah's coming over tonight, to talk more, to try again. The objects watch from their places around my house. The clock ticks. The old man waits. Maybe that's what he wanted all along. Not just to collect stories, but to change them, to fix them, to give them different endings. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something else, something worse. The clock's getting louder now. The ticking fills my head, and in the window behind me, I see a reflection. A tall figure, a brown sweater, a smile. I won't turn around. Not yet. First, I need to finish writing this. Need to warn whoever reads it. If you see a shop you've never noticed before, if an old man knows things he shouldn't, run. Run before your lost things find you. Before your story gets an ending you didn't choose. The bell is ringing. I hear it clearly now, though there's no shop, no door. Just the sound, the ticking, the smile I can't see but know is there. Time to end this story, one way or another. I'm turning around now. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to get it out while it's fresh. I've been driving for rideshare apps for 3 years now, mostly night shifts because the money's better. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Even now, sitting in my apartment with all the lights on, I can't make sense of it. It started at 2:47 a.m. last night. I remember the exact time because I'd been checking my phone, debating whether to call it quits. The streets of downtown Chicago were getting empty, and I was tired after 8 hours behind the wheel. That's when the ride request came in. The pickup location was in an industrial area I didn't recognize, somewhere past the old meatpacking district. The GPS took me down streets I'd never driven before. No streetlights, just warehouses with barred windows and chain-link fences topped with razor wire. I almost canceled the ride. My gut told me something was off. But I needed the money for rent, and this could be my last fare of the night. I pulled up to the address, a loading dock behind what looked like an abandoned factory. The man appeared from behind a dumpster. He wore a black coat that hung to his knees. His face was pale, almost gray in my headlights. He opened the back door and slid in without a word. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. "Where are we headed?" He didn't respond. In my rearview mirror, I could see him staring straight ahead. His eyes looked strange, too dark, like the pupils had swallowed the irises. "I need a destination to start the ride," I said louder. His voice was barely a whisper. "Drive north on Ashland." I pulled away from the curb, my hands tight on the steering wheel. The silence in the car felt heavy. Usually passengers are on their phones or try to make small talk. This guy just sat there, perfectly still. Every few minutes he'd give another direction. "Left here. Continue straight. Take the next right." We were heading into an area I didn't know, away from the city center. The buildings got more spread out. Empty lots appeared between them, full of weeds and trash. I checked the mirror again. He was watching me, not just glancing, staring directly at me with those black eyes. My neck tingled. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold air conditioning. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked. My voice came out higher than usual. "Almost there," he said. His lips barely moved. The street we turned onto wasn't even paved. Gravel crunched under my tires. No buildings, no houses, just empty fields stretching into darkness. My dashboard GPS showed we were miles from anywhere populated. "Stop here," he said. I braked instinctively. We were in the middle of nowhere. No lights except my headlights illuminating patches of tall grass and scrub brush. The clock on my dash read 3:23 a.m. "This can't be right," I said. "There's nothing here." "This is perfect," he whispered. My hands were trembling on the wheel. Every horror story I'd ever heard about rideshare drivers flashed through my mind. I needed to get out of there. "Look, I can't drop you here. It's not a real address. I'll take you somewhere." I glanced in the mirror. The back seat was empty. My breath caught in my throat. I whipped around to look. Nothing. Just the leather seat, completely vacant. The door was still closed. I threw the car into drive and hit the gas. Gravel sprayed as I spun around, tires sliding. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement again. Back in familiar territory, I pulled into a 24-hour gas station. My whole body was shaking. I checked the back seat again. Empty. The doors were all still locked. I opened my rideshare app. The trip wasn't there. No record of the pickup, the ride, nothing. Like it never happened. But it did happen. I have the gravel dust on my tires to prove it. And when I cleaned my car this morning, I found something on the back seat. A small piece of paper, folded in half. Inside was a series of numbers written in spidery handwriting. When I looked them up later, they were coordinates. They pointed to an old cemetery on the outskirts of town. I don't drive nights anymore. I can't shake the memory of those black eyes in my mirror, or the impossibility of how he vanished. Sometimes when I'm driving alone, I check my back seat just to make sure, and I never ever pick up passengers from industrial areas after midnight. The police weren't interested when I tried to report it. They get dozens of weird rideshare stories every week. But I know what I saw, or didn't see. I still have the paper with the coordinates. I haven't visited the cemetery. I won't. Some questions are better left unanswered. Last night I drove past that industrial area where I picked him up. The factory is gone. In its place is an empty lot, overgrown with weeds. The loading dock where he appeared has been demolished. According to city records, nothing has stood on that spot for 20 years. I keep thinking about that whispered voice. This is perfect. Perfect for what? Sometimes late at night I imagine him standing in that graveyard, waiting. Maybe he's still riding in back seats, directing drivers through the dark to places that shouldn't exist. Maybe he's watching me right now as I write this. I check my rearview mirror more often these days. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in it, just at the edge of my vision. But when I turn around, the back seat is always empty. Always. Yesterday, I got another ride request from that same industrial area, 2:47 a.m. exactly. I declined it immediately, but I couldn't help wondering, was it him? Is he still out there looking for another driver to take him on that mysterious journey? I may never know the truth about what happened that night. But one thing's certain, I'll never forget those black eyes in my mirror. or the chill that ran through me when I realized I was alone in the car. Some passengers leave a lasting impression. This one left something more, a lingering sense that the world isn't quite what we think it is, and that some rides lead to destinations we're not meant to understand. The paper with the coordinates sits in my desk drawer. Sometimes late at night, I take it out and look at those numbers. My finger traces the spidery handwriting, and I wonder about the cemetery. What would I find if I went there? Part of me wants to know. A bigger part knows better. For now, I stick to day shifts. The sun is brighter, the passengers are normal, and the destinations all exist on maps. But sometimes when I'm driving, I still feel those eyes watching me. And I wonder if somewhere out there, in the darkness beyond the streetlights, he's waiting for another driver to accept his request. A few weeks ago, I met another driver at a gas station. He was pale, shaking, buying coffee at 4 a.m. We got to talking. His story was identical to mine. Same pickup location, same silent passenger, same empty back seat at the end, same coordinates left behind. He'd burned his paper. I wish I had. The rideshare company has no record of either trip. The police still aren't interested. The factory location remains an empty lot. But we know what we saw. We know what happened to us. I still drive. I have to make a living. But I've learned some rules for survival. No pickups after midnight. No industrial areas. No empty streets. And most importantly, always check the back seat. Because sometimes passengers don't leave when the ride is over. Sometimes they never really leave at all. The coordinates haunt me. They're branded in my memory now. A sequence of numbers that could lead to answers or to something worse. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough or foolish enough to follow them. Until then, I'll keep driving in the daylight, watching my mirror and wondering about the passenger who disappeared into the night. I've thought about quitting, finding a different job, but something keeps me behind the wheel. Maybe I'm hoping to make sense of it all. Maybe I'm waiting for him to request another ride. Or maybe, deep down, I know that no matter what job I take, those black eyes will find me again. So I drive on. The sun rises, the streets fill with people, and life seems normal again. But when night falls and the streets empty out, I remember. And I wonder, how many other drivers are out there right now, picking up passengers who aren't quite what they seem? How many other rides end in empty back seats and mysterious coordinates? I don't have answers. Just this story, a piece of paper with numbers, and the memory of black eyes in my mirror. Take it for what it's worth. But if you're driving late at night and get a pickup request from that industrial area, do yourself a favor. Keep driving. Some passengers should stay where they are, in the spaces between streets that exist and destinations that don't. The clock on my desk reads 2:47 a.m. as I finish writing this. My phone just lit up with a ride request. The pickup location is familiar. Too familiar. My finger hovers over the screen. Accept or decline. I already know what I'm going to do. God help me, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Because some questions need answers even if we're not ready for them. Even if they change us forever. I'm grabbing my keys. The coordinates are in my pocket. It's time to find out where this ride really ends. I shouldn't have taken that shortcut through County Road 23. Now I'm stuck here in the dark, gripping my steering wheel, watching shadows move on the road ahead. My headlights catch glimpses of figures darting between the trees. I count 6, maybe 7 of them. The sweat running down my back feels cold. It started 30 minutes ago. I was driving back from Mike's place after our usual Thursday poker night. It was already past midnight. The main highway had construction, so I figured I'd save time cutting through the back roads. Stupid decision. The first sign something was wrong came when I saw the fallen tree blocking both lanes. It looked fresh, leaves still green, dirt around the roots. My Ford Explorer's headlights lit up the scene. A massive oak stretched across the asphalt, too big to drive around on either shoulder. I stopped about 50 feet back. The engine idled. The radio had gone silent a few miles back. Nothing but static out here in the sticks. Looking at my phone, no signal. Of course. The road stretched empty behind me. Dense forest pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights, nothing but trees and darkness. The nearest town was Miller's Creek, maybe 15 miles back. I considered turning around, but that would mean an hour detour, minimum. The tree didn't look that big. Maybe I could move some branches, make enough space to squeeze by on the shoulder. I put the Explorer in park but left it running. The headlights stayed on, creating long shadows that shifted with every breeze. The air felt thick when I stepped out. Crickets chirped in the woods. An owl hooted somewhere far off. Walking toward the tree, my boots crunched on loose gravel. A branch snapped in the forest to my right. I stopped, listened. Just animals, probably. But my skin prickled. The tree looked different up close. The cut at the base was too clean, too straight. This wasn't wind damage. Someone had cut it down. Recently. Another crack from the woods, closer this time. Movement caught my eye. A dark shape ducking behind a tree. My heart rate jumped. Hello? My voice sounded thin in the darkness. Someone there? No response. Just more rustling. More shadows moving between trees. I backed toward my car. Slow steps, trying to watch all directions at once. The shapes in the woods moved with me. Multiple figures staying just out of clear sight. Halfway to the Explorer, a man stepped onto the road behind me. Tall, wearing dark clothes. He just stood there, face hidden in shadow. Another figure emerged on my left, then my right. I ran. 3 quick steps and I yanked the driver's door open, threw myself inside. The locks clicked down just as something hit the window, a hand slapping the glass. Now I'm sitting here, engine running, watching them emerge. 6 men in dark clothing spreading out across the road, moving with purpose. One carries what looks like a baseball bat. Another has a crowbar. My hands shake as I grab the gear shift. Reverse. The Explorer's tires spray gravel. The figures are running now, converging on my car. The engine roars as I hit the gas. The rear bumper slams into something solid, metal crunch. I'm stuck. They must have moved something behind me while I was checking the tree. More hands slap the windows. Face appears in the glass, pale skin, dark eyes, teeth bared in what might be a grin. The crowbar swings up. I slam the shift into drive. The engine revs. Tires spin. The Explorer lurches forward toward the fallen tree. It's my only chance. The crowbar hits my window. The safety glass spiderwebs but holds. Another hit coming. I grip the wheel harder, push the gas pedal to the floor. The Explorer's front tires bump over branches. The engine strains. Someone's on the hood now, pounding the windshield. The glass starts to crack. I yank the wheel left, then right. The figure tumbles off. Trees scrape the sides as I force the car onto the shoulder, trying to squeeze past the roadblock. Branches snap under the tires. Metal screams against wood. The Explorer tilts dangerously as the passenger side rides up over the tree trunk. For a moment, I think I'm going to roll. Then the tires find purchase. The car lurches forward. I'm past the tree, rubber spinning on asphalt. The engine roars as I floor it. In the rearview mirror, the figures become smaller, still standing in the road, watching me go. No vehicles following, just those dark shapes growing distant until the night swallows them. My hands won't stop shaking. 5 miles pass before I ease off the gas. The engine ticks as it cools. Dawn is still hours away. I drive straight to the sheriff's station in Miller's Creek. The deputy takes my statement, but I can tell he doesn't fully believe me. They send a car out to check. The road is clear when they arrive. No fallen tree. No sign anyone was there. But my Explorer tells the truth. Deep scratches run down both sides. The rear bumper hangs loose. The cracked window spider-webbed from the crowbar. The evidence is there even if the attackers aren't. I don't take shortcuts anymore. Stick to the main roads, even with construction. The long way is better than no way at all. Sometimes I think about those figures in the dark. Wonder if they're still out there waiting with their tree and their crowbars. Wonder how many other drivers they've trapped on that lonely road. But mostly, I try not to think about it. Try not to remember the sound of hands slapping glass or that pale face grinning through my window. Try not to imagine what would have happened if my Explorer hadn't made it past that tree. Still, on nights when I have to drive the back roads, my hands get tight on the wheel. My eyes scan the trees. And if I see anything that looks like a roadblock ahead, I turn around. No matter how long the detour. Because I learned something that night on County Road 23. When you're alone on a dark road, the biggest danger isn't what you can see. It's what you don't see until it's too late. The scratches on my Explorer are mostly fixed now. Had to replace the window and the bumper. But sometimes, when I wash the car, I find new marks. Little scrapes and dents I don't remember getting. And for a moment, I'm back there. Back on that road, with those shadows moving through the trees. I've tried to find information about similar incidents in the area. Spent hours searching news archives and online forums. Found a few scattered reports. Drivers mentioning roadblocks, dark figures, damaged vehicles. But nothing concrete. Nothing official. The sheriff's department says they've increased patrols on County Road 23. But the road is long, the forest is deep, and they can't be everywhere at once. I carry a bigger flashlight now. Keep my phone charged. Made sure my spare tire is good. Little things that probably won't matter if it happens again, but they help me sleep at night. Last week, Mike asked why I stopped coming to poker night. Said the drive isn't that bad. Offered to show me his shortcut through the back roads. I made an excuse about work. Didn't tell him about the tree or the figures or the crowbar. Didn't mention how I still check my rearview mirror more than I should, looking for shadows that move wrong. Some stories are better left untold. Some roads are better left untraveled. And some nights when I'm driving home and see taillights disappear down a dark side road, I say a quiet prayer for whoever's behind the wheel. Because somewhere out there, on a lonely stretch of County Road 23, there's a fallen tree waiting. And behind it, in the darkness between the trees, pale faces watch for headlights. I was lucky. I got away. But I can't help wondering about the next driver who takes that shortcut. The next person who rounds that curve and sees the tree. The next set of headlights to illuminate those moving shadows. Will they gun the engine like I did? Try to squeeze past on the shoulder? Or will they make a different choice? And will that choice be the right one? These questions keep me up some nights, but I don't go looking for answers. Don't drive those back roads anymore. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Besides, I know what's out there now. Know what waits in the darkness beyond the headlights, and that knowledge is enough. So I stick to the highways, keep my doors locked, and if I see brake lights ahead on a lonely road, I turn around. Better safe than sorry, better alive than right. Because once you've seen those figures step out of the shadows, once you've felt those hands on your windows, you don't forget. You can't forget. The night changes after something like that. The darkness feels heavier. Every shadow holds a secret. Every unfamiliar road hides a threat. But life goes on. The sun rises. The fears fade. Most days I don't even think about it anymore. Until I'm driving alone at night. Until I see a tree across the road. Until shadows move in my peripheral vision. Then I remember. Remember everything. The sound of branches breaking under tires. The crack of safety glass giving way. The pale face grinning through my window. And I drive a little faster. Hold the wheel a little tighter. Keep my eyes on the road ahead, not the darkness beside it. Because I learned the hard way. Some shortcuts aren't worth taking. Some roads are better left untraveled. And some nights the only way home is the long way around. The figure at the bus stop shouldn't have been there. I know because I checked the schedule 3 times before leaving work. The last bus comes at 11:47 p.m. It was 11:45 p.m. when I got there. No one else ever waits this late. I work late shifts at the data center downtown. The walk from the office to the bus stop takes 8 minutes. I've done it hundreds of times. But tonight was different. The rain started around 10 p.m., heavy drops hitting the windows of my office. By the time I left, it was pouring. My shoes squeaked against the wet sidewalk as I approached the bus stop. The streetlight flickered, casting shifting shadows on the rain-slicked pavement. That's when I first saw it. A dark shape standing motionless under the shelter. Just standing there, not checking a phone, not shifting weight from foot to foot like normal people do. Complete stillness. The figure faced away from me, toward the street. A black coat hung down to its knees, the fabric heavy with rain. Water dripped steadily from the hem. The hood was pulled up, hiding any trace of hair or skin. My steps slowed. The sound of rain filled my ears. 50 feet away, 40 feet. With each step closer, my skin prickled more. The figure didn't move, didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. I stopped at the edge of the shelter, rain pelting my shoulders. The overhang creaked in the wind. Up close now, I could see the figure was tall, maybe 6.5 feet. The coat had no wrinkles or folds, like it was carved from solid black stone. "Evening," I said. My voice came out hoarse. No response, no movement, just the sound of rain. I checked my watch. 11:46 p.m. 1 minute until the bus. My heart thumped against my ribs. Everything in me screamed to walk away, to call a ride share, to do anything except stand there next to that unnaturally still shape. But I stayed. The rain grew heavier, drumming on the shelter's metal roof. Water ran down my neck despite my umbrella. The figure remained motionless, facing forward, while my eyes kept darting to it and away. The bus's headlights cut through the rain right on schedule. Relief flooded through me as it pulled up with a hydraulic hiss. The doors opened. I hurried forward, eager to escape. As I climbed the steps, something made me look back. The figure had turned. Not its body, just its head, twisted at an impossible angle. Where a face should have been, there was only darkness under the hood. But I felt it watching me. I stumbled to a seat halfway down the bus, hands shaking. Through the rain-streaked window, I could see the figure still standing there, head twisted toward me. The doors closed. The bus pulled away. My breathing started to slow. Just some weirdo trying to freak people out, I told myself. The bus turned the corner, and I expected the figure to disappear from view. It didn't. There it stood at the next stop, in the exact same position. Black coat, hood up, head twisted unnaturally to stare at me as the bus passed. My stomach clenched. That wasn't possible. The stops were half a mile apart. No one could move that fast in this rain, especially not someone just standing still. I rubbed my eyes. Lack of sleep had to be playing tricks on me. The bus approached the next stop. The figure stood waiting. Same posture, same coat, same twisted head tracking me through the window. "Hey," I called to the driver, my voice cracking. "You see that person at the stop?" The driver glanced in the mirror. "What person?" "Stop's empty." I pressed my face to the glass. The figure stood there clear as day, rain rolling off its motionless form. The hollow depths of its hood fixed on me. Stop after stop it appeared, always waiting, always watching, always impossible. My hands gripped the seat until my knuckles went white. Sweat ran down my back despite the bus's AC. 5 stops from my apartment, I pulled the cord. I couldn't take it anymore. The bus squealed to a halt at an empty corner. I stumbled down the steps into the rain. The street was deserted. No figure in a black coat, no twisted head staring at me. Just rain and darkness and the sound of the bus pulling away. I ran. My shoes slapped against the wet sidewalk as I sprinted through puddles. Water streamed down my face, my lungs burned. But I didn't slow down until I reached my building. My hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting the door open. I slammed it behind me and stood in the lobby, dripping and gasping for breath. Through the glass entrance, I could see the empty street. No sign of movement, no dark figures, just rain falling in the glow of streetlights. The elevator ride to the fourth floor felt endless. I kept my eyes fixed on the numbers, refusing to look at the mirrored walls. When the doors opened, I practically ran to my apartment. Inside, I locked the door, then the deadbolt, then the chain. I stood there listening to my ragged breathing and the muffled sound of rain. The lights flickered. Slowly, I turned toward my living room window. Through the rain-streaked glass, a familiar black coat came into focus. A hood turned at an impossible angle. Empty darkness where a face should be. It stood on my fourth-floor balcony watching. I haven't slept. The sun rose an hour ago, but it's still raining. The figure hasn't moved. Just stands there, head twisted, staring through my window with its hollow gaze. I can feel it waiting. I can feel it watching. And I know that when night falls again, I'll have to leave this apartment. I'll have to walk past that window. And whatever has been following me, whatever impossible thing has been wearing that black coat, will finally do more than just watch. The rain keeps falling. The figure keeps staring. And I keep counting the minutes until dark. My hands are shaking as I type this. I need to get it all down while it's fresh. While I can still remember every detail of what happened on that road tonight. Maybe someone will make sense of it. Maybe someone can explain why they chose me. It started at 11:47 p.m. I remember checking the time on my car's dashboard, wondering if I'd made a mistake taking the back road shortcut home from the late shift at the warehouse. The main highway would have added 20 minutes, but at least it had streetlights, had other cars. The rural route was just empty fields and patches of woods, lit only by my headlights and a quarter moon. I was about 10 minutes into the drive when I first noticed the lights behind me. Just 2 pinpoints in my rearview mirror, still pretty far back. Nothing unusual about another car on the road, even at this hour. I didn't think much of it. 5 minutes later, those lights were closer. Much closer. Close enough that I could see it was a large vehicle, some kind of SUV or pickup truck. The driver was riding my bumper, headlights flooding my mirrors. I couldn't see anything else about the vehicle in the darkness. My first thought was simple enough. They wanted to pass. Fair enough. The road was straight here, good visibility. I eased over to the right, slowed down a bit, gave them plenty of room. They didn't pass. Instead, the vehicle matched my speed exactly, staying right on my tail. I could barely see anything in my mirrors now. The glare was so bright. My heart rate kicked up a notch. I slowed down more, almost to a crawl. They slowed down too. I sped up. They sped up. The sweat started then. I could feel it on my palms, making the steering wheel slick, in my armpits, on the back of my neck. Something wasn't right here. I pressed the accelerator harder, pushing my old Honda Civic up to 70 mph. The SUV stayed glued to my back bumper. I hit 80. They matched it. The engine whined in protest. A bend in the road appeared ahead. I took it faster than I should have, tires squealing. The SUV swung wide but stayed with me. They were so close now I thought they might ram me. My hands clenched the wheel. My breath came in short bursts. I tried to think clearly. There was a turnoff coming up in about a mile. Old Miller Road. Maybe I could lose them there. I didn't signal, didn't want to give away my move. At the last second, I yanked the wheel hard right, barely making the turn. The Civic fishtailed, kicking up gravel. The SUV's brakes squealed as they overshot the turn. For a brief, beautiful moment, I thought I'd lost them. Then I heard the roar of their engine as they made a hard reverse and swung onto Miller Road behind me. Miller Road was barely more than a dirt track, rutted and rough. My car bounced and shuddered. The SUV closed the gap again, eating up the quarter mile I'd gained in seconds. I fumbled for my phone with my right hand, keeping my left on the wheel. Tried to dial 911. No signal. Of course there was no signal out here. Up ahead, Miller Road split. Left fork led back to the main road eventually. Right fork went deeper into the back country. I went left. Had to get back to civilization. The SUV swung right as we approached the split. For a second, I felt relief. Then I realized they knew these roads better than me. The right fork would intersect with my path again in about half a mile, and they'd be ahead of me. I slammed on my brakes, yanked the wheel right. The Civic spun halfway around before I got control. Accelerator to the floor, I roared back the way I'd come, taking the right fork this time. In my rear view, I saw the SUV appear at the intersection behind me. They'd guessed wrong, thought I'd stick to the left fork. I had maybe 30 seconds lead now. My hands were numb on the wheel. Sweat ran into my eyes. The car rattled and bounced over the rough road. I had no idea where I was going anymore. The road curved through a patch of woods. Tree branches scraped the sides of my car. The headlights caught something ahead, a rusty gate across the road. I didn't slow down. The gate was chained but looked old. I aimed for the middle and braced myself. The impact jarred my teeth. Metal screamed. The gate gave way, pieces of chain and rust flying. Check engine light came on. Something was dragging under the car. Behind me, the SUV smashed through what was left of the gate like it was tissue paper. The road was even worse now, more like a trail. Tree branches whipped my windshield. I couldn't go as fast as I wanted. The SUV was gaining again. Something hard hit my back bumper. They were close enough to tap my car. I felt the impact in my spine. Another hit, harder. The Civic swerved. I fought the wheel. Up ahead, the trees opened up. Some kind of old quarry or gravel pit. A chain-link fence surrounded it. Beyond the fence, a steep drop-off. They hit me again. The Civic's rear end swung out. I was losing control. Fourth impact. My car spun. The world turned into a blur of trees and headlights. The Civic slammed sideways into something solid and probably a tree. The airbag exploded in my face. Pain shot through my chest and arms. I blinked blood out of my eyes. The SUV's headlights illuminated my car from behind. A door slammed. Footsteps crunched on gravel, coming closer. My door was stuck. I crawled across to the passenger side. Everything hurt. The footsteps stopped by my driver's side window. I heard knuckles rap on the glass. I kicked the passenger door open and tumbled out. Landed hard on my hands and knees, got up running. The quarry fence was right there. I hit it at full speed, started climbing. Heard shouting behind me. More footsteps. I reached the top of the fence and threw myself over. Landed wrong. Felt something pop in my ankle. The ground sloped away sharply here. I stumbled, started sliding on loose gravel, tried to stop myself but couldn't get any grip. The edge of the quarry appeared below me, a dark void beyond it. I clawed at the ground, fingers bleeding. Finally caught hold of something, a root or old pipe sticking out of the dirt. Hanging there, I looked back up the slope. A figure stood at the fence, silhouetted by the SUV's headlights. They weren't climbing over, just watching. I hung there for what felt like hours, expecting them to come after me. They didn't move. Finally, I heard the SUV's engine start up. Saw the headlights swing around. The sound faded into the distance. It took me almost 2 hours to work my way along the edge of the quarry until I found a place I could climb up. Another hour, limping back to the road. A trucker picked me up just after sunrise. The police found my car, said it looked like I'd run off the road and hit a tree. No sign of any other vehicle. No tracks except my own. But I know what happened. I've got the bruises from the impacts, the cuts from the fence, the dirt under my broken fingernails, and I know something else. As I was hanging there on the edge of that quarry, I got a good look at the figure by the fence. Just for a second, in the headlights. They were wearing a uniform, some kind of security guard outfit, I think, and they were holding something in their hand, looked like a clipboard or tablet. Like they were checking something off a list. I don't take that road anymore. I don't drive at night if I can help it. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I think about that figure with their clipboard, and I wonder whose name they checked off that night. And I wonder if they're still out there, still checking names off their list, still deciding who needs to be tested, still watching. The The first photo arrived 3 weeks after Sarah moved out. Just a regular envelope in my mailbox, no return address. Inside was a 4x6 print of me walking to my car on Monday morning, coffee cup in hand, briefcase under my arm. Normal morning routine stuff. I almost threw it away, thinking it was junk mail or some advertising gimmick. 2 days later, another envelope. This time, it was me at the grocery store parking lot. I remembered that day. It was raining and I had forgotten my umbrella. In the photo, my shirt stuck to my back, hair plastered to my forehead. The shot was taken from across the street, behind some parked cars. That's when the unease started. I called Sarah first. "Are you doing this?" I asked without saying hello. "Doing what, Jack?" Her voice had that familiar edge of annoyance. "Sending me photos, pictures of me. Why would I waste my time taking pictures of you? I'm trying to forget you exist." She hung up. Fair enough. We'd managed to stay civil during the divorce, but barely. 12 years of marriage ended with a whimper, not a bang. She caught me sleeping with her yoga instructor. I blamed her constant emotional distance. The truth was somewhere in the middle, buried under years of resentment. The photos kept coming, every 3 or 4 days, like clockwork. Me getting coffee at Starbucks, walking into the office, eating alone at that Chinese place down the street, each one closer than the last. In the beginning, they were taken from across streets or parking lots. By the 3rd week, whoever was taking them had gotten bold enough to shoot from just a few feet away. I started checking over my shoulder constantly. Every stranger with a phone became suspicious. I changed my routine, took different routes to work, varied my lunch spots. Didn't matter. The photos still came. The police were useless. "Has there been any threat of violence?" the officer asked, flipping through the stack of photos I'd brought in. "No, but have you received any threatening messages along with these?" "No." Then technically no crime has been committed. These were all taken in public places. Nothing illegal about photography in public spaces. I hired a private investigator, Wayne Dexter, ex-cop turned PI. Stocky guy with a permanent 5 o'clock shadow and coffee-stained teeth. "Could be a stalker," he said, examining the photos with a magnifying glass. "Could be someone with a grudge. Ex-employee, maybe?" I shook my head. "I manage an accounting firm. Nobody gets fired dramatically." "The ex-wife?" "Not her style. Plus she's in Maui with her new boyfriend." He took the case anyway, installed security cameras around my house, put a tracker on my car, followed me for a few days. Nothing came of it. The photos kept arriving, and Wayne kept cashing my checks. Then came the indoor shots. The first one hit me like a punch to the gut. Me sitting on my couch watching TV, shot through my living room window. The next one, me cooking dinner in my kitchen. Then, me stepping out of the shower, towel around my waist. All taken through windows I thought were private enough, high enough, safe enough. I stopped sleeping, installed blackout curtains on every window, bought more security cameras, motion sensors, floodlights. My house became a fortress, but it didn't help. Somehow they still got their shots. The photos got more intimate. Me sleeping, face half buried in my pillow. Me crying over old wedding photos after too many drinks. Me masturbating in what I thought was the privacy of my bedroom. Each new envelope felt like a violation, a reminder that my life wasn't my own anymore. My performance at work started slipping. Clients complained about mistakes in their files. My boss called me into his office. "Take some time off, Jack," he said. "You look like hell." I did look like hell. Hadn't shaved in weeks. Dark circles under my eyes. Lost 15 pounds without trying. The man in the mirror was a stranger, jumpy and paranoid. Wayne wasn't helping anymore. "Maybe you should consider moving," he suggested. "Different city, fresh start." But I knew that wouldn't solve anything. Whoever was doing this had resources, patience, determination. They'd follow me anywhere. The breaking point came yesterday. The photo showed me sitting at my kitchen table, holding this very envelope. The timestamp in the corner read 30 seconds ago. I spun around, heart pounding. but all the windows were covered. No way anyone could see in. Yet there I was, proof in my trembling hands that someone was watching, always watching. I'm writing this now because I need a record, need someone to understand what's happening to me. The cameras show nothing. The police won't help. My friends think I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am. There's an envelope sitting in my mailbox right now. I can see it from my window. White, plain, no return address. Like all the others. My hands are shaking as I write this. I've been staring at that mailbox for 3 hours, unable to work up the courage to go get it. The photo will be recent. I know that much. Probably from this morning, or maybe even right now. Another piece of evidence that my life is no longer my own, that privacy is an illusion I can't afford anymore. I check my phone. 12 missed calls from Wayne. 3 voicemails I haven't listened to. What's the point? He can't help. Nobody can help. The sun is setting now. Through gaps in my curtains, I watch the street get darker. Shadows stretch and merge. Anyone could be out there. Everyone could be out there. With their cameras, their eyes, their endless hunger for pieces of my life. My phone buzzes. Text from Wayne. Call me now. Important. I ignore it. Can't deal with his theories and suggestions anymore. Can't deal with anything except the envelope sitting in my mailbox, waiting like a white flag of surrender. Night falls completely. The motion sensors flood my yard with harsh light every few minutes, triggered by cats or wind or maybe something else. I sit in my chair watching the mailbox through a gap in the curtains. A car drives by, headlights sweeping across my house. I duck instinctively, heart racing. When I look again, the envelope is gone. My front door is still locked, all windows secured. But there on my kitchen table is the envelope placed carefully in the center like a gift. With trembling fingers, I tear it open. The photo slides out, glossy and new. It shows me, sitting at this very table, tearing open this very envelope. The timestamp reads, now. I crumple the photo, throw it across the room, run to every window, rip down the curtains. Nothing but darkness outside. Empty street, silent houses, motion lights clicking on and off. Back in the kitchen, the crumpled photo has been smoothed out, placed back on the table. Next to it is a new envelope. I don't want to open it. God help me, I don't want to open it, but I will. Because that's what they want. That's what they've always wanted. To watch me dance on their strings, to see me unravel thread by thread. My hands reach for the envelope. Inside is a photo of my hands reaching for the envelope. I laugh. Can't help it. The sound bounces off my kitchen walls. Too loud, too high-pitched. Outside, a camera clicks. Another envelope appears on the table. I reach for it. Click. Another envelope. Reach. Click. Envelope. Reach. Click. I'm still here, opening envelopes, watching myself open envelopes in an endless loop of surveillance and submission. The pile grows higher, each photo more recent than the last. Each click of the shutter another nail in the coffin of my sanity. My phone keeps buzzing. Wayne's messages stack up, unread. The motion lights keep firing, strobing my kitchen with artificial day. I should run. Should get in my car and drive until I run out of road. But what's the point? They're watching me think about running right now. Probably have a photo of me considering escape, timestamp matching this exact moment. So I sit, and I wait, and I open envelopes. Because that's all I am now. A man in a photo in an envelope on a table in a house with no privacy. A man watching himself be watched, documenting his own dissolution 1 4R6 print at a time. The next envelope is already waiting. Click. My hands reach out. Click. The cycle continues. Click. Until there's nothing left of me except images, moments frozen in time, a life reduced to light and shadow on glossy paper. Click. I open another envelope. Click. And another. Click. And another. The photos will never stop coming. I know that now. They'll keep arriving until there's nothing left of me except what can be captured through a lens. Nothing left except the hollow shell of a man who used to believe in privacy, in safety, in the simple human right to be unobserved. Click. My hands reach for the next envelope. Click. This is my life now. Click. This is all I am. Click, click, click. I wish I hadn't walked into that shop. Even now, my hands shake when I think about it. The things that happened after, they don't make sense. But they happened. I know they did. I still have the proof right here in my house, though I wish I didn't. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. I had 2 hours to kill before a client meeting downtown. The weather was getting cold, and I didn't want to sit in a coffee shop. I walked down Mason Street past the usual stores, the deli, the pharmacy, the newspaper stand. Then I saw it. An antique shop I'd never noticed before, wedged between the dry cleaners and a closed-down bakery. The store window was dusty. Behind it stood old brass lamps, wooden boxes, and what looked like Victorian picture frames. A bell rang when I pushed open the door. The smell hit me first. Old wood, leather, and something else. Something stale. Welcome. The voice came from behind a tall cabinet. An old man stepped out. Tall, thin, with white hair and pale blue eyes. He wore a brown sweater with patches on the elbows. His hands were spotted with age, but steady. Just looking around, I said. He smiled. Not a friendly smile. Of course you are, David. That's how it always starts. I stopped. How do you know my name? You told me. He picked up a small brass clock from a nearby shelf. Just like you told me about the fight with Sarah last week, about the job you hate but won't quit, about the dreams that keep you up at night. My mouth went dry. I'd never seen this man before. I didn't tell you anything. No? He set down the clock. Then how do I know about the scar on your left knee from when you fell off your bike at age 12? Or about the gold watch your father left you when he died? I backed toward the door. My heart pounded. The old man just stood there, still smiling. Who are you? A collector of things, of stories. He gestured at the shelves around us. Everything here has a story, like that camera on the shelf behind you, the one you used to take pictures of Sarah before you met Jessica. I spun around. There it was, my old Nikon, the same scratch on the corner where I'd dropped it. I'd thrown it away years ago after Sarah left. This isn't possible. I turned back, but the old man was gone. The store seemed darker now, colder. Time to go, David. His voice came from somewhere in the back. But don't worry, the stories aren't finished yet. I ran out. The bell rang behind me. On the street, people walked past like nothing had happened. I looked back at the store window. The brass lamps were still there. The frames. The boxes. My watch said 3:45. I was late for my meeting. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the old man. About how he knew those things. I told myself I'd imagined it. The camera couldn't have been mine. It just looked similar. The next morning, I found Sarah's old coffee mug in my kitchen cabinet. The blue one with the chip on the handle. The one she'd taken with her when she moved out 3 years ago. I dropped it. It shattered on the floor. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Over the next few days, more things appeared. The book my father used to read to me. My childhood baseball glove. Sarah's hairbrush. They showed up in drawers on shelves under the bed. Things I'd lost. Things others had taken. Things I'd thrown away. Each object brought back memories. Sharp ones. The smell of my father's cigarettes. The sound of Sarah crying the night she left. The crack of the bat when I hit my only home run in Little League. I went back to Mason Street on Friday. The antique shop wasn't there. Just a blank wall between the dry cleaners and the old bakery. I asked the dry cleaner's owner about it. Shop? Been closed up for years, he said. Used to be a bookstore, I think, before my time. I showed him a picture on my phone. I'd taken it that first day of the store window. The screen was blank. That weekend, more objects appeared. My mother's knitting needles, the model car I'd built with my dad, Sarah's engagement ring, the one she'd thrown at me the night she found out about Jessica. I packed everything in boxes, drove to the dump, threw it all away. When I got home, the boxes sat in my living room, everything inside, exactly as it had been. I tried again, burned the stuff in my backyard, buried it in the woods, dropped it in the river. The objects always came back, clean, untouched, waiting. Last night I found a note on my kitchen table, written in shaky handwriting. Stories need endings, David. Some happy, some not. Which will yours be? Under the note sat a brass clock, the same one the old man had held in the shop. It's ticking now on my desk as I write this. Steady, regular, like a heartbeat. I've started seeing the old man. Not in the shop, it's still not there, but in reflections. Store windows, the rear view mirror of my car, always watching, always smiling. This morning another note appeared. Time to choose, David. Fix the stories or they'll fix themselves. I called Sarah yesterday. We talked for hours about the past, about what went wrong. I apologized for Jessica. She apologized for the things she'd said. We're meeting for coffee next week. The objects are still here, but they're different now. The coffee mug isn't chipped anymore. The engagement ring is shinier. The camera has new film in it. The old man watches, waits. I see him more often now, in crowds across the street, outside my window at night. His smile is different, warmer, like he knows something I don't. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening. The old man was right. Stories need endings, but I don't know if this one will end when I want it to, or how I want it to. The clock is still ticking, regular, steady. I check Mason Street every day. The blank wall stays blank. But sometimes when the light hits it right, I see a faint outline of a door, and through the bricks I hear a bell ring. I dream about the shop now, about shelves full of other people's lost things, their stories, their endings. I wonder if the old man collects those too. If somewhere in some version of that impossible shop there's a shelf with my story on it, already finished, already ended. Sarah's coming over tonight, to talk more, to try again. The objects watch from their places around my house. The clock ticks. The old man waits. Maybe that's what he wanted all along. Not just to collect stories, but to change them, to fix them, to give them different endings. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something else, something worse. The clock's getting louder now. The ticking fills my head, and in the window behind me, I see a reflection. A tall figure, a brown sweater, a smile. I won't turn around. Not yet. First, I need to finish writing this. Need to warn whoever reads it. If you see a shop you've never noticed before, if an old man knows things he shouldn't, run. Run before your lost things find you. Before your story gets an ending you didn't choose. The bell is ringing. I hear it clearly now, though there's no shop, no door. Just the sound, the ticking, the smile I can't see but know is there. Time to end this story, one way or another. I'm turning around now. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to get it out while it's fresh. I've been driving for rideshare apps for 3 years now, mostly night shifts because the money's better. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Even now, sitting in my apartment with all the lights on, I can't make sense of it. It started at 2:47 a.m. last night. I remember the exact time because I'd been checking my phone, debating whether to call it quits. The streets of downtown Chicago were getting empty, and I was tired after 8 hours behind the wheel. That's when the ride request came in. The pickup location was in an industrial area I didn't recognize, somewhere past the old meatpacking district. The GPS took me down streets I'd never driven before. No streetlights, just warehouses with barred windows and chain-link fences topped with razor wire. I almost canceled the ride. My gut told me something was off. But I needed the money for rent, and this could be my last fare of the night. I pulled up to the address, a loading dock behind what looked like an abandoned factory. The man appeared from behind a dumpster. He wore a black coat that hung to his knees. His face was pale, almost gray in my headlights. He opened the back door and slid in without a word. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. "Where are we headed?" He didn't respond. In my rearview mirror, I could see him staring straight ahead. His eyes looked strange, too dark, like the pupils had swallowed the irises. "I need a destination to start the ride," I said louder. His voice was barely a whisper. "Drive north on Ashland." I pulled away from the curb, my hands tight on the steering wheel. The silence in the car felt heavy. Usually passengers are on their phones or try to make small talk. This guy just sat there, perfectly still. Every few minutes he'd give another direction. "Left here. Continue straight. Take the next right." We were heading into an area I didn't know, away from the city center. The buildings got more spread out. Empty lots appeared between them, full of weeds and trash. I checked the mirror again. He was watching me, not just glancing, staring directly at me with those black eyes. My neck tingled. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold air conditioning. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked. My voice came out higher than usual. "Almost there," he said. His lips barely moved. The street we turned onto wasn't even paved. Gravel crunched under my tires. No buildings, no houses, just empty fields stretching into darkness. My dashboard GPS showed we were miles from anywhere populated. "Stop here," he said. I braked instinctively. We were in the middle of nowhere. No lights except my headlights illuminating patches of tall grass and scrub brush. The clock on my dash read 3:23 a.m. "This can't be right," I said. "There's nothing here." "This is perfect," he whispered. My hands were trembling on the wheel. Every horror story I'd ever heard about rideshare drivers flashed through my mind. I needed to get out of there. "Look, I can't drop you here. It's not a real address. I'll take you somewhere." I glanced in the mirror. The back seat was empty. My breath caught in my throat. I whipped around to look. Nothing. Just the leather seat, completely vacant. The door was still closed. I threw the car into drive and hit the gas. Gravel sprayed as I spun around, tires sliding. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement again. Back in familiar territory, I pulled into a 24-hour gas station. My whole body was shaking. I checked the back seat again. Empty. The doors were all still locked. I opened my rideshare app. The trip wasn't there. No record of the pickup, the ride, nothing. Like it never happened. But it did happen. I have the gravel dust on my tires to prove it. And when I cleaned my car this morning, I found something on the back seat. A small piece of paper, folded in half. Inside was a series of numbers written in spidery handwriting. When I looked them up later, they were coordinates. They pointed to an old cemetery on the outskirts of town. I don't drive nights anymore. I can't shake the memory of those black eyes in my mirror, or the impossibility of how he vanished. Sometimes when I'm driving alone, I check my back seat just to make sure, and I never ever pick up passengers from industrial areas after midnight. The police weren't interested when I tried to report it. They get dozens of weird rideshare stories every week. But I know what I saw, or didn't see. I still have the paper with the coordinates. I haven't visited the cemetery. I won't. Some questions are better left unanswered. Last night I drove past that industrial area where I picked him up. The factory is gone. In its place is an empty lot, overgrown with weeds. The loading dock where he appeared has been demolished. According to city records, nothing has stood on that spot for 20 years. I keep thinking about that whispered voice. This is perfect. Perfect for what? Sometimes late at night I imagine him standing in that graveyard, waiting. Maybe he's still riding in back seats, directing drivers through the dark to places that shouldn't exist. Maybe he's watching me right now as I write this. I check my rearview mirror more often these days. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in it, just at the edge of my vision. But when I turn around, the back seat is always empty. Always. Yesterday, I got another ride request from that same industrial area. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I declined it immediately, but I couldn't help wondering, was it him? Is he still out there looking for another driver to take him on that mysterious journey? I may never know the truth about what happened that night. But one thing's certain, I'll never forget those black eyes in my mirror, or the chill that ran through me when I realized I was alone in the car. Some passengers leave a lasting impression. This one left something more, a lingering sense that the world isn't quite what we think it is, and that some rides lead to destinations we're not meant to understand. The paper with the coordinates sits in my desk drawer. Sometimes late at night, I take it out and look at those numbers. My finger traces the spidery handwriting, and I wonder about the cemetery. What would I find if I went there? Part of me wants to know. A bigger part knows better. For now, I stick to day shifts. The sun is brighter, the passengers are normal, and the destinations all exist on maps. But sometimes when I'm driving, I still feel those eyes watching me. And I wonder if somewhere out there, in the darkness beyond the streetlights, he's waiting for another driver to accept his request. A few weeks ago, I met another driver at a gas station. He was pale, shaking, buying coffee at 4 a.m. We got to talking. His story was identical to mine. Same pickup location, same silent passenger, same empty back seat at the end, same coordinates left behind. He'd burned his paper. I wish I had. The rideshare company has no record of either trip. The police still aren't interested. The factory location remains an empty lot. But we know what we saw. We know what happened to us. I still drive. I have to make a living. But I've learned some rules for survival. No pickups after midnight. No industrial areas. No empty streets. And most importantly, always check the back seat. Because sometimes passengers don't leave when the ride is over. Sometimes they never really leave at all. The coordinates haunt me. They're branded in my memory now. A sequence of numbers that could lead to answers or to something worse. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough or foolish enough to follow them. Until then, I'll keep driving in the daylight, watching my mirror and wondering about the passenger who disappeared into the night. I've thought about quitting, finding a different job, but something keeps me behind the wheel. Maybe I'm hoping to make sense of it all. Maybe I'm waiting for him to request another ride. Or maybe, deep down, I know that no matter what job I take, those black eyes will find me again. So I drive on. The sun rises, the streets fill with people, and life seems normal again. But when night falls and the streets empty out, I remember. And I wonder, how many other drivers are out there right now, picking up passengers who aren't quite what they seem? How many other rides end in empty back seats and mysterious coordinates? I don't have answers. Just this story, a piece of paper with numbers, and the memory of black eyes in my mirror. Take it for what it's worth. But if you're driving late at night and get a pickup request from that industrial area, do yourself a favor. Keep driving. Some passengers should stay where they are, in the spaces between streets that exist and destinations that don't. The clock on my desk reads 2:47 a.m. as I finish writing this. My phone just lit up with a ride request. The pickup location is familiar. Too familiar. My finger hovers over the screen. Accept or decline. I already know what I'm going to do. God help me, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Because some questions need answers even if we're not ready for them. Even if they change us forever. I'm grabbing my keys. The coordinates are in my pocket. It's time to find out where this ride really ends. I shouldn't have taken that shortcut through County Road 23. Now I'm stuck here in the dark, gripping my steering wheel, watching shadows move on the road ahead. My headlights catch glimpses of figures darting between the trees. I count 6, maybe 7 of them. The sweat running down my back feels cold. It started 30 minutes ago. I was driving back from Mike's place after our usual Thursday poker night. It was already past midnight. The main highway had construction, so I figured I'd save time cutting through the back roads. Stupid decision. The first sign something was wrong came when I saw the fallen tree blocking both lanes. It looked fresh, leaves still green, dirt around the roots. My Ford Explorer's headlights lit up the scene. A massive oak stretched across the asphalt, too big to drive around on either shoulder. I stopped about 50 feet back. The engine idled. The radio had gone silent a few miles back. Nothing but static out here in the sticks. Looking at my phone, no signal. Of course. The road stretched empty behind me. Dense forest pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights, nothing but trees and darkness. The nearest town was Miller's Creek, maybe 15 miles back. I considered turning around, but that would mean an hour detour, minimum. The tree didn't look that big. Maybe I could move some branches, make enough space to squeeze by on the shoulder. I put the Explorer in park but left it running. The headlights stayed on, creating long shadows that shifted with every breeze. The air felt thick when I stepped out. Crickets chirped in the woods. An owl hooted somewhere far off. Walking toward the tree, my boots crunched on loose gravel. A branch snapped in the forest to my right. I stopped, listened. Just animals, probably. But my skin prickled. The tree looked different up close. The cut at the base was too clean, too straight. This wasn't wind damage. Someone had cut it down. Recently. Another crack from the woods, closer this time. Movement caught my eye. A dark shape ducking behind a tree. My heart rate jumped. Hello? My voice sounded thin in the darkness. Someone there? No response. Just more rustling. More shadows moving between trees. I backed toward my car. Slow steps, trying to watch all directions at once. The shapes in the woods moved with me. Multiple figures staying just out of clear sight. Halfway to the Explorer, a man stepped onto the road behind me. Tall, wearing dark clothes. He just stood there, face hidden in shadow. Another figure emerged on my left, then my right. I ran. 3 quick steps and I yanked the driver's door open, threw myself inside. The locks clicked down just as something hit the window, a hand slapping the glass. Now I'm sitting here, engine running, watching them emerge. 6 men in dark clothing spreading out across the road, moving with purpose. One carries what looks like a baseball bat. Another has a crowbar. My hands shake as I grab the gear shift. Reverse. The Explorer's tires spray gravel. The figures are running now, converging on my car. The engine roars as I hit the gas. The rear bumper slams into something solid, metal crunch. I'm stuck. They must have moved something behind me while I was checking the tree. More hands slap the windows. Face appears in the glass, pale skin, dark eyes, teeth bared in what might be a grin. The crowbar swings up. I slam the shift into drive. The engine revs. Tires spin. The Explorer lurches forward toward the fallen tree. It's my only chance. The crowbar hits my window. The safety glass spiderwebs but holds. Another hit coming. I grip the wheel harder, push the gas pedal to the floor. The Explorer's front tires bump over branches. The engine strains. Someone's on the hood now, pounding the windshield. The glass starts to crack. I yank the wheel left, then right. The figure tumbles off. Trees scrape the sides as I force the car onto the shoulder, trying to squeeze past the roadblock. Branches snap under the tires. Metal screams against wood. The Explorer tilts dangerously as the passenger side rides up over the tree trunk. For a moment, I think I'm going to roll. Then the tires find purchase. The car lurches forward. I'm past the tree, rubber spinning on asphalt. The engine roars as I floor it. In the rearview mirror, the figures become smaller, still standing in the road, watching me go. No vehicles following, just those dark shapes, growing distant until the night swallows them. My hands won't stop shaking. 5 miles pass before I ease off the gas. The engine ticks as it cools. Dawn is still hours away. I drive straight to the sheriff's station in Miller's Creek. The deputy takes my statement, but I can tell he doesn't fully believe me. They send a car out to check. The road is clear when they arrive. No fallen tree. No sign anyone was there. But my Explorer tells the truth. Deep scratches run down both sides. The rear bumper hangs loose. The cracked window spider-webbed from the crowbar. The evidence is there even if the attackers aren't. I don't take shortcuts anymore. Stick to the main roads, even with construction. The long way is better than no way at all. Sometimes I think about those figures in the dark. Wonder if they're still out there waiting with their tree and their crowbars. Wonder how many other drivers they've trapped on that lonely road. But mostly, I try not to think about it. Try not to remember the sound of hands slapping glass or that pale face grinning through my window. Try not to imagine what would have happened if my Explorer hadn't made it past that tree. Still, on nights when I have to drive the back roads, my hands get tight on the wheel. My eyes scan the trees. And if I see anything that looks like a roadblock ahead, I turn around. No matter how long the detour. Because I learned something that night on County Road 23. When you're alone on a dark road, the biggest danger isn't what you can see. It's what you don't see until it's too late. The scratches on my Explorer are mostly fixed now. Had to replace the window and the bumper. But sometimes, when I wash the car, I find new marks. Little scrapes and dents I don't remember getting. And for a moment, I'm back there. Back on that road, with those shadows moving through the trees. I've tried to find information about similar incidents in the area. Spent hours searching news archives and online forums. Found a few scattered reports. Drivers mentioning roadblocks, dark figures, damaged vehicles. But nothing concrete. Nothing official. The sheriff's department says they've increased patrols on County Road 23. But the road is long, the forest is deep, and they can't be everywhere at once. I carry a bigger flashlight now. Keep my phone charged. Made sure my spare tire is good. Little things that probably won't matter if it happens again, but they help me sleep at night. Last week, Mike asked why I stopped coming to poker night. Said the drive isn't that bad. Offered to show me his shortcut through the back roads. I made an excuse about work. Didn't tell him about the tree or the figures or the crowbar. Didn't mention how I still check my rearview mirror more than I should, looking for shadows that move wrong. Some stories are better left untold. Some roads are better left untraveled. And some nights when I'm driving home and see taillights disappear down a dark side road, I say a quiet prayer for whoever's behind the wheel. Because somewhere out there, on a lonely stretch of County Road 23, there's a fallen tree waiting. And behind it, in the darkness between the trees, pale faces watch for headlights. I was lucky. I got away. But I can't help wondering about the next driver who takes that shortcut. The next person who rounds that curve and sees the tree. The next set of headlights to illuminate those moving shadows. Will they gun the engine like I did? Try to squeeze past on the shoulder? Or will they make a different choice? And will that choice be the right one? These questions keep me up some nights, but I don't go looking for answers. Don't drive those back roads anymore. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Besides, I know what's out there now. Know what waits in the darkness beyond the headlights, and that knowledge is enough. So I stick to the highways, keep my doors locked, and if I see brake lights ahead on a lonely road, I turn around. Better safe than sorry, better alive than right. Because once you've seen those figures step out of the shadows, once you've felt those hands on your windows, you don't forget. You can't forget. The night changes after something like that. The darkness feels heavier. Every shadow holds a secret. Every unfamiliar road hides a threat. But life goes on. The sun rises. The fears fade. Most days I don't even think about it anymore. Until I'm driving alone at night. Until I see a tree across the road. Until shadows move in my peripheral vision. Then I remember. Remember everything. The sound of branches breaking under tires. The crack of safety glass giving way. the pale face grinning through my window, and I drive a little faster. Hold the wheel a little tighter. Keep my eyes on the road ahead, not the darkness beside it. Because I learned the hard way, some shortcuts aren't worth taking. Some roads are better left untraveled. And some nights the only way home is the long way around. The figure at the bus stop shouldn't have been there. I know because I checked the schedule 3 times before leaving work. The last bus comes at 11:47 p.m. It was 11:45 p.m. when I got there. No one else ever waits this late. I work late shifts at the data center downtown. The walk from the office to the bus stop takes 8 minutes. I've done it hundreds of times. But tonight was different. The rain started around 10 p.m., heavy drops hitting the windows of my office. By the time I left, it was pouring. My shoes squeaked against the wet sidewalk as I approached the bus stop. The streetlight flickered, casting shifting shadows on the rain-slicked pavement. That's when I first saw it. A dark shape standing motionless under the shelter. Just standing there, not checking a phone, not shifting weight from foot to foot like normal people do. Complete stillness. The figure faced away from me, toward the street. A black coat hung down to its knees, the fabric heavy with rain. Water dripped steadily from the hem. The hood was pulled up, hiding any trace of hair or skin. My steps slowed. The sound of rain filled my ears. 50 feet away, 40 feet. With each step closer, my skin prickled more. The figure didn't move, didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. I stopped at the edge of the shelter, rain pelting my shoulders. The overhang creaked in the wind. Up close now, I could see the figure was tall, maybe 6.5 feet. The coat had no wrinkles or folds, like it was carved from solid black stone. "Evening," I said. My voice came out hoarse. No response, no movement, just the sound of rain. I checked my watch. 11:46 p.m. 1 minute until the bus. My heart thumped against my ribs. Everything in me screamed to walk away, to call a ride share, to do anything except stand there next to that unnaturally still shape. But I stayed. The rain grew heavier, drumming on the shelter's metal roof. Water ran down my neck despite my umbrella. The figure remained motionless, facing forward, while my eyes kept darting to it and away. The bus's headlights cut through the rain right on schedule. Relief flooded through me as it pulled up with a hydraulic hiss. The doors opened. I hurried forward, eager to escape. As I climbed the steps, something made me look back. The figure had turned. Not its body, just its head, twisted at an impossible angle. Where a face should have been, there was only darkness under the hood. But I felt it watching me. I stumbled to a seat halfway down the bus, hands shaking. Through the rain-streaked window, I could see the figure still standing there, head twisted toward me. The doors closed. The bus pulled away. My breathing started to slow. Just some weirdo trying to freak people out, I told myself. The bus turned the corner, and I expected the figure to disappear from view. It didn't. There it stood at the next stop, in the exact same position. Black coat, hood up, head twisted unnaturally to stare at me as the bus passed. My stomach clenched. That wasn't possible. The stops were half a mile apart. No one could move that fast in this rain, especially not someone just standing still. I rubbed my eyes. Lack of sleep had to be playing tricks on me. The bus approached the next stop. The figure stood waiting. Same posture, same coat, same twisted head tracking me through the window. "Hey," I called to the driver, my voice cracking. "You see that person at the stop?" The driver glanced in the mirror. "What person?" "Stop's empty." I pressed my face to the glass. The figure stood there clear as day, rain rolling off its motionless form. The hollow depths of its hood fixed on me. Stop after stop it appeared, always waiting, always watching, always impossible. My hands gripped the seat until my knuckles went white. Sweat ran down my back despite the bus's AC. 5 stops from my apartment, I pulled the cord. I couldn't take it anymore. The bus squealed to a halt at an empty corner. I stumbled down the steps into the rain. The street was deserted. No figure in a black coat, no twisted head staring at me. Just rain and darkness and the sound of the bus pulling away. I ran. My shoes slapped against the wet sidewalk as I sprinted through puddles. Water streamed down my face, my lungs burned. But I didn't slow down until I reached my building. My hands shook so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting the door open. I slammed it behind me and stood in the lobby, dripping and gasping for breath. Through the glass entrance, I could see the empty street. No sign of movement, no dark figures, just rain falling in the glow of streetlights. The elevator ride to the 4th floor felt endless. I kept my eyes fixed on the numbers, refusing to look at the mirrored walls. When the doors opened, I practically ran to my apartment. Inside, I locked the door, then the deadbolt, then the chain. I stood there listening to my ragged breathing and the muffled sound of rain. The lights flickered. Slowly, I turned toward my living room window. Through the rain-streaked glass, a familiar black coat came into focus. A hood turned at an impossible angle. Empty darkness where a face should be. It stood on my 4th floor balcony, watching. I haven't slept. The sun rose an hour ago, but it's still raining. The figure hasn't moved. Just stands there, head twisted, staring through my window with its hollow gaze. I can feel it waiting. I can feel it watching. And I know that when night falls again, I'll have to leave this apartment. I'll have to walk past that window. And whatever has been following me, whatever impossible thing has been wearing that black coat, will finally do more than just watch. The rain keeps falling. The figure keeps staring. And I keep counting the minutes until dark. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. The dashboard clock showed 2:17 a.m. The headlights cut through the darkness ahead, illuminating nothing but empty desert road and scattered brush. I'd been driving for 6 hours straight from Phoenix, trying to make it back to El Paso before sunrise. My wife Sarah had called earlier. Our daughter Emma's fever hadn't broken. I needed to get home. The radio had stopped picking up stations 2 hours ago. Just static now. The engine hummed. The tires made that constant sound against the asphalt. My eyes burned from staring at the yellow lines. That's when I first saw it. A figure standing on the right shoulder, tall, wearing what looked like a black coat, just standing there, facing the road. I hit the brakes hard, dropping from 75 to 45. My heart jumped. But as I got closer, there was nothing. Just empty shoulder and desert brush. I rubbed my eyes. Took a swig from my lukewarm coffee. Must be tired, I thought. Playing tricks on myself. I pushed the speedometer back up to 75. 5 minutes later, my headlights caught something ahead. The same figure, same position, same black coat, standing perfectly still on the shoulder. This time I didn't slow down. I gripped the wheel tighter and kept my speed steady. As I passed the spot where I'd seen it, nothing there. Just darkness and desert. My heart was pounding now. I checked the odometer. I'd gone exactly 5 kilometers since the first sighting. "You're exhausted," I said out loud. "Just need to focus." I turned up the AC, letting the cold air hit my face. Shifted in my seat. Started counting the broken yellow lines on the road. 5 kilometers later, it was there again. This time I saw more detail. The coat hung down to its knees. The figure was unnaturally thin, maybe 7 feet tall. It stood completely motionless, face pointed straight ahead at the road. I pressed harder on the gas pedal. 85 now. The engine whined. Still nothing on the radio but static. 5 more kilometers. There it was. Same position, same coat, same impossible height. My hands were shaking. I fumbled for my phone. No signal. Of course there was no signal out here. I thought about turning around, but Sarah's voice echoed in my head. "Emma's fever is getting worse. She keeps asking for you." I had to keep going, had to get home. The next 5 kilometers felt like 50. My eyes darted between the road and the odometer. 4, 7, 4, 8, 4, 9. Right on schedule. The figure appeared in my headlights. This time I could have sworn its head turned slightly as I approached, just a fraction of an inch. Following my car as I passed. I hit 90. The steering wheel vibrated. Sweat ran down my back, soaking my shirt. 5 more kilometers. There it was. Now I was sure. Its head definitely turned, tracking my car. The movement was mechanical, unnatural, like a security camera pivoting. I couldn't look away. In the brief moment my headlights illuminated it, I saw no face under the coat's hood. Just darkness. My chest felt tight. I could barely breathe. The speedometer hit 95. This isn't real, I said. This isn't happening. But 5 kilometers later it was there, and 5 kilometers after that, and after that. Each time it turned its head a little more. Each time it seemed a little closer to the road's edge. Each time the darkness under its hood seemed deeper. I lost count of how many times I'd seen it. 20, 30. The desert stretched endlessly ahead. The clock on the dashboard was stuck at 2:17 a.m. My hands were numb on the wheel. My eyes burned. The static on the radio had taken on a rhythm, like breathing. At the next sighting it had moved. Now it stood directly on the white line marking the shoulder. Its head turned fully toward my car as I passed. In the rear-view mirror I could have sworn I saw it take a step onto the road. 5 kilometers. Now it stood with 1 foot in my lane. The coat rippled, despite the absence of wind. My car shuddered at 100 mph. The engine screamed. The static on the radio grew louder. 5 kilometers. It stood in the center of my lane. I swerved into the opposite lane to avoid it. As I passed, the hood turned to follow me. The darkness within seemed to pulse. My teeth chattered, my vision blurred. Every shadow on the road looked like a tall figure in a black coat. 5 kilometers. It stood in the center of the road. No time to swerve. I drove straight through it. The temperature in the car dropped 40 degrees. The radio exploded with static. My headlights flickered. I couldn't feel my hands anymore. Couldn't feel the pedals under my feet. The road ahead seemed to stretch and distort. 5 kilometers. It stood directly in front of my car. The coat spread open like wings, filling my entire field of vision. The darkness under the hood was absolute, bottomless. I closed my eyes and braced for impact. Nothing. When I opened my eyes, dawn was breaking. My car was parked on the shoulder. The engine was off. The clock read 6:43 a.m. My phone was ringing. Sarah. "Where are you?" she asked. Emma's fever broke an hour ago. She's sleeping now. I looked around. Desert stretched in every direction. No landmarks, no signs. The odometer showed I'd driven an additional 300 kilometers, but I had no memory of anything after seeing the figure spread its coat. "I'll be home soon," I said. My voice sounded strange in my ears. Just had to make a few stops. I hung up and started the engine. The radio came to life. Clear signal now, playing morning news. I pulled back onto the empty road. In the rearview mirror, a tall figure in a black coat stood watching from the shoulder. Its head turned to follow my car. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The figure grew smaller in my mirror, but I knew exactly what I would see in 5 kilometers. I kept driving. What else could I do? The sun climbed higher. The desert stretched on. And every 5 kilometers, something impossible waited on the road ahead. I'm still driving now. The clock still reads 6:43 a.m. The radio plays the same morning news segment on an endless loop. My phone shows the same missed calls from Sarah. Every 5 kilometers I see it. Sometimes on the shoulder, sometimes in the road. Sometimes it spreads its coat like wings. Sometimes it just stands and watches. I don't know how long I've been driving. I don't know how many times I've seen it. I don't know if I'll ever make it home. All I know is this. Every 5 kilometers, it's there. Waiting. Watching. And with each passing it gets a little closer, turns its head a little further, opens its coat a little wider. I can't stop driving. But I'm running out of road, running out of time, running out of distance between me and whatever waits under that hood. 5 kilometers ahead, something tall and dark stands on the shoulder. I grip the wheel tighter, press the gas harder. What else can I do? Just keep driving. Just keep counting the kilometers. Just keep pretending I don't see what's waiting up ahead. Just keep telling myself I'll make it home. 5 kilometers to go. 4, 3, 2. The trail ended at a town that wasn't on my map. I checked my GPS again. No signal. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across empty wooden buildings. Something was wrong. The structures looked old, maybe 100 years old, but too well preserved for a genuine ghost town. No graffiti, no beer cans, no signs of modern visitors at all. I should have turned back right then, but I didn't. My feet hurt from 8 hours of hiking and my water was running low. The temperature was dropping fast, typical for October in the Colorado Rockies. I needed shelter for the night. The town sat in a narrow valley between steep mountain walls, with only one road in and out. About 20 buildings lined what must have been the main street, their weathered boards the color of ash. I walked past the first building, some kind of general store. The windows were intact but covered in decades of dust. My boots made hollow sounds on the wooden sidewalk. Each step echoed off the surrounding cliffs. No birds called. No wind blew. The air felt thick and still. The brass bell above the store's door jangled when I pushed it open. The sound made me jump. Dust swirled in the beam of sunlight that cut through the doorway. Shelves lined the walls, still stocked with old cans and boxes. A cash register sat on the counter, its keys green with age. Everything was coated in dust, but nothing was broken or disturbed. My backpack straps dug into my shoulders as I moved deeper into the store. The floorboards creaked under my weight. I picked up a can. The label had faded, but I could make out a date. 1923. My hands shook as I set it down. A movement caught my eye, just a flash in my peripheral vision. I spun around. Nothing there, just rows of dusty shelves in the dimming light. My heart pounded. The silence pressed against my ears. I backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on the empty store. The bell jangled again as I stepped outside. The sun had dropped behind the western ridge. Purple shadows filled the valley. I needed to find somewhere to sleep. A hotel stood across the street, 2 stories tall, with a sagging porch and peeling paint. The sign still hung. Mountain View Lodge. I crossed the street, my footsteps echoing. The temperature had dropped at least 20 degrees in the last hour. The hotel's front door stuck, then opened with a grinding sound. The lobby smelled of old wood and decay. A registration book lay open on the front desk, its pages yellow and brittle. The last entry was dated October 15th, 1923. Today was October 15th. My mouth went dry. The stairs to the second floor looked solid enough. I tested each step carefully, holding the railing. 14 rooms lined the upstairs hallway. Most of the doors were closed. One stood open near the end. As I watched, it slowly swung shut. There was no breeze. My chest felt tight. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I forced myself to breathe slowly. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe air pressure changes. Old buildings settled all the time. I chose a room in the middle of the hall, as far from the stairs and the end of the corridor as possible. The brass key still hung on its hook behind the front desk. Number 7. The lock turned smoothly. The room was small but clean. A narrow bed with an iron frame, a wooden dresser, a wash basin on a stand. Everything looked ready for a guest, as if the last occupant had just stepped out. I set my backpack down and sat on the bed. The springs squeaked. That's when I heard the footsteps. They came from the hallway, slow, deliberate steps on the wooden floor. They stopped outside my door. The handle rattled, my throat closed up. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The rattling stopped. The footsteps moved away, fading toward the stairs. I released my breath in a shaky gasp. I had to get out of there. Ghost town or not, something was wrong with this place. I grabbed my pack and opened the door. The hallway was empty and silent. The light had turned gray and thick, like water. A figure stood at the end of the hall. It looked like a man in old-fashioned clothes, a dark suit and hat, but something was wrong with the proportions. The arms hung too low, the neck bent at an impossible angle. As I watched, it turned its head toward me. Where its face should have been, there was only darkness. I ran. My boots pounded on the stairs. I hit the lobby at full speed and burst through the front door. The street had filled with mist. Shapes moved in the fog, dark figures that seemed to float just above the ground. Their edges weren't quite solid. They drifted toward me. My legs burned as I sprinted down the street. The figures followed, getting closer. I could hear whispers now, countless voices speaking words I couldn't understand. The temperature dropped even further. My breath came out in white clouds. I reached the edge of town and hit the trail running. Branches whipped my face. I stumbled on rocks but kept going. The whispers grew louder. Something cold brushed against the back of my neck. The trail switchbacked up the ridge. My lungs felt like they would burst, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't. The darkness behind me was filled with movement, with shapes that shouldn't exist. I lost my footing on loose gravel. My knee hit rock, sending pain shooting up my leg. I scrambled back up, hands bleeding from the sharp stones. The whispers were right behind me now. I could almost make out words, something about staying and joining. The ridge leveled out. I saw my rental car parked where I'd left it that morning. It felt like a week ago. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I threw myself inside and slammed the door. The engine roared to life. I cranked the heater and hit the gas. The tires spun on gravel before finding grip. In the rearview mirror, I saw the mist following me up the ridge. Shapes moved within it, reaching with long, dark arms. I didn't slow down until I hit the highway. My hands were locked on the steering wheel, knuckles white. Every few minutes I checked the mirror, expecting to see that gray mist rolling behind me. But there was nothing. Just the empty mountain road disappearing into darkness. I drove straight to the ranger station. The night ranger listened to my story with a strange look on his face. When I finished, he pulled out an old file and showed me a newspaper clipping from 1923. The town was called Silver Creek. On October 15th, 1923, every single resident disappeared overnight. No bodies were ever found. No explanation was ever discovered. The last entry in the general store's ledger showed a delivery of supplies that morning. After that, nothing. The ranger said hikers occasionally reported finding the town, but when search parties went to investigate, they never found anything. Just empty mountainside and thick forest. I gave him the exact GPS coordinates where I'd started the trail. The next day, he called to tell me they'd searched the entire area. They found no town, no buildings, no trace that anything had ever been there. But I know what I saw. I have the scrapes on my hands and knees to prove it. Sometimes at night, I still hear those whispers. And when the fog rolls in, I check the shadows carefully, looking for shapes that don't quite fit, for movements that shouldn't be possible. I won't hike alone anymore, and I never take trails that aren't on the map. The strange thing is, I've tried to find information about Silver Creek since then. I've searched historical records, old newspapers, everything I can think of. But that newspaper clipping the ranger showed me, I can't find it anywhere. The ranger station has no record of my visit. The ranger I spoke to, they say no one by that name has ever worked there. I think about going back sometimes, not to find the town. I never want to see those buildings again. But to prove to myself that it really happened. The rational part of my mind says I must have gotten lost, must have imagined things in the altitude and exhaustion. But then I remember the figure at the end of the hallway, the way its head turned, the darkness where its face should have been. And I know that some places aren't meant to be found. Some mysteries should stay buried in the mountains. I still have the room key from the Mountain View Lodge. It's sitting on my desk right now, its brass surface dulled with age. The tag reads, Room 7 in faded ink. Sometimes, late at night, I swear it moves on its own. Just a little. Just enough to make the light catch it differently. I should get rid of it, throw it away, or melt it down, or bury it somewhere far from here, but I can't. Because as long as I have it, I know I didn't imagine everything. That somewhere in those mountains, there's a town that appears for lost hikers. A town where the residents are still there, still waiting, still looking for new people to join them. I keep the key as a reminder to stick to marked trails, to always tell someone where I'm going, and most importantly, to trust that first instinct when something feels wrong. Because sometimes the rational explanation isn't the right one. Sometimes the impossible is real. The key is moving again. I need to stop writing now. Just remember, if you're hiking in the Rockies and find a town that's not on your map, don't go in. No matter how tired you are, no matter how cold it is, keep walking, don't look back, and whatever you do, don't stay the night. My stomach had been growling for the past hour as I drove through the endless, dark stretch of Highway 23. The dashboard clock showed 11:47 p.m. I hadn't seen another car for at least 40 minutes. My GPS was useless out here, showing nothing but the thin blue line of the highway cutting through empty space. The first sign of civilization appeared as a dim glow on the horizon. As I got closer, I made out a few scattered buildings, some kind of small town. My headlights caught a worn wooden sign, Welcome to Mill Creek, Pop 842. The numbers looked hand-painted, probably decades ago. Main Street was deserted. Dark storefronts lined both sides, their windows black and empty. But then I spotted it. A standalone building with lights still on, an old-fashioned diner with a neon open sign buzzing in the window. The sign above read, Pete's Place. My watch now showed 11:52 p.m. I pulled into the empty gravel parking lot, the crunching of stones under my tires sounding too loud in the silence. Through the windows, I could see a few booth tables and a counter with red vinyl stools. At least one place was still open in this ghost town. The bell above the door jangled as I walked in. The sound echoed through the empty restaurant. The place smelled like old grease and coffee. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, giving everything a harsh, bluish tint. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded strange in the empty space. A man emerged from the kitchen. He was tall and thin, wearing a stained white apron. His face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that fixed on me immediately. His gray hair stuck out in uneven patches. "Welcome to Pete's," he said. His voice was raspy, like he didn't use it much. "Sit anywhere you like." I chose a booth near the door. The vinyl seat crackled as I sat down. The man, I assumed he was Pete, didn't give me a menu. He just stood there staring. "What's good here?" I asked, trying to break the awkward silence. "Everything's good here," he said. He hadn't blinked once. "But the meatloaf is our specialty. Made it fresh today." "Sounds good," I said. "I'll have that." He didn't write anything down. He just kept staring. "Coffee?" "Sure." He walked behind the counter, his movements stiff and jerky. He poured coffee into a mug and brought it over. His hand shook slightly as he set it down, making the liquid slosh against the sides. "Passing through?" he asked, still standing at my table. "Yeah, heading to Chicago for business." "Long drive," he said. "Lots of accidents on these roads at night. People disappearing, never found." My stomach tightened. I took a sip of coffee to avoid responding. It was bitter and burned my tongue. Pete didn't move away from the table. He just stood there, too close, watching me drink the coffee. I could hear his breathing. It was shallow and rapid. "I'll get your meatloaf," he finally said, turning abruptly and walking to the kitchen. The moment he was gone, I looked around more carefully. The place felt wrong. The other tables were set with plates and silverware, like they were waiting for customers, but there was dust on everything. The napkin dispenser on my table was empty. The ceiling tiles had dark water stains. I heard sounds from the kitchen, metal clanging, water running. But something else too. A scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. Pete returned carrying a plate. The meatloaf was dark and glistening. Steam rose from it. He set it down in front of me and stayed there watching. "Looks good," I said, picking up my fork. The metal felt cold against my palm. "Eat," he said. "You need to eat it all." I cut off a small piece. The meat was dense and had an odd texture. The taste was strange, not like any meatloaf I'd had before. There was something metallic about it. "Good, isn't it?" Pete asked. He had moved even closer. I could smell him now, a musty, damp odor. "Yeah," I lied. "Really good." "Keep eating," he said. His voice had changed, become harder. "You need to finish it all." I took another bite, trying not to gag. My throat felt tight. Sweat broke out on my forehead. "I should probably get going," I said, reaching for my wallet. "How much do I owe you?" "No." Pete's hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. His skin was ice cold. "You need to finish your meal first." I tried to pull away, but his grip was like steel. "Let go of me." "Eat," he said. His eyes had changed somehow. They looked completely black now. "Finish it all." My heart was pounding. I looked toward the door. Pete shifted his position, blocking my view of it. "The meat is fresh," he said. "Very fresh. We don't waste anything here." The implications of his words made my stomach turn. I looked down at the plate, at the dark meat, and felt bile rise in my throat. "I'm not hungry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to leave." "Nobody leaves until they finish their meal," Pete said. "House rules." I stood up suddenly, knocking over my coffee cup. The liquid spread across the table, dripping onto the floor. Pete didn't move. "Get out of my way," I said. "Sit down." His voice was different now, deeper, inhuman. "Finish your meal." I feinted left, then dodged right, trying to get around him. But he moved with impossible speed, blocking my path again. His hands reached for me, fingers curved like claws. In desperation, I grabbed the plate of meatloaf and threw it at his face. He screamed, a high, piercing sound that no human throat could make. I shoved past him while he was distracted, running for the door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab the handle. Behind me, I heard Pete's footsteps getting closer. The door wouldn't open. I pulled harder, panic rising in my chest. Finally, it gave way. I burst out into the cold night air, sprinting across the gravel parking lot. My car keys slipped through my trembling fingers twice before I managed to get them into the lock. I threw myself into the driver's seat and slammed the door, fumbling to start the engine. In the rearview mirror, I saw Pete standing in the doorway of the restaurant, his face twisted into something that wasn't human anymore. The engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spraying gravel. As I turned onto the main road, I glanced back at the restaurant. The building was dark, completely dark. No lights, no neon sign. The windows were boarded up. Weeds grew through cracks in the parking lot. It looked like it hadn't been open in years. But Pete was still there, standing in front of the abandoned building. Even from this distance, I could see his eyes, 2 points of absolute darkness in his pale face. He raised one hand in a wave. I floored the accelerator, the engine screaming as I raced out of town. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The taste of that meat lingered in my mouth, making me gag. It took 3 hours of driving before I found a 24-hour gas station. I pulled in and ran to the bathroom, where I threw up everything in my stomach. When I looked in the mirror, my face was pale and sweaty. There were bruises on my wrist where Pete had grabbed me, 5 distinct finger marks, black against my skin. The gas station attendant looked concerned when I came out. "You okay, mister? You look like you've seen a ghost." I asked him about Mill Creek. He frowned. "That old place? Been abandoned for 20 years, ever since they found all those bodies in the restaurant there. Never did catch the owner, Pete Randall. Just disappeared one day. They say I didn't wait to hear the rest. I got back in my car and drove straight through until morning, the sun finally rising over Chicago's skyline. I never took Highway 23 again, but sometimes, late at night, I still taste that metallic flavor, still feel those cold fingers on my wrist. And I wonder how many other travelers have stopped at Pete's place, hungry for a late-night meal, never realizing what they were really being served until it was too late. The bruises on my wrist never fully faded. They're still there, 5 perfect fingerprints, black as pitch. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, they throb with a cold pulse, like something trying to pull me back to that dark restaurant on Highway 23, where Pete is still waiting, ready to serve his special meatloaf to anyone hungry enough to stop. I've thought about reporting what happened, but who would believe me? An abandoned restaurant that appears out of nowhere, a monster wearing a butcher's apron, serving meat of unknown origin. It sounds crazy. So I keep driving, taking only main highways now, always making sure I have enough gas and food for the journey. And if I ever see a lonely restaurant glowing in the darkness of a dead town, I keep going, no matter how hungry I am. Because somewhere out there, Pete is still cooking, still waiting for customers to stop in for a late-night meal, and he insists that everyone finish their plate. I should have burned that first note, just crumpled it up and lit it on fire right there on the walking path. But I didn't. I picked it up, read it, and stuck it in my jacket pocket. That was 3 weeks ago. Now I'm sitting here in my dark living room with all the lights off, heart pounding, trying to figure out how I'm going to make it through the night. My nightly walk started 6 months ago after my doctor told me my blood pressure was too high. Exercise more, she said. Try walking for 30 minutes each day. I chose nighttime because the streets were quiet then. No cars, no people, no distractions, just me and the empty sidewalks of my suburban neighborhood. The routine was simple. Leave the house at 9 p.m. Walk 3 blocks east to Cedar Street, turn right. Follow Cedar to the park, circle the park twice, head back home. 45 minutes total. I did this every night, no matter the weather. The first note appeared on a Tuesday. A white piece of paper folded in half, sitting right in the middle of the sidewalk on Cedar Street. I almost stepped on it. The streetlight made it glow against the dark concrete. When I picked it up, the paper was dry despite the light drizzle that had been falling all evening. The message was typed in plain black letters. You shouldn't walk alone at night. I looked around. The streets were empty. Houses dark except for blue TV glows in distant windows. No movement. No sounds except rain hitting leaves. I should have been scared, or at least concerned. Instead, I felt annoyed. Probably some kid's idea of a prank. I stuffed the note in my pocket and finished my walk. The second note showed up 2 days later. Same spot on Cedar Street. The night isn't safe for walkers. Again, typed in black letters on white paper. This time I crumpled it up and threw it in someone's garbage can. Friday brought the third note, this time at the park entrance. I see you every night, walking alone, vulnerable. My hands shook as I read it. The paper was still warm, like someone had just set it down. I spun around, scanning the dark trees and bushes along the park's edge. Nothing moved. I cut my walk short that night, taking the long way home to avoid Cedar Street. Sleep didn't come easy. I kept thinking about those warm notes. Saturday night I stayed home. Watched TV instead of walking. Sunday too. By Monday my legs were restless and my mind was racing. This is stupid, I told myself. I'm letting some prankster control my life. So I went walking again. No notes appeared. Tuesday and Wednesday passed the same way. No papers on the sidewalk. No messages. I started to relax. Thursday's note was different. It sat propped against a tree halfway around the park loop. Blue jeans, gray hoodie, black running shoes. You dress the same every night. My stomach dropped. The description was exact, right down to the shoes I'd bought last week. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the park. Shadows jumped and shifted. Tree branches creaked in the wind. I walked faster, almost jogging. Another note waited at the park exit. I'm getting closer. Do you feel me watching? I ran home, locked every door and window, checked them twice. Called in sick to work the next day and stayed inside, jumping at every sound. But by Saturday I had convinced myself I was overreacting. The notes were creepy, sure, but nothing had actually happened. No one had approached me. No threats of violence, just words on paper. I went walking again. New route this time. Instead of Cedar Street, I headed west toward the high school. Different neighborhood, different streets. The note was waiting on the school steps. You can't avoid me by changing your path. I found 3 more notes on my way home, each one closer to my house than the last. Getting warmer. Almost there. Just a few more blocks. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get my key in the front door. I deadbolted it behind me and slumped against the wall, breathing hard. A white paper slid under the door. Nice house. Number 1847. Blue shutters need painting. Gardens overgrown. You should take better care of things. I scrambled away from the door, called 911. Police came but found nothing. No fingerprints on the notes. No signs of anyone around the house. They took a report and told me to call if anything else happened. I didn't sleep that night or the next. Installed security cameras and motion lights. Started working from home. Ordered groceries for delivery. The notes kept coming. Pushed under my door. Left on my car. Tucked into my mailbox. Miss your walks? The nights are lonely without you. Come back outside. I'm waiting. After 2 weeks trapped inside, I was losing my mind. The police had no leads. The cameras caught nothing. I needed to end this. Tonight I went walking again. Same route as always. Cedar Street, the park, home. 5 notes waited along the way. I read each one. Welcome back. I knew you'd return. Getting closer. Almost time. Look behind you. I didn't look. Just walked faster. Sweat soaked through my shirt despite the cool air. The last note was taped to my front door. Gray t-shirt, black sweatpants, white socks showing above your shoes. You're reading this at 9:47 p.m. on a Thursday night. Now turn around. My heart stopped. The note described exactly what I was wearing. The time was exactly 9:47 p.m. I heard footsteps on the sidewalk behind me. That was 10 minutes ago. Now I'm sitting in my dark living room listening. The footsteps stopped at my front gate. My phone is dead. The power just went out on my whole street. Paper sliding under the door. I can see the white square in the darkness, glowing faintly from the moonlight through the windows. New message. Let me in. It's time to talk about all those nights you spent watching other people through their windows. About the pictures on your phone. About the other walkers who disappeared. Let me in, or tomorrow everyone will know what you really do on your nightly walks. My hands are shaking as I stand up. They know. Somehow they found out. About everything. Another note slides under the door. 10 seconds to decide. Then I start sending evidence to the police. I reach for the deadbolt. The knob turns before I touch it. The door was unlocked the whole time. It's opening now. I see a figure in the doorway. They're holding something. A stack of photos. My photos. Hello, Walker, they say. Let's take a little night stroll together. I have no choice but to follow. The night swallows us both. One last note flutters to the ground as we walk away. Justice comes for everyone eventually. I shouldn't have rented this place. That's the thought pounding in my head at 3:47 a.m. as I sit huddled in the corner of the living room, my back pressed against the wall, watching the front door slowly creep open for the 4th time tonight. No wind, no draft. Just the steady, deliberate movement of solid wood swinging on its hinges. I moved in yesterday afternoon. The deal seemed too good to be true. A 3-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood at half the market rate. The landlord, Mr. Peters, rushed through the showing. He spoke fast, kept checking his watch, and handed me the keys like they were burning his palm. "It's all yours," he'd said, already backing toward his car. 12-month lease, no early termination. Then he was gone, leaving me alone with a stack of boxes and an empty house that smelled like mothballs and stale air. I spent the day unpacking, trying to make the space feel like home. The previous tenant had left some furniture, an old couch, a dining table, a TV mounted on the wall. I arranged my things around them, hung a few pictures, set up my laptop on the kitchen counter. Normal stuff. Everything felt normal. Until midnight. The first incident was small. I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Clear, distinct footsteps on hardwood floors. I got up to check. Nothing there. The hall was empty, dark, silent. I blamed it on the house settling. At 1:15 a.m., the TV turned on by itself, not just on full volume, static screaming through the speakers. I nearly jumped out of my skin, fumbling for the remote. When I finally found it wedged between couch cushions, the power button did nothing. I had to yank the plug from the wall to make it stop. My hands were shaking as I plugged it back in. The screen stayed black this time, but I could swear I heard whispers coming from the speakers. Too faint to make out words, but definitely voices. Human voices. That's when the doors started. First, it was the bathroom door slamming shut while I was washing my hands. The force nearly took my fingers off. I tried the handle. Locked. But I hadn't touched the lock. I didn't even know it had a lock. I spent 10 minutes jiggling the handle before it suddenly turned easily, the door swinging open to reveal an empty bathroom. Then the kitchen cabinets began opening one by one, like invisible hands were searching for something. I stood in the doorway watching, my mouth dry, as every single cabinet door opened fully, then slammed shut in sequence. The sound echoed through the house. Bang, 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 bang. I called Mr. Peters. No answer. I texted him. "Something's wrong with the house. Need to talk ASAP." The message showed as delivered but not read. The front door was next. The first time it opened, I thought I'd forgotten to lock it. I closed it, turned the deadbolt, and tested the handle. Definitely locked. 5 minutes later, it swung open again. I closed it. Locked it. Checked it twice. Now I'm watching it open for the 4th time, the deadbolt turning by itself with a slow, grinding click. The hinges don't even creak. It's a smooth, deliberate movement, like someone invisible is standing there taking their time. My phone says 3:48 a.m., 3 hours and 12 minutes until sunrise. A cold draft hits me, raising goosebumps on my arms. The door is fully open now, showing the dark street beyond. No cars passing, no porch lights on at the neighbors, just empty darkness and the sound of crickets. I should run, grab my keys and get out, but my legs won't move. My back is glued to this wall, and I'm afraid, genuinely afraid, that if I try to cross the room to that open door, something will stop me. The TV clicks on again. This time it's not static. It's a children's show, the volume low but clear. Cartoon characters singing about numbers and letters. I stare at the screen, my heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. I never set up cable. This house doesn't have an antenna. The TV shouldn't be able to play anything. The singing gets louder, distorted. The voices stretch and warp until they don't sound like children anymore. The picture flickers, colors inverting, faces melting into grotesque shapes. "Hello?" I call out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounds small, scared. Is someone there? The TV goes black. The front door slams shut with enough force to rattle the windows. Then silence. Complete, heavy silence that seems to press against my eardrums. Something moves in the kitchen. Not footsteps this time. A dragging sound, slow and steady, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. I turn my head slowly, trying to see through the doorway without leaving my corner. A chair scrapes against tile. I hear it clearly. The unmistakable sound of wooden legs on kitchen floor. But I can't see anything moving. The chair at the dining table slides out on its own, stops, then slides back in. Scrape, pause, scrape. My phone buzzes in my hand. A text from Mr. Peters. Don't leave the house before dawn. My fingers shake as I type back. What's happening? 3 dots appear as he types. I wait, holding my breath. The dots disappear. No response comes. I try calling again, straight to voicemail. The temperature drops suddenly, dramatically. I can see my breath clouding in front of my face. The walls seem to be sweating, condensation beating on the paint. 4:15 a.m. The dragging sound in the kitchen gets louder, closer. Something's coming through the doorway. I squint in the darkness, trying to make out shapes, movement, anything. A glass flies off the kitchen counter, shatters against the far wall. Then another, and another. I cover my head as glass rains down, shards tinkling against the hardwood floor. The light switch across the room flips up and down, faster and faster until it's just a blur of motion. Bulbs throughout the house start popping, bright flashes followed by darkness and the sound of breaking glass. My phone screen goes black, dead. I press the power button frantically, but nothing happens. The battery was at 85%. In the darkness, I hear breathing. Not my own panicked gasps. Something else. Something deeper, slower, coming from the corner near the TV. The sound of air moving through lungs that seem too large to be human. I close my eyes tight, pressing my palms against my ears. This isn't real. This can't be real. I'm dreaming or stressed or going crazy. Houses don't do this. Things don't move by themselves. When I open my eyes, there's a figure standing in the middle of the room. It's tall, too tall for the ceiling, but somehow it fits. Dark, but not like a shadow. Dark like a hole in the world, a person-shaped absence of light. It doesn't move, doesn't breathe, just stands there, facing me. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. My throat closes up, chest tight with terror. The figure takes a step forward. No footstep sound, no movement of air. It's simply closer than it was before, like a video skipping frames. Another step, closer. The room spins. Black spots dance in my vision. I'm hyperventilating, my whole body trembling against the wall. The figure stops, tilts its head at an impossible angle, neck bending until its head is upside down. In the darkness, I see a mouth open, wide, wider than any mouth should open, stretching until it splits the face in half. 4:45 a.m. Time crawls. Every second feels like an hour as I sit frozen, watching the figure watch me. It hasn't moved again, hasn't made a sound. Just stands there with its grotesque smile, head tilted, waiting. The front door opens again. Cool night air rushes in, carrying the smell of wet earth and decay. The figure's head snaps back to a normal position with a sound like cracking bones. Footsteps on the porch. Multiple sets coming closer. Shadows move in the doorway. More figures, different sizes, but all wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, limbs at odd angles. They file into the house one by one. I count 7 of them before I have to close my eyes, my mind reeling from trying to process their impossible shapes. When I look again, they're arranged in a semicircle around me. 8 dark figures, 8 twisted heads, 8 gaping mouths stretched in silent grins. Someone is whispering, all of them at once, a chorus of voices too quiet to understand but growing louder. The words sound ancient, guttural, a language that hurts my ears. The whispers build to a chant. The figures sway, movements jerky like broken puppets. The temperature drops lower, frost forming on the windows. 5:20 a.m. The sky outside is still dark, but there's a hint of gray at the horizon. Less than an hour until sunrise. The chanting stops abruptly. As one, the figures turn their heads toward the window. The first traces of dawn seem to disturb them. They move faster now, more agitated. Their forms flicker and shift, edges blurring like smoke and wind. The whispering returns, urgent and angry. The house begins to shake. Pictures fall from walls. Furniture slides across floors. The chandelier above swings wildly, casting chaotic shadows. I press myself harder against the wall, trying to become part of it. My legs are numb from sitting in the same position for hours. My throat is raw from breathing the frigid air. 5:45 a.m. The sky is definitely lighter. The figures are becoming less solid, their outlines fading. They crowd closer, pressing in around me. The cold is intense, burning my skin. Their whispers turn to screams, inhuman sounds that make my ears ring. The front door slams shut, opens, slams, opens. Faster and faster, a desperate rhythm. The TV flicks through channels at hyperspeed, volume rising to a roar. Every door in the house is slamming now, every light switch flipping, every faucet running. The noise is deafening, a cacophony of chaos. The figures are almost transparent, their forms dissolving like ink in water. They reach for me with hands that pass through my skin, leaving trails of ice in my veins. 6 a.m. The first real light of dawn breaks over the horizon. The figures vanish between one blink and the next. The noise stops. The door is still. The TV goes dark. Silence falls, broken only by my ragged breathing and the normal sounds of early morning. Birds chirping, distant traffic starting up. I stay in my corner until the sun is fully up, until warm light fills every room and chases away the last traces of darkness. My phone turns on by itself. Battery suddenly at 100%. There's a new text from Mr. Peters. Hope you had a good first night. No early termination, remember? See you in a year. I look around the house in daylight. No broken glass, no frost, no sign of the night's events except for my own shaking hands and the lingering taste of fear in my mouth. The lease agreement sits on the kitchen counter where I left it. 12 months, no early termination. Outside, the sun is shining. People are walking dogs, getting in cars, heading to work, normal morning routines. I have 11 months and 29 days left in this house, and the sun is already starting to set.